change it all. We can change it all. We can change it all.
Plenty of action coming your way, live from the Harbor City. It is day 3 of Intel Extreme Masters, and the trial by fire that is CS2 continues. Coming up next, 6 games across 2 streams with only 2 precious arena spots remaining. We're gonna start the whole action with Monte against Fnatic at 1:30 Sydney time, but before all of that, let's check out the lobby.
All right, we're in the lobby again, and we're going to have a chat with Fnatic. I'm actually really nervous about this one because I see Dexter over there, and I'm like a really big fan of Dexter as well. We've never met. This is my first time meeting Dexter. How are you feeling, Dexter?
Hey, going, buddy. It's nice to meet you.
I'm good, thank you. Did you ever think that this Fnatic jersey looks like it's on a Weber barbecue bag? Have you seen those Weber barbecue bags?
Yeah, I have. I actually thought it was like those like party shirts that you wear when you're like 5 and you're like really cool, like you have
Right.
the flames coming up and you're like, I'm the coolest at like the school dance or something like that.
I mean, to be fair, I think actually as far as Australian CS players are concerned, you are among the coolest, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you got JKS, he's up there, and then now you're kind of like the guy that's doing it for AU. So what's it kind of like to be back here, obviously competing in AU? You know, when was the last time actually you came back to Australia? Have you had holidays here and stuff like that?
I was here for Christmas, but yeah, being away for like 10 months at a time is always going to be a bit tough. But yeah, it's nice to be the coolest. It's between me and Chad, I guess, that are the coolest around here. So it's good.
How are you feeling about coming in and competing at IEM Sydney, though? Obviously, you know, big deal for all the Aussie fans to see an Australian player on the stage. Now, that could be you, that could be JKS, that could be Greyhound, that could be Vertex. So I feel like we've actually got a pretty good opportunity to have at least a player on the stage. Do you think it's going to be you?
Yeah, definitely hope so. I think we just need to play pretty damn amazing because it's like totally new game and you have like no idea what's going to go on. And yeah, it's pretty crazy times right now, I would say.
All right, I want to jump over here then, Mezzy. Obviously, you just said nah to the answer to answer that question. So do you want to dig into that one for me? Are you not feeling too confident about going into CS2?
No, I'm just trolling. I think I don't know, new game, oldest team here. Yep. So you never know what can happen. Maybe the experience will kick in. We'll see. But practice has been interesting for sure. New game. I think a lot of new stuff. But I think it'll be good to see what teams are kind of doing in like a tier 1 level now with the new game. So it'll be fun.
Do you think it's a buff to have Dexter on your team, having an Australian on the team? If you do make it to the arena, I think is going to be a big benefit just for the crowd support. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, even just having an Aussie on the team, just extra style points for sure. Get the extra call points in the team for sure. I think UK and Aussie in the team is made for success for sure.
Awesome. Thanks for the chat. All right. Everyone else has tried to run off, but we're going to go and chase them down. Guys, you can't escape. I know you want to. We can do a double if you want, if that's easier. I'll stand in the middle. All right. It's been a while, obviously, since you guys have been down under. Actually, have you guys ever been? I don't think you've been down under, have you?
First time for me.
First time?
Yeah.
What about you?
Third for me.
Third?
Yeah.
So you would have been with Fnatic that whole time, obviously.
Yeah, correct.
So how's it been kind of coming back? Obviously, you know, I know the conversation a lot of the time is around the jet lag and the time difference and this kind of thing. How are you guys dealing with that?
It's kind of rough, to be honest. Wake up in like middle of the night, like 2 a.m. and stuff. But I mean, it is what it is. You have to like accept it. Like it's kind of so nice here. So have to just fight through it and just enjoy the day, I guess.
Do you get used to it after doing it a few years?
No, you never do.
What about for you? Has anyone actually given you any tips or anything like that? Any of the teammates trying to help you out with? Because I assume this would have been one of the longest flights you've ever taken, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think my whole travel day was like 36 hours. So yeah, definitely one of the longest ones. But I mean, I'm pretty at least I feel pretty good, like changing the jet lag and stuff. And usually I don't have a really big problem with it. Of course, I just wake up a few times in the night, but I just go to sleep again and it's all good. It's just probably the 2 first days is the most rough, but usually I kind of like plan out my schedule and sleep schedule, so it kind of works out usually. Have you had the opportunity to check out much of Sydney yet? Not much, just been walking around just like near the hotel, and yeah, it's pretty cool city, to be honest. I like it. Yeah. Good vibes. So you're happy with your time in Sydney so far? We're feeling good, we're feeling happy, we're all ready to go. Is that kind of the situation at the moment? Yeah, I mean, people are really nice. And the atmosphere in the city is pretty nice. The weather is good. I mean, what more do you want, and the view as well everywhere. There's a bit of like there's a bit of US to it with like the big buildings, skyscrapers, and nice weather. So yeah, I like it.
All right, there you go. Fnatic feeling good going into IEM Sydney. Wish you guys the best, obviously. No bias involved because we do want to see Dexter in the arena, but we'll see you in the next one.
All right, we got ends. We're in Sydney. I was going to grab these boys. Snappy. Be nice. How are you doing?
I'm tired.
Long flight?
Yeah, and I'm fighting the urge to sleep.
The trick is just stay up and then, once it's 11, just crash or 10.
I tried that and then I woke up at 1 a.m.
It do be like that. It can be rough. Apart from that, Sydney.
Yeah, it's a nice city so far. I like it.
Have you had a chance to go out for a stroll or something?
Yeah, we saw the Opera House and walked a bit around the city, and it's a nice place, Australia so far.
Talking about the game, CS2, first time, first big LAN event. Any thoughts?
Probably going to be random.
I mean, BO1, MR12s, upset city, or you think you guys still have it in the bag?
I mean, I still believe we'll win, but I think in general we're going to see a lot of weird results.
Okay. What are your just general expectations, so to speak?
We don't have any. We don't have any for the rest of 2023. Every tournament we just play and try to learn, and then 2024 is where we put some goals again. But for now, I think it's a mistake to put a lot of goals in a game where you don't know where you actually are.
Cool. I mean, I think it's pretty understandable, right? Like brand new game and all of that. A lot of bugs in the game right now. Let's be real about it. A lot of things, hopefully, which are being fixed as as we're talking. Valve seems to be working overtime as well. Is there a couple of things which you feel needs to be changed or fixed ASAP? If you're talking to Valve right now, what are a couple of things you want to get fixed? or could be 5. Could be any number.
It's obviously not very optimized to PCs. That is not great. So for a lot of casual gamers, it's hard to play the game. Then the movement is obviously terrible. In general, the mouse feeling, unless you have the best PC in the world, is pretty bad. Here the DSL is good, but I need to go out and invest in a new PC, and mine is only 2 years old. So I think that's a pretty big thing. And it's not something everyone can just go out and do. What else? Where to start? MR12, the economy.
I actually want to hear your thoughts a little bit more on that. So everyone's like, hey, let's put the loss bonus at 1900. Do you think that's good enough of a fix, or do you want more? Do you have any ideas on what the fix might need to be?
Yeah, I do. But it's more complicated than that. I don't think you can just change this and then it's going to be fine. I think there's multiple factors to it. I think, for example, right now you get 800 if you plant the bomb. They should decrease that. And then maybe you should get some more money for potentially diffusing, so it incentivizes retakes. There's a lot of other things. I think you could even be brutal and keep the money bonus at 1400, but one of the big issues they have right now is the money bonus is 800 when you plant, meaning that the Ts will get Galils and potentially AKs if they get the bomb down and lose the pistol. Then if they win that, the money bonus goes to 1400, but my idea is that the money bonus, well, either you put it to 1900 all the time, or what you do is you don't decrease the money bonus from 1900 before a team strings together 2 rounds. Because the big issue right now is if the CT win the pistol, then the T win the second round after the bomb plant, and then the CT goes to 1400. And now, by doing this, you will go down 4-1, right? And you wouldn't have had a proper buy because you would maybe force, then you would have 1900, then into 4300, and you still wouldn't have a proper buy until it would be 6-1.
So you're saying it's going to be a lot of 13-2s, 13-1s maybe, day one?
Well, I don't know about that, but I just think that the economy in this state is too brutal, and it's a bit too... There's too much emphasis on that second round especially.
Cool. So, I mean, a lot of us are hoping as well, basically, at the end of IEM Sydney, hopefully we have a pretty decent sample size to work with for the fixes, right?
Yeah, but I do think we have enough logic to use to not be able to need a big sample size to begin with. So I think a lot of it is we didn't need a big sample size. Also in terms of this MR12, MR15, I don't know why they didn't start with just adjusting the round time. Right now they put the smokes up to 20 seconds, 20 and a half seconds instead of 16 and a half, 17. That's going to increase rounds, like potentially. Maybe it's going to be more fast-paced because you can now nade them also, right? But in the past, we have loads of data of rounds being 1 minute 45, bomb time 35 seconds, and all of this. You could also, instead of having 20-second freeze time, you could have maybe 16, 17. You could maybe decrease 4 timeouts to maybe 2 or 3. There's a lot of things you could have done before making MR12, in my opinion, to decrease the time of the matches. And I think what they've done now is just going to make the results way more random, because the amount of rounds is obviously easier to, as an underdog, to get to only 13 compared to 16, because you will be playing less gun rounds. So yeah.
All right, thank you. You know what? I'm going to leave you be. You seem really, really tired. So I hope you get some sleep, and hopefully you're ready for tomorrow, right? Thanks, man. Hello, hello. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
This is actually my crash. All right. I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic. I actually didn't get any jet lag, but everyone seems to be kind of wrecked flying in from Europe. How about you?
Yesterday I went to sleep at 10, I woke up at 4, like I'm destroyed. If I didn't have this makeup, you will see my eyes darker than ever.
And that's why we have makeup, right? I've been asking a lot of people, like in CS2, everyone I was speaking to Snappy as well. He's like obviously talking about economy and all the nerdy stuff because he's an IGL and all of that. How are the rifles feeling?
I mean, I think the spray is a bit unfortunate to play because in the CSGO I used to spray. But you have like new guns right now that actually people can play, like the SG and the AUG. But I mean, the game is broken only because of the picker advantage.
Do you think, have you had a chance to play, on LAN, maybe some free practice games? Because I heard from a couple of players that, the Peaker's advantage seems to be way lesser on LAN. Have you had a chance to try that out, maybe?
I didn't. I still don't know. We had like, when I'm playing from my home, there is no way you can hold an angle. But I played like few games. I feel a bit of change, but let's see in the tournament what will happen.
Have you had a chance to scrim a little bit with some of the teams in CS2 yet?
Yeah, we played yesterday. Daicha, Madden, Nico, and JKS, and we played against cheaters, and it wasn't a nice experience, I would say.
Do you want to tell Valve anything about this particular problem?
I mean, you have to fix this anti-cheat because it's impossible to play right now.
Fair enough. Wise words right there. And something a little bit more fun. How have you been finding Sydney? Is it your first time here in Australia?
Yeah, it's the first time, and I feel like this city is amazing.
And you've been here for 24 hours now?
I think more than 48. I came 2 days ago, and we checked, we walked a bit in the city. We want to go to the beach today. At least me, but yesterday we went in the opera. It was nice, everything, the people, everyone.
Nice, good to hear that. And what are your let's say maybe as a team, maybe for you personally, what are your expectations for for Sydney? It's a first CS2 LAN event and all of that. Obviously, we don't know what's really going to happen, how the games are going to be. A lot of new things for the very first time. But overall, what are your and maybe even your team's expectations for Sydney?
I think the next few tournaments in CS2, I don't think we will have any goals. We just need to have open mind to make mistakes, and that's it. We know everything gonna be random in this game, in this tournament. So
okay, so basically have fun.
Yeah, exactly. You need to have fun, you need to smile while you're playing and accept this game.
Cool. Thank you very much, man. And good luck. So yeah, have fun, boys. That's exactly what ENCE are going to be doing here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've got one man here. His name's Frank, FGW in the movie making community. He's kind of a big deal out there. Now, look, this is the man with the plan, the man that makes it all happen. Everything that people see at home, all the videos. You're the brainchild, Frank. Look, you're here. You're in Australia. It's early in the morning. What are we expecting on the cards for this event? Anything crazy? Anything big?
Not sure about big. There's a few bangers in the works as usual, but we'll have to see how they go for the most part. I won't spoil anything because we've got some experimental stuff. But let's see. You know what's coming.
Yeah, look, should be some fun and games. But look, Frank, you're dealing with CS2 now. Does it change much on your end? Does it make things a little bit harder?
Yeah, I mean, it makes things tricky in terms of, like, usually we'd have a bit of in-game content and aim to do that with the players. We opted out of that on this media day just because of, like, we don't really know what the fuck's happening. So we didn't want to add that variable in there. I'm sure that League Ops and everyone are dealing with all of that stuff themselves. So, yeah, it changed things, but, you know, we pivoted a bit.
And look, there's massive talk, water cooler talk around the office. It's in the Slack channels. It's everywhere, basically. Rushley Ranger opting not to come down under to observe the first CS2 Tier 1 LAN event. Do you have any comments for the young lad about this type of behavior?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that it wasn't predictable, but some people can't hack it, you know. Some people, they're not built for the grind that is esports, and you know, it really separates the strong from the weak. But he's putting in a shift from home, so we'll give him that.
Do you think it puts his status as #1 observer in the world in jeopardy, Frank?
Certainly. I mean, first CS2 event, and you're passing that up. I think, yeah, he's definitely in danger there of losing that title.
If you at home agree, have your vote in the YouTube comments right now. Has Rushley Ranger dropped off? Has he lost touch with the man? Is Rushley Ranger no longer the best observer in the world? Let us know.
It's put up or shut up here at the third day of IEM Sydney. 10 teams remain, 4 already guaranteeing themselves a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 6 are still battling for one of the 2 spots in the Aware Super Theater. Before that, we're going to hear from Mr. Rushley and his statistics and figures from the first days of the tournament. That and much more here, live from Sydney. So everybody, let's start the show.
Intel Extreme Masters Sydney is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, the United States Air Force, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strawless winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The James Craig Bark, once an esteemed workhorse in the late 19th and earliest 20th century, with the rise in popularity in steamships, she was abandoned in 1925 in Tasmania. A hole was even blown in her stern to prevent her from drifting and becoming a navigational hazard. In 1972, however, she was resurrected, and now from her home in Sydney, she's one of only 4 barks that still regularly go out to sea. Who says just because you get knocked down doesn't mean you can't get back up again? What Snacks was out to prove yesterday after taking down both FaZe and Apex. Now a rematch versus Karrigan & Co. is the only thing separating GamerLegion from the arena. Speaking of which, FaZe on a mission to redeem themselves in this very tournament. 2 best-of-3 secured, 1 more revenge game required today. But the most important redemption arc of all was for the P90. Now Aussie fans, look away now because this spelt the end for Greyhound, but for Monte, Bro and Co, spelt tournament survival. Beautiful stuff there to end out the series. Of course, we've got plenty more Chaos and Counter-Strike coming your way today. 6 best-of-3s to be exact to see which 2 more teams will be making it through to the arena here in Sydney. But we've got to open up the day. Of course, I've got Kassad. We've also got Yanko. How was your night's sleep? You came in yesterday, right?
Yeah, I feel like it was fine, you know, it was good. I'm here, I'm alive. And I have to say, I'm extremely glad that you were the one handling the boat segment after what happened in Malta with Trace, I feel that's a safe call. And, you know, whatever you said, steamships, they're cool.
We don't talk about.
I guess you can say
we'll
you are the captain now.
I am the captain now. I am the captain now. Yeah, boat facts, Counter-Strike facts. A lot going down yesterday, Kassad. What was your highlight?
Definitely a lots of things going on. We saw yesterday in the very most important game of the day, I guess, against FaZe against Navi. FaZe took them down in 3 maps. Navi didn't really, you know, put much of a resistance except on the second map where they completely demolished FaZe. I don't know what happened. I said to myself, FaZe struggles are not over yet. Now we have teams that are eliminated. We can see Navi, Apex, Vitality, Greyhound, Lin Vision, and Vertex as well. So both Australian teams are out of the tournament. Sadly, we still have JKS in the playoffs for the Australian fans, and we have Dexter playing in today against Monte, and possibly in that, you know, very last match of the day to qualify for the arena. We have some footage from Greyhound here. Very disappointed. I don't know what they're going to do. They really need to get a European coach or something, because this thing is not working. We have Lin Vision here. They didn't really perform at all on this event, but you know, there is still a lot going on in the future. So
yeah, kind of sad for the Australian representatives. Greyhound didn't want to be going out in that fashion, and you know, the fact that we've got first tier 1 CS2 tournament occurring in Australia, we heard how much that meant to them, Yanko, and yeah, kind of heartbreaking that it ends in that fashion, right?
Yeah, it is difficult, right? Especially, you know, having to play for some teams 2 games in 1 day, and then there's a lot of some teams bringing new stuff, right? Like GamerLegion or Fnatic in some sense, and then you have teams like G2 who are focused more on just individually trying to get as good as possible in the game and sort of keeping it a little bit more simple. A couple of teams that were also had to play Blast Showdown, which was still in CSGO. So yeah, I mean, a little bit unfortunate that all of the Asian teams get eliminated so early, but Vitality as well, the #1 team in the world, out on day 1, had that late series against FaZe where FaZe was able to come out on top. So yeah, a lot of interesting results so far.
Yeah, should we look on the bright side of life and look at the teams that have made it through to the arena? Obviously, G2, it was great to see them making it through yesterday, particularly as I heard from in an interview with Nico saying, you know, didn't feel like he had the best individual form, but as a team they showed up, and Monte really showed up.
Maybe not like he wasn't playing his greatest CS, but they performed well as a team. They had the critical and surgical T sides, and I think they deserve to be in the playoffs together with Ents, who kind of, even despite the fact that they were not playing the great Counter-Strike, they managed to qualify, and they're going to meet each other in that quarterfinal. Obviously, we have the biggest surprise of the event so far. That's Bad Boom with Nefani, Chiron, and the company that kind of advanced immediately into the quarterfinals. At least they're going to be facing Mouse with a stand-in. Mouse that, again, riding that confidence wave from the EPL, coming into this event in CS2, still playing well, even without one of their best players in that previous event they won. So 4 best teams, I think, right now are already in the playoffs. You know, the 4 best teams that play the best Counter-Strike here in Sydney.
Yeah, I think we were maybe sleeping on BetBoom a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yanko,
me personally, 100%.
I mean, maybe a little bit. I think they played really well, obviously, in their games. And I think, you know, you said Chiron and Nefani, who were on that photo, are, you know, in the top 5 highest rated players for this tournament. Lost Electronic and Monte, right, as well. So yeah, they had a great opening, important for them as well, because it's going to mean a lot moving forward, getting all the points for the rankings for the invites.
Yes, of course, we do have some casters to be checking in with too, both from the A and B stream side of things. So yeah, let's go ahead and see how they're doing this morning.
Crazy action yesterday and controversial updates overnight. We come to our last day at the group stage here in sunny Sydney. Let's see what the boys have to say about yesterday and today's action to come.
Yeah, James, I think it's been pretty good so far. Good games today as well. We've got to see who's going to go to playoffs. I want to hear about what's been going down on the B stream, though.
Well, it hasn't been great news, actually, for the Aussie fans, unfortunately. But it is beautiful weather today, so I'm feeling good. I'm hoping that we're going to get to see Dexter through to the playoffs. Good luck, Fnatic, today.
Yeah, we got JKS in the arena, but honorary Australians, Jacob and Mitha, gone. All the Aussie teams gone. Our regional brothers in the Chinese CS gone. So we only got some European CS to watch, and probably tomorrow I'll be gone and cut at this point as well.
Hey Future Pros, let's look at an overpass util set we are seeing teams use going into CS2. I've seen FaZe storing it a lot, but let's look at Fnatic as they are showing some good variants. The smoke molly combo that's thrown here blocks off the T-cross from stairs, and Molly's playground. On its own, it's nice, and it can lead to some easy kills. But you can add a little seasoning to this. You can pair it up with some deep double HEs shown here, and also do some cheeky HE smoke plays. It's a fantastic way to garner some early mid control. Let's see how it develops.
Man, I'm loving these little nerdy nuggets coming from Rush. Kassad, I don't want to throw you under the bus, but you had a tweet about the HE grenades that some
Yes.
people agreed with, some people didn't.
Listen, I said that for me it's a kind of a waste of money most of the times. Yes, there is some good plays, there's some situational proper plays that you can use and get some information, but I don't see any value in using $300-600 but you can get a potential damage or a kill. Economical value is too much of an important thing rather than just getting a grenade into a smoke and possibly getting nothing. For me, just imagine if you have like a couple of flashes or an extra flash instead of that HE that you can flash for your teammate, maybe secure information or a kill as well. For me, okay, I understand in the beginning people are gonna test it, people are gonna be so hyped to use it, but I think over time the people are gonna use it less and less, and just in certain situations in a kind of trick place.
It's the new hot piece of utility in town, Frey. Everyone's super horny about it. Everyone's using it all the time. And then you'll see after a little while, people will see what's the good use for it, what's not, and maybe it will fade away a little bit. Sometimes it's just also the danger of it. Oh, like they threw the nade, and now there's this. Oh, maybe they know or maybe don't know. The same way, like you will hear on the other side of the map a flash pop, and then you say, oh, they cleared top banana, and then that will maybe cause you to do something. So still too little of a sample size to see really how it will go.
Would you compare it to you remember when the utility drop update came out and everyone was losing their minds going, oh my god, this is going to change the game, and then didn't really change it too much.
The play that I have in mind, for example, is you have a banana smoke, right? There's a CT and maybe the T's drop a nade behind the wall, flash at the same time, and they just run through. Instead of running through the smoke, they're going to run through the empty kind of space. Plays like that maybe makes sense to me to invest that kind of grenade into this play, but just for an info play and possibly, getting somebody like in the back or something like that, I don't see any value. I think it's going to decrease. We're going to see more variables of like tricky, gimmicky plays with that.
Moving away from grenades and utility, Yanko, is there anything that you've been impressed by so far with the new iteration in CS2?
Impressed would be a little bit too strong, but there was some cool stuff that we saw yesterday, even in the Navi FaZe game, right? I saw it made it everywhere after that. The twist sort of using the HE to blow up the smoke, but it was only a bait as he was running through bathrooms and sort of got Ima in the back, right? So already the second level of that play where, you're waiting for someone, you hear the sound cue of the nade, you're waiting for someone to peek you and you want to get the kill, but he was already flagging and sort of getting. So just some sort of like gimmicky plays like that and the different smokes like what we just saw from Rush, that overpass, the start of utility, the double mollies deep and everything in CSGO, that was the opening of the round for ages, right? And now you have something else, and that little thing can change the meta on the map.
What about AWP usage? Because we actually had Monte up here on the desk with us, right? He was looking really hot with the AWP and kind of said, maybe people are over-exaggerating how much of an issue it is.
Well, obviously he's going to say that he's the fastest AWPer in the competitive scene.
Fastest gun in the West.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
Southeast.
Everywhere. Literally,
upside down.
He doesn't get affected. He did say he was a little bit pissed off on day one.
Yeah.
But it turned out to be just fine on day two. We saw that he was dominating in that game against complexity. Overall, I see some OPAs are struggling a little bit right now. It is a real thing, the speaker's advantage and the shadows and everything that's happening right now. But I don't think it's a some sort of a critical thing. It's gonna fade out. It's gonna be better.
I think a lot of that stuff is just you've been playing one game for so long, right? And for Monte, that's the only game he knows. So your natural feel is one thing, and then you switch to CS2. It's like someone gave you a slightly lighter or more heavier ball in basketball, and all of a sudden, like your shot changes and the feel for it, and it takes time to get used to it because you've been doing it for so long in one way that it's hard to expect to get that same feeling so quickly. And I think that's something that a lot of AWPers will have to go through. Some will be better at adjusting, some worse, but it will never be the exact same feeling. It's a different game.
Well, hopefully the team's feeling good nonetheless coming into day 3 of the Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023. We've got 2 games for you guys to be choosing from this morning. Of course, in the A stream, we've got Fnatic versus Monte. The B stream side of life, we've got Cloud9 versus Complexity. It's all coming your way after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with stats.gg.
It is not the strongest who survive, nor the most intelligent. It is those who are able to adapt. Adaptation in allegiance. 87-0 isn't born from standing still. Adaptation in approach. Adaptation in role. Fail to meet the criteria and your legacy may be confined to one era. A new chapter in the Counter-Strike Odyssey begins now. But the question is, who will emerge ahead of the curve?
Hi guys, you thought this was over, the lobby thing? It's not over. Is that the way to prepare now? You have to watch things on X? Let's do it this way. Yeah, that's good. I should be the one who knows that, but okay.
Yeah, all good. Yeah, we were preparing yesterday, today a bit, and I think we're ready for this match.
Tell me a little bit, you know, everyone's talking about feel. You look like a guy who has feelings. How does the game feel on LAN? Does it feel any different? Does it still feel wonky? What's your thoughts now that you had a couple of games on LAN on CS2? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but at least I didn't have any beefs yet. So when I shoot someone, he either die or he insta-killed me. So because online, some bullets was not registering as good as on LAN, so that's the main thing. It's better.
So in general, you're thinking, just got to grind now, hope they make it a little bit better?
Yeah, I hope they make a little better movement. And for me, that's fine, actually.
All right, I'll let you keep doing your preparation. Now we're going to talk to this funny guy. Hey, man. What's up? How you doing? Yeah, I see you too. Tell me some of your thoughts now that you've had some officials and stuff on LAN as well. I'm going to ask you mostly about, MR12, timeouts, that sort of a thing.
I mean, I was playing MR12, so yeah, that was, let's say, 12 years ago, maybe 15. I don't actually remember, but it's nothing better than this. I saw a lot of people complaining about it, that it doesn't give like a tactical possibility to adapt. But well, guys, like, let's be honest, you're professionals. In 3 months, you will know all those things and counters, right? So, like, crying at the start, I don't like this stuff. And I think that people need to give more better things as an example and lead as an example for younger teams, let's say, and stuff like this. So basically, at the current tournament, let's say, everyone is in absolutely same conditions, right? In 3 months, it's going to be different. We will see more favorable teams, less favorable teams. But MR12 just gives you much less chance for a mistake, obviously. And it's basically very punishing. So we know that CS is a game of mistakes, right? But here, too, you lost the game. That's it.
All right, man. Thank you. I'm not going to take any more of your time. Good luck today. Prepare, eat your food, drink your banana juice or whatever. Let's find another team. Hi, guys. Don't worry about it. This is going to be real quick. You thought the lobby was over. Crims, I want to talk to you because you seem like a guy that has feelings. How are you feeling about the game now that you had a couple of games on LAN?
Good, fun, new game. A bit random sometimes, but it's all good.
All right, thank you. That was it. Quick and painless. Mazzy, you were laughing when I said he has feelings. Do you have feelings too?
Yeah, I have feelings.
You feel like there's sometimes goes unappreciated?
Yeah, especially in this team. They don't care about me enough.
All right, tell me about, I don't want to know about all of that. That's your own thing, but how do you feel about the game?
Great.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Mazzy. Where's your coach? I want to talk to him. Is he copying things, printing things? We'll find him somewhere. Hey, buddy.
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you real quick, guys getting ready here for a game. That's a great British accent, by the way, Crims. I didn't know you had it in you. Now that you had a couple of officials and stuff, how do you feel about MR12?
Still takes some time to get used to. Like, I'm even shocked when I'm watching the game and kind of surprised. But I think we kind of like it, but it can be a bit brutal. Like when we played Ents yesterday, we're losing like almost every pistol, and you sort of leave the game thinking we literally could have won that game if we won some pistols. But overall, I think it's fun and it's something different, and it puts more emphasis on the certain different rounds, like force rounds, how good you are at pistol rounds. So I think it's just different and something to sort of adjust to, but I like it.
How much does a slight economy change make it better, with if they remove the 1400 loss bonus, for example? Significantly or not really?
I think it would make the game more balanced if they change the loss bonus. But I think it's sort of one of those things where it's not really our job to think about that right now. It's more our job to think about how it is and how we can play into it, which is to have better forces and be more prepared in that regard. So I think it would make it better, but I don't think it's something we're really focused on.
All right, man. Thanks for talking to me. Good luck.
Man, so many feelings going around in the Fnatic camp. I don't know how you contained yourself there, Janko.
CS2, Freya hits you right in the feels.
It really does. You know what? But Kido actually said something of value there, talking about,
the only one?
How, yeah, actually, surprisingly. Talking about how MR12 has kind of changed the momentum, I guess, of the game, and lack thereof of mistakes means that, you are in a better situation.
It's ruthless right now. It doesn't forgive mistakes at all. Like if you lose both pistols, you lose the battle of the economy. You just end up, losing the game very, very fast. So you need to be on point. You need to be ready. You need to be prepared for different scenarios. And if you make a mistake, you need to find a way to correct it fast as possible. Otherwise, it's just gonna go away from you really quick.
I think also, I don't know, man. For me, it's a little bit like it's more tactical, not less tactical, because you can actually game plan. If there's less gun rounds, like you could have two things that you want to do and two fakes out of those things, right? Or some moves and just play around those, and that's enough. The half is over, which does sound brutal on one side of things, but on the other one, I feel like, you know, when you are the one game planning, that's all you need, because sometimes when there's 15 rounds and you're coming back on the T side and the other team is constantly saving and you need to win 10 gun rounds to come back, I think that's unreasonable as well.
The problem with that theory is the fact that, you know, if your game plan initially doesn't work, there is no adaptation, you just lose. That's the unforgiving part and the ruthless part.
If you suck, you should lose.
Well, you should have the chance to adapt at least.
Well,
once.
I mean, we can make it MR40 and then there's plenty of chances.
Well, we just play one round, sudden death, and then we just
Snappy
lose.
said something like, as well, you know, usually you adapt in the last 3 or 4 rounds, or the half you like figure it out, and you win those, and that gives you a chance. Like, sure, but how much of that is that a team that's up 11-1, you know, gets a little bit at that point? I mean, we're doing, and then they get just slightly let their foot off the gas. You get a couple of more rounds, that makes it interesting. You know, I feel like they've done enough of that.
Yeah, you should be getting out what you're able to put in, right? That's how the theory goes. We need to scroll back a little bit in the CSGO history books because, of course, these guys faced off at EPL and Monte won and spelt the end for Fnatic at that particular event. Obviously, context, this wasn't CSGO, but I'm interested to see if the map pool comes out any differently now.
And their overpass, I think it's going to be the exact same. I think their overpass is pretty similar to Nine's Ancient. They can't win a game to save their life, and LMBT, even after the cameras were off, were like, hey, I have another thing for you. This is our strat book on overpass, and it just blank pages on a book that's like the size of your palm, really. And I said, hey, that's probably going to work out for you. You know, just don't even try to, you know, just let loose and see what happens. And he said, well, last time it was 3 rounds on CT side. Maybe this time it's better. Well, in an MR12, 3 rounds, hey, it's 5% more.
You know what's problematic thing about that one? Because if they lose overpass, you know, they lost against Complexity on that opener on Anubis as well. So it's not like they have a safe pick in that one.
Yeah.
We saw a Fnatic yesterday against Ants on Anubis. They were up 8-4 and 9-6, managed to lose. But that's not because they played bad. It's because Ants played really good on that side, on that T side. So for Monte, if the veto goes the same way, I don't think they're just super favorite. The veto has started. Obviously, Mirage and Inferno are going out immediately. Overpass for Fnatic. Nothing changed so far.
Makes sense.
And then Anubis should be the very next map there.
And you can see
we're being a little bit, you know, just
they're
keeping us on our toes.
tender
But
hooks.
yes, there we go. Nothing
The
really
suspense.
changed. Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Nuke out the way, Ancient, and then
exactly the
Vertigo.
same. Copy paste, bish bash bosh. But can Fnatic make it different this time around? Okay.
I think they can. I mean, we saw them, one of the few teams that have some moves here and there, right? I think they're a little bit different, but yeah, a lot of emphasis on those pistol rounds. Like Kita said, at the end of the game just seemed to get away from them. They felt like if they just won and converted one of the pistols, it could have gone a different way, put up a great fight. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Where are you placing Fnatic right now? Because I know we were coming into this tournament saying, hey, you know, we are placing some expectation upon them as an org simply because of how they ended out CSGO, right? They're a staple household name. They should be showing up here.
You can't really place them anywhere right now, and it's not just right now, in the last year. They're just like a little house cat, just a little bit here, a little bit there, just missing here, then show up somewhere else that you don't expect them to do, and they're just all over the place. But, you know, vibe of this tournament right now for both teams, I feel like Fnatic has a little bit more, has shown a little bit more than Monte. Yes, Monte, but they lost to Complexity and they beat Greyhound, I believe, and now they have to play 2 matches in case they win this one. But Fnatic played good against Ents, and I don't think it's a outrageous things to say that they're going to lose this one and they're the underdogs. That's the best thing about this match, the fact that nobody believes they're an underdog.
It's the same thing in Pro League. They were pretty poor in their group, then beat Heroic and get into the playoffs, and then win 2 or 3 playoff games, beating Fnatic along the way there as well. So Monte, a team that perhaps there it is. We call it. That's the overpass strat book. You know, so imagine how great that will feel if Monte manages to take the win.
Oh, wow, yeah, and that's going to be the first map. So what in your mind makes Fnatic's overpass so dangerous? Why are they a team that, you know, you should be fearing in this map?
I think they just have a good understanding of the map. It suits their players because you need to be able to operate sort of with little help when you play on the T side, because the map is so large and the rotations for the T side are difficult. But yeah, I'm interested to see how Monte fares on it, because they're a team that likes to group up a little bit more, that pack mentality, and I feel like at this point in CS2, that's actually the way to go because it's difficult to get multi-kills, spraying and whatnot. So yeah, they could find a way in.
It's not that just overpass for Fnatic is like dangerous. I think Monte's overpass is harmless. That's the problematic thing.
Like a house cat.
Yeah, just harmless. It gets scratch you from time to time, you know. If
But it ain't gonna kill you.
Yeah.
Just gonna leave you with a little burn.
But definitely something they're gonna start on the CT side. Maybe some aggression early on. Maybe if they win the pistol, maybe throw a trick round or two to get at least 6 or 7 rounds there. And with a pistol, we know how the economy and the MR12 goes right now. It's not like they don't have a chance, but it does look bad on this map so far. But we've seen stranger things happen.
And we've heard it even. I think it was Nico giving an interview saying the games. They look maybe a little bit comfortable in terms of the score that they won, but it really wasn't. And sometimes there's just moves that you don't see that happen, and you don't even have time to really figure out and get adjusted. But that can be stressful, if you're Fnatic and all of a sudden Monte is doing something and you're not really sure what it is, but it's working and you're losing rounds, right? And there's not that many rounds to play with.
I think somebody we've got to highlight from the Fnatic side of things is Afro, because, we're looking at him as hopefully being a breath of fresh air coming into this iteration of Fnatic. And I think so far he's proved that he's the real deal, I would say, for my money.
He definitely has something, going for himself and, something positive.
You want to tell us what that something is?
I was going to, but Yanko
was so mysterious, bro. Like, he's got something going for himself.
There's something going for himself. Definitely he is a very aggressive op. I like the way that he's playing these big rounds. He's not afraid to go for the kill, go for the win, instead of just playing not to lose. That's his mentality, and that's a very positive thing for Fnatic overall, to have an opera like that. That's mobile, that's aggressive, that's going to go for the kill in a well, I was going to say 14-14, but we can say 11-11 right now. So something like that we can expect from him, and we seen it before during this year and his tenure in.
You've got a taker for who's going to take the dub here, Yanko?
Monte.
Yeah?
Yeah.
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 Let's
bro.
get into this. Carbon copy of what we saw going down at EPL in terms of the map veto, but potentially chance for Fnatic to be changing the tides. They're going to have to hope so, because this one spells elimination if they don't.
Last day of group stage then. Do or die. One of the best crowds in the world for Counter-Strike is just around the corner, but perhaps not for one of these teams. Overpass is where we would begin. Vertigo would be quite an interesting end. We are not using yesterday's update. If you're joining us late, we're not using that. We will keep things the same as the players we're used to.
Look at all those P2000s for Monte.
Some players have been saying that the Glocks are feeling a little overpowered at present. Of course, Afro will have that P250 for that longer one-shot power in the pistol round. Going fishing, maybe leading Monte into a false sense of security because reinforcements are on the way. Popping out a connector is Crims, and he's got a lot of players with him as well. But who takes the first one? It will be Crims. Messi dropped quickly. Back and forth we go. Samdayan's trying to find another one, and Demko will pick up the slack. 2-on-2 now. We've got Bro making his way to the A-bomb site. Will Fnatic commit all the way?
Happy to just play the time here. They've got over a minute to work with, and they know they run into the stack.
I think Roy was just spotted by the jump peak there, and don't think he realizes that he was spotted either, which is why Monte have rotated over immediately. So Fnatic will have less time than they think they might. Enough time on the clock, though. Roy will make his way over. Closing a distance now are these CTs. They've got a 2v1 for a moment, but Roy's back out of the smoke. Looking around now, around that giant pillar. And then there was Roy, 1v2. The Glock might be the right tool for the job. He can find a headshot. Oh, Bro's going for the full reload! Oh, the knives are out of blades! Starting off quite spicy then. Monte will take the pistol. Wow, that was awkward.
That got so weird. Oh, man, the struggles on the shots to the back of the head. Pretty sure I just saw Demka get loud as well, as we know he likes to do from time to time as he comes in with the knife. Yeah, that was awkward. I mean, they get the bomb crossing safely. This was still well managed initially. Great shots from SDY, who has been in good form for Monte. Because Fnatic ran into this stack, so the even trade's pretty good. This not so much. Left clicks from Demka. And Monte pick up the pistol.
I don't know if I'd rather die to the knife there than the full reload of the USP and the 180. Might be the better of the two options. So Yeah, that's a promising start for Monte, and by all measures, especially with how small that tiny book was, maybe they really need this pistol, especially in MR12. That'll certainly be a big boost for them.
I thought Demka bought the AWP to stick with it, but I think he's dropped it to Waro. After getting the knife kill and the pistol, allows that second round AWP. Haven't seen as much from Waro at this event. Normally one of the standouts for Monte. He's been their lowest rated player though. So getting him the AWP early, we'll see what he can do with it. Because you know when you've had that that bomb plant up against you, the force buys coming from Fnatic.
We've seen some missed grenades in the overpasses at this competition so far. Everybody adjusting to the new lineup, so we'll keep an eye on that. Something also to keep an eye on in every game of overpass is the CT approach to the door-off connector. If it is blown off, then Monte may have more aggressive presence there later on to try and defend that short B position. You can see Waro inside the toilets. The rifle support has been forced back, so it'll be a little more awkward for him. He doesn't have a helmet either, so he's got to be careful with his movements. Spots the bomb, spots Afro. Samdayang just saving his teammates Bacon there. 5-on-4 for Monte then, as there's big pressure on the A bomb site. Roy making his way down long. The remainder at the front facing the site. There goes Waro. Crims moving through. A great second frag from him with that Galil. Big problems for Monte. It'd be a disaster to lose an AWP immediately, and that's looking more and more likely now. Bro with a lovely grenade, which will just about soften up Dexter. But he's got plenty of work to do. Spotting half the info there. Trying to isolate the long player, but he's rotated already. And that's an AWP lost in the second round for Monte. Disaster strikes. Now, before we move to this MR12 format, the CTs winning the pistol, losing the second round, force buying, getting reset, etc., would really set them back. If they go for that and that happens, it's going to be so much worse in this format.
Yeah, that is a really rough round to lose. And initially it looked pretty decent there when SDY had good timing to trade his teammate or to save his teammate with the AWP. But then Crims just gets up on the site so fast, they weren't able to cover him off. And so Monte do feel like they have to go for a force buy into this one. But it's not looking great for them. They gave that AWP over to Fnatic. Plenty of rifles in play. Crims the one man with an SMG.
This is a
players talk about how these force buys are important. Monte have got to come through here.
Yeah, this is a good Petri dish moment, if you will. Monte under the magnifying glass. To see how things have changed in this format, I kind of want them to lose this, be on the eco, just to see how far back it sets them in the MR12 format. 5-7's been so dangerous, though. Everybody understands how important it is to be the person swinging rather than the person swung on, be it LAN or online. Monte starting to move through now. Oh, Crims sees two, but gets absolutely nothing from it. The 5-7's savaging Fnatic. It's working for Monte. The numbers are so low for them. Getting their bell rung. Mezzi is dropped as well. 4-on-1. Monte want their AWP back.
Yeah, 35 seconds for Afro. I don't think he's going for the round win. He's going for the save here. And Demka, aware of that, is going to have him trapped in from behind. Oh, Afro, he must have spotted, but he hasn't hit the shot. A couple of misses from Afro. That AWP gets stolen back by Monte. And it is a back and forth start to this half. Can Monte hold on this time? Because there was no bomb plant there for Fnatic. So that T economy should be in real trouble here. Yeah, this 5-7 just so good. Demka backs on up. Krasnal decides to go aggressive, realizing we've already got 2 kills. There can't be that many more Ts around the corner.
Big round. You heard the comment from Kita before the match started as well about how important it is to be good at these force buys. Monte put themselves in great positions with those 5-7s up close, point blank range for the one-shots. What a way to get back into things now. Roy making his way through. Perfect timing as SDY needs a reload. The Tech 9's coming to strength now. And Fnatic have a chance. That's another force buy situation. Looking to swarm onto the bomb site. They've got to find a trailer to Krasnal, though, who's looking for a third. Tech 9 rears its ugly head once again, this time in the hands of Crims, and suddenly Bro is alone. 1 versus 2. Had quite some highlights in this week already. This would be quite another one. up against an AWP and a Galil with an MP7. And they'll be reset again. Forced by territory once more. And this is another thing. Like, we wanted to see, okay, what happens if Monte get reset? They win that, they stop that from happening. But now you've got a situation where both teams are going to constantly force buy against each other until somebody wins that consecutive round. That's what would normally happen. And that is what's going to happen here as well.
Yeah, this half is going to be all over the place now. There's a chance that we get barely any full gun rounds because of how back and forth it's been. And honestly, that AWP feels a little cursed right now. Oro there getting run over. That A-site defense from Monte, they're just giving up picks too soon. And even with Krasnow's decent rotate wasn't enough. Oh, nice timing there from Krasnow. They smoked the molly, and Crims maybe wasn't expecting that boost to come in because his teammates molly connector. So a man advantage found by Monte. Could they really force back again?
Knee deep in the smell of ammonia and short B. Very strong positions for Monte. No one too forward on the A bomb sites, however. Next to no utility as well. A flash towards A, a smoke towards B. Oh, they found some HEs as well. So if the CTs, at the moment, if the CTs drop util on the floor, it won't show on the map. That will come with time. 4 players for Fnatic then, who have got boatloads of utility. And those, if they can keep these 4 players alive and get close to the bomb site, those mollies will be so crucial for them to try and control things. Speaking of control, they're losing control. The bomb's been spotted on long as well. That's a lot of information at the 40-second mark. Krasnov forced into the lights, and now the numbers are tied. 3-on-3. Young's got a great angle. He has opportunity with this MP9. Not going to be easy, though. 2 men on the road. Roy with a grenade in his hand. He's going to catch one, and almost a second. Down to red health, and there they go. Great time for the swing. Catches one of a grenade. So awkward. And the resets continue. The force buys probably will as well.
Yeah, these teams just can't string 2 rounds together right now. This is a lovely start from Krasnow. I think you see Crims not ready because that smoke was put down. You assumed that boost wouldn't be possible. Krasnow has been so solid here at this event for Monte. Oftentimes in those anchor positions, and then that timing from SDY is pure perfection. It feels like Fnatic are having success in some of their faster rounds. But when they used to be strong on this map, they play a lot of slow, drawn-out rounds, try and play between the bomb sites. Fnatic used to have some really fun games against VP, where it would be very back and forth and late round. That was a second timeout taken by Monte, by the way. They want to make sure that they can establish a strong CT hold here. And I think they've just got to make sure they don't fall to one of those fast rounds. Fnatic's 2-round wins have come on these fast A plays. Monte have got to be a little more prepared. Last time it was SDY who just got caught out trying to spam the smoke. Let's see if they can hold a little better this time.
I think the reset's coming here for Fnatic on this occasion. I think this is a consecutive round for Monte. Or is it? I was about to say this buy absolutely sucks, but a 3rd rifle to be collected now, surely by Fnatic, or maybe not actually. We can see they are posturing towards that B bomb site with the utility they had left. They started with 3 smokes and 2 flashes, I think, and they've got 2 of each remaining. So there was a chance to collect that extra rifle, but maybe it's not required. Crims with the Desert Eagle will be enough. The numbers into the B bomb site. And Monte have to think about how much they want to lose in this round. If they can get a smoke up on this balcony. Oh my days. Messi with the AK-47. I can't imagine Wara wants to commit with this sort. 2 versus 4. The resets come again and again, but Dexter hasn't planted a bomb just yet. I feel like this is one of those scenarios that invites Monte to get close enough to lose everything they're holding. With that smoke, surely they'll start to back off now.
Yeah, I think they've realized they're going to have to concede. I mean, the question is, how long can this last for? We're going to be halfway through the half here, and it's still just back and forth. It's still just force buys winning the rounds. The gun rounds can't win right now. And Fnatic thinking about hunting. Oh, Krasnow, don't scratch your head. They're pushing you. Gonna have your finger on the trigger. Molly down, but they know where he is.
So much money he just threw on the floor, and it's not going to save him, I don't think.
He got a pre-fire, surely. Dexter dies to the bomb, but Krasnow dies at the hands of Roy. Just the AWP saved. that AWP has not had the impact they want either. Waro still with only 1 kill. Had a few chances with it. This round, though, just that fast play towards B. Something that Waro can't really deny. Once Bro goes down, they call for the fast play and it works.
Off camera, I can see that Waro dropped the AWP to buy someone a gun and throw it to them. So not really using the new system now. We can hold a button down. And he can't reach his AWP, so if he did want to have a spawn-based play, he's kind of committed to going towards long. This would be a great time for that AWP to have more impact on the CT side. Never know what to expect from one game to another in CS2 at present, but it's fascinating to observe. Indeed, Waro will be sending it down long with the AWP, rifle support in tow as well. But look at this focus from Fnatic. We've got the balcony smoke coming out immediately from Mezi as they charge into the B bomb site. A surprising B rush for them might just work out. But Krasnal is here with a 5-7. We know how dangerous this pistol is, but he can't see anything. Just in time, Crim's drop. Distalays a bomb plant. They've got to deal with him, and that'll buy time for his teammates to rotate. 2-on-2. SDY coming in from the back. Waro will show some presence with sound at least. Try and run distraction as they try to figure out where SDY is.
Oh no. Mezi just cleared this. I don't think they're expecting to be here so soon. No, but he can't get the kill. Dexter saves his teammate. And now Waro looking for that wall bang. So close, but no cigar. And now he's got a really hard clutch and 2 bullets left in that AWP.
He has to find Mezi first. Otherwise, he's done for. There's no way he can solve this puzzle. One more in a magazine then. He's really trying to bait Mezi out, and he will eventually, but again, that was completely unsolvable, especially with big brain Mezi on the server. Fnatic string that second round together, and finally, surely it's eco territory for Monte.
It's gotta be. Double swing at first was pretty well timed. It allowed Bro to do good work, but then Krasnal left alone at that back of the site was always gonna get hunted down. It really felt like SDY had the round in the palm of his hands, though. If he could have just hit that quick headshot, denied the bomb plant, would have made a massive difference. He had such a favorable fight, but it goes against him. And now Monte, they are finally forced into this poor position. Only took the 8th round to finally get someone saving. About a third of the way through the game.
Well, considering how much of an underdog Monte are on overpass, more or less half the rounds to this point, it's kind of okay, maybe. Maybe. Very minimal investment for this one. So I think Fnatic will be okay. Full stack on that B bomb site. Fnatic creeping towards A. Again, if you're joining us late, we are not using the recent patch that came in. Lots of discussion about the movement in that one. But that will not be part of today's action.
I'm sure the players are thankful about that. Another one of these gamble stacks goes wrong then. Not much info to work with, so Monte were kind of just guessing. Oh, wow, a double nade into that smoke. Just making sure they are 100% safe planting.
We're seeing so many P2000s in CS2. So many. There's definitely been a reaction to, with regards to the state of the game and the rise of the P2000.
Led by Blade, I reckon.
Yeah, I'd love to see maybe some more questions about that when we get players on the desk. What is the situation with the P2000? Obviously, we've had a lot of discussion about the MAC-10, the P90. Saw a P90 ace to close out a game this week as well. But I'm not sure P2000 has had so much verbal focus just yet.
Yeah, this is fair. This is probably the highlight of the round. Everyone jumping down. Yeah, it was Bro who got that P90 ace to close out a map. Would love to see Monte pull that out at some point. Maybe not an overpass, though. A lot of longer range angles on this map. And the first full gun round at the ready into round 9. Not many chances to run your full gun round strategies here on this first half. SDY, great timing, gets a double spray down on mid. That's going to put Fnatic in a really rough position. They might have to take a risk here.
Yeah, this is a dire situation for them because they've got no way to stop the CT presence towards top of connector, and with the door blown off, that makes it so hard for Fnatic to get anything with the positions they had remaining. That 2K was so big for this round. Krasnal spots Dexter, goes back to the well. Next to no damage by Fnatic in that round. Again, that 2K beyond the fountain, monstrous. And with the HE on the connector door, they know how powerful their positions are and seize the rest of the round swiftly.
Yeah, and that's forced a second timeout out of Fnatic. And you've got to remember, you only get 3 timeouts per map in regulation. As SDY just popping the flash, that smoke making it really difficult for those Fnatic players to move on up. Very good fight for SDY to take there. Timing was just right for him. And if Monte can keep this scrappy, maybe that is their best chance here at trying to steal away this map. Normally a big weakness for Monte and a pretty big strength for Fnatic. But this has not felt like a normal map of Overpass so far.
Absolutely not. Maybe Monte will thrive in the chaos. A well-equipped round for both squads. I wouldn't say a Galil is ill-equipped. Again, very good armor penetration on it. Extra mileage in the magazine size as well. Krasnal walking to his doom. A hostile playground held by Roy. An early 5-on-4 for Fnatic. Looking to creep into Monster. A sudden surge, perhaps. Got Bro by the barrels. He's got an incendiary. Grenades will start to stream in. He's got to go guns out, though. Guns blazing. Demka's here for support as well. Good frag by Bro. Delays somewhat. Demka needs to keep his presence on this bomb site. Warrow's been lost as well. Man advantage for Fnatic. Demka stuck behind those flames, but again, that bomb is under the balcony, and SDY will come through. There's some info for Demka. He knows where half of them are. Moving into position for Afro, who will deliver a 6th round for Fnatic. They'll just about pull away from Monte for now.
Yeah, that was well turned around there by Fnatic. Looked really good for them as they just snuck in towards B. I think just going contact meant that they still had utility. They had good pace on that play. And Monte not able to put up any counter utility to try and slow it. So as soon as they start losing fights, they are in trouble in that one. 6-4 then for Fnatic, starting to get a pretty solid T side for themselves. Chance for more here as well towards the end of the half. I think if they come away with 7 or 8, they will be delighted.
Very concerned with the situation above connector. Roy can help the investigation. Take the AWP angles away. You can see the formation of Monte on the radar though. Warrior is creeping. SDY is the one of the scope on for this round. It's an AUG though. As Fnatic group with the bomb towards B, you wonder what the roles of Afro and Roy will be. Still a minute on the clock, and presence is being shown in the upper areas. You can see Fnatic are hiding around Monster for the time being. Now we'll have to have a look towards that A bomb site from long with the AWP. 40 seconds on the clock. Looks like it'll be a late one for Fnatic. I can see Afro in position now, heading towards that A bomb site. So they will be offering the fake here, Fnatic. Two very close to Roy, instant trade, so that's the bomb spotted as well. Time for the Monte to rotate. They can escape this A area. Warrior's creeping also. SDY wondering, spotted and swatted by Afro. In the meantime, the B bomb site is compromised. Afro cutting the numbers on the high ground, leaving Krasnal alone. 1 versus 4. Monte deleted person by person in this round.
Yeah, that's more like classic Fnatic on this map. They love to take their time. They love to try and cause distractions, cause confusion all across the map. That's exactly what they do in that one. And for Monte, I was a little surprised to see Demka push Monster there. I understand the time is low and he wants to make the info play, but he was actually the man who still had an incendiary in his back pocket. So if he stuck there, maybe he could have put that molly down, slowed the Fnatic push, but instead he goes aggressive and ends up going against him. Monte also still had players in bathrooms, so I thought he maybe would just rely on them to hold, but he goes down, the B site quickly falls, and Fnatic's spread across the map. The tendrils stuck in a little too far there for Monte to deal with. Last round of the half then, and quite a few weak weapons in the mix. I say weak weapons. Don't know if we can call the MP9 and the Mag 7 weak anymore. They've been finding a lot of success here in CS2. See if Monte can work with them in this one.
Lots of footsteps for Oro. Not much SDY can do with the range of that Mag 7, but take the odd look. Ooh. Oh, the timing! Pre-fire from Mezzi as well. I don't believe he saw any of those CTs, but they will be dispatched off by Grim as Roy punishes SDY for trying to pick up an angle. Now they've got overwhelming numbers for this B bomb site. Bro of the MP9 will play close to the smoke. Pre-fire from Mezzi, but Fnatic have to be careful about their timing here. Asking questions of that smoke, and down goes Bro. Not sure if there's anything left in this half for Monte. 2v5 situation for them. I think their fates are sealed for this one.
Looks like it. I think they're hoping for a mistake, but why the hell would Fnatic leave the bomb? No need to. Mezzi looking for these final kills. There's one from Krasnal, but Grim spams through. And just Krasnal remaining. Looking for anything here. Maybe just looking to pad those stats at this point, because Fnatic should be coming away with 8 rounds from their T side. A very solid T side haul for them on their map pick. We'll see if they can keep it up after this. Well, Fnatic looking good right now against Monte. That was a fun start for Monte with that knife kill in the pistol, but ever since then it's been a bit dour for them. It was a very back and forth start to the half, but once it got into the gun rounds, Fnatic looked pretty convincing here on their map pick. They've got to keep it up though. They can't take anything for granted here, even with this 8-4 lead. We'll see if they can close it out onto their CT side. No kit for them. Actually, Afro's kept 500 bucks in the bank. Keep an eye on that going forward. Meanwhile, Monte have got a P250 in the hands of Waro, who's been having a tough time, and here comes some aggression, which Demka was not ready for.
Nice work. Two-man pairing, short B, Roy delivering quite nicely as well. Got some shadow advantage, but now he has another head, thanks to Krasnal. 2-on-4, clutch mode for Monte. They could really do with a second pistol. I think most will agree. Bomb collected. Again, those beeps that were introduced at the 10-second mark won't be a factor today, as we're using an earlier update. What if they lose this, Monte? What if they don't plant the bomb, starting with a 4-8 scoreline? So many questions to be answered in this journey of discovery from day to day, match to match.
You can see Waro there trying to fish, but had absolutely no bait, no reason for Fnatic to go looking. So they're going to have to just try and storm this A site, and look at how many CTs are here.
Confident in what they are doing. Oh dear. Just walking into a trap. Bear trap. That is a big round for Fnatic to win. 8-4 scoreline, no bomb plant, win the pistol. Let's see how this one plays out. Of course, we're all still adjusting, adapting, absorbing MR12 and CS2. Some of these second halves have felt abrupt in how quick they've been, how brief they have been. And you wonder if this might be one of those. Monte forced into an eco with no bomb plant, no Gilils to be had. So they're looking at a 4-10 scoreline before this half really begins for them now.
Yeah, that is rough. And for Fnatic, they were saying in those discussions before the game that they felt like they just weren't winning pistols against ENCE yesterday. That was a big problem for them in that series that was quite close. So I think it's nice for them here that they've at least won one of the pistols on Overpass. And for Monte, well, you have to start wondering whether they were expecting to have to try and win this series in 3 maps. As the desk pointed out, these teams played each other back at Pro League on CSGO. But that was a series where Fnatic were able to win Overpass, even though they didn't win the entire series. Lost the other 2 maps. Ooh, nice lineup from Roy. Good bit of damage, and he's got some support as well.
Yeah, standard stuff here from Fnatic. They know their advantages are, a lot of it is going to be range in this round. So they'll play maximum range. They'll just sit on the bomb site together, keep the guns as far away as possible, and collect the frags as they are offered to them. Simple stuff. No need to overcomplicate it in that scenario. 10-4 then. The half will now begin as a buy comes through for Monte. Talk about an uphill struggle. There's so much pressure on this round. They'll have a reasonable level of utility. If you want to move into a bomb site with chain flashes, they only have 3 total. So this is going to be quite the conundrum for them.
Oh, I like this smoke from Fnatic. Hard to beat this, but SDY runs straight through it, and he actually gets the kill onto Afro. Got to be scared of the long push still, though.
Yeah, quite a forward play with the scout there, but there will be some info for them. That's one thing going Monte's way is the AKs and such versus the FAMAS versus the UMP. Is there a way back for Fnatic from this position? That's a gamble that surely Waro doesn't want to take. So what do they do then? Do they try and rotate over towards A quickly? They've got a smoke in the toilets. Crims is lurking though. In the meantime, Fnatic could fall back. They could also stand their ground. This is killing a lot of time for Monte. They try to figure out what's happening. Unable to clear these positions towards A. They don't have as much presence as they otherwise might have liked. Fnatic cut noise, and who knows where the The big numbers are. Fair chance of a 4v2 though on either bomb site. Waro doesn't catch Dexter. That's a big frag for him. The numbers move into the B bomb site though. Messi's got an angle, spots the bomb carrier. That's a great drop. The numbers are so low for Monte now. They haven't planted the bomb. There'll only be one player to defend. Dexter is just waiting, making his way through quietly. Looking for that bomb planter. Can't quite find him though. He's low on the bullets as well. Down he goes. Crims in the 1 versus 2. Did he hit that tag on Sabro? Trying to find the rest of him, unable to do so now. The situation becomes worse, a back and forth affair. Is there anything left in this one for Crims? He has a kit, he has a smoke as well. But where are these T's? That clock is ticking. We'll get his bell rung by Demka. That one felt like it really could have gone either way, but Monte will take a round that they really needed to win.
Yeah, I was worried that round was going to go wrong for them when Waro loses that fight against Dexter. Kill he probably should have got, a kill he probably want back. But instead it's Demka who steps up for the team. That was a fantastic shot. And then able to move in and cut off the rotate. I love the new jump up from Crims. Using some of the new options here on Overpass. But not meant to be in the clutch for Crims that time. And so Monte pick up that all-important gun round to give themselves a chance still in this one. That boost could be well timed if Demka drops back, but he's just going to come forward.
Nice and clean so far for Monte. Oh! All right then, Mezzi. He's made it a 1v2. Demka doesn't have health. This is suddenly very awkward. Oh, he spots Demka. I'm not sure if he wants to take that. Oh, Mezzi, what are you doing? This is supposed to be the comeback for Monte. He's got more health. Oh, this is so awkward for him. He's got no Kevlar. He's got to be careful. Demka is stuck. He's got the bomb. Smokes are being deployed. How has this happened? UK man Mezzi looking for a 4th. Oh boy, this is such a gamble for Demka. He's going to walk through the smoke and that's going to be... Oh, it's close. He got some bullets off, but that is a complete robbery. That's a home invasion by Mezzi. Crims does not understand what he's witnessing, and neither do I.
Someone go back and watch Crims' reaction after that second Deeg shot or the third one. Crims could not believe it. Neither could I. I had a similar reaction. This is ridiculous. The shadow spotted. Monte just give the fights away. And then Demka takes a massive risk and Mezzi reads him like a book. We know what this man is capable of. We've heard Fnatic talk about how they want him to almost have a bit more of an ego. They want Mezzi to believe in himself a little more because he's capable of things like this.
So patient. Wonderful stuff. He keeps moving, keeps strafing. You can see the coach in the back cannot believe what he is seeing. Such a good start for Monte as well, but one man and one deagle was enough to say no, to deny the comeback, to put them in the bin. There will be some rifles for Monte, but where are they mentally? Fnatic space program activated. Monte in orbit. Trying to make it to terra firma once again.
I mean, that felt like the dagger. It really did. Fnatic again with this aggressive smoke on mid and the molly behind it this time. If nothing else, it's going to stall Monte on this play towards A, and it's allowed Fnatic to stack 4B early. But now that Roy's got a bit of info, he will be calling for assistance.
Good support from B.
Yeah, I like how dynamic the nades can be between A and B now.
Oh, the shadows. He's going to shred from this angle. But he's lost his position now. But again, look at the support as well for Roy. Well defended. Pop flash for Roy to move into the long position then. Brutal for Monte, trying to get closer to this A bomb site. Roy will be dropped. There's an AUG for Waro, if he wants it. Have a look at Dexter though. He's off to the sandwich shop.
Having a leisurely stroll. No enemies around him right now. He will just be telling his teammates to be ready up on A. Does he want to lock down connector though? Because there is always the chance that Monte go back down to B. So indeed, Dexter will cut off that rotation. That allows this crossfire to be deadly on this A site here for Fnatic. Although they have rotated another man away, second guessing slightly. That info should bring the players back here and they should be ready.
Afro is back just in time. Oh, the dream is collapsing for Fnatic. Monte doing things the hard way, one round after another. Dexter coming in from the back now. Made it to a different postcode, but has returned to the A bomb site. 1 versus 3. Does he keep the pressure on? Waiting for a peek. Won't get anything more from it though. 5 rounds required for Monte to tie the score.
Demka really stepping up on this T side. Has had a bunch of big rounds. Oh, that's the reaction shot. Crims maybe should have had the drop on Demka there, but credit to him. Fast headshots come out from Demka, punishes those misses from Fnatic. And so it doesn't look like Monte are completely out of this one yet. Oh, and here's a 4A start. You can now throw nades from A down to B. We're not seeing that from Fnatic though. I think they're just going to go and full on take this space.
What will the timing be like for Monte? Dexter trying to hold things down. Has that come in time though? Krasnal's beyond it. Dexter has to deliver with the FAMAS, but he is so blind and has no idea how many players are on this bomb site. This round's over. Gambles were taken. Ends up being the wrong round for Fnatic to send it towards A.
Yeah, Fnatic's buy was a little awkward here, so I think they decided, let's take a risk in this round. Try and get an advantage early. And as soon as it goes against them, pretty easy decision to save. See just how blind he is. Not sure how there's not a flash assist in the kill feed. I don't think Demka was the man who threw the flash. But either way.
Top fragging now is Demka. He was tied with Roy on 17, but moves to 18 with that frag. Delivering for the team. Great presence at these events as well. Often very vocal, very entertaining. Always great to have some strong personalities in esports. Fnatic being careful with their money then. We'll see. I'm sure they'll keep the money together for the full buy to come. So let's see what their approach is for this one. Don't think they'll be investing too much.
Yeah, I'd suggest the full save here if you really want to get a good buy into the next. Only a $2,400 losing bonus. I have enjoyed the Fnatic utility towards mid, using that new smoke you can throw from spawn and the molly into mid. They've thrown it again here to try and dissuade Monte. Monte already up into playground, but Afro's here with a flash. Roy might not need it. Wins the first fight. Flash back for the second. And Roy putting in work with this rifle right now.
This is how you crush hopes and dreams. Able to go all the way back to the toilets as well. Dexter's the only man left with Util. And he's on B, so no more flashes for Roy. He'll be dropped eventually. Oh, this is a fantastic bait setup now. They're both blind though, but they still deliver the frag. How has that happened? Nothing really going the way of Monte. There are sound cues as well. Afro swings to take one for the team, but it's not going to work the way they were expecting. They know where both Monte players are now, but it's only the pistol players who are left.
Oh, poor Dexter with just that.
P2000.
Yeah.
He's got the stock pistol.
I think his job will be to delay in case they do come to this A site. Crims is still sitting all the way in spawn. I feel like even if Monte rotate, it will probably be through connector. But maybe Crims has a better read than I do. We'll wait and see. Because with 35 seconds, Monte have to make up their minds pretty soon here.
Yeah, and I imagine as that clock creeps towards 20, Crims will start moving.
There it is.
There'll be more urgency towards those bomb sites.
How can Dexter delay, though, with just a P2000? Oh, the answer is he can't, really. Molly down, and now the bomb should be planted safely. And Crims is rotating back through connector. So he's going to take a while to get here.
Playing off of Dexter's presence, or trying to. Waro will have the AWP in the toilets. But Crims could walk past. Battle for control goes back and forth in these rounds. Oh, no fear from Demka, not disengaging whatsoever. Continues to top frag and keep his team in the fight. Gap closes to 3 now.
1 HP there at the end for Demka, but he didn't look scared. And this buy should be coming through for Fnatic, but some limitations. No AWP for them. FAMAS in there for Dexter. And notably, no kits that I can see right now. So we'll have to keep track of that if the bomb does indeed get planted. Meanwhile, Waro has that AWP for Monte. Has not had a good game here at Waro, but if he could step up in these late rounds, could make all the difference as Monte go for something fast into B short. Crims wasn't ready. Maybe a little lucky to survive there. 10 HP off that nade. Now down to 8, but he's just about alive.
Roy making steps in connector. A lot of action early in this round. Everybody still standing for the time being, though. Now, you can do a sideways jump around a corner and clear other angles in short B. Minute 10 as Monte look to understand the climate towards A. Krasnal just lurking in connector for the time being. At this point, we have to keep an eye on the util for Monte. Just a one flash if they want to make a play into a bomb site. Those smokes will be very key, though. Those mollies as well. So they've got enough tools. Many of these rounds have ended in unpredictable fashion. But Dexter is getting more curious towards that B position. And if he can hold short B, then I would imagine a third man will head towards A pretty quickly.
Yeah, it looks like it. And Afro's even getting inquisitive towards short. So surely Fnatic will start to assume that that A-long position is likely hit. SDY has dealt with Afro. You can see Mezzi is here to plug that gap you were talking about.
Yeah, they've got to get more people towards A as soon as possible. But Roy's in a very good position. Traded, however, and the numbers are gone for Fnatic. 2 versus 4. Crimson 8 HP. Monte's timing paying off for them. Just having the off angle around top connector. Catching Fnatic. So where's that control gone? It's like everybody's trying to hold on to a wet bar of soap at the moment.
Yeah, this is some comeback from Monte. Remember, Fnatic won that CT pistol. So they were in a really good position. That 10-4 lead has quickly evaporated here for Fnatic. Credit to Monte. It's been a grind, but they've got back into this. Oh, the sound maybe. I feel like that ladder made some noise. But no reaction, and that means they don't save a single sausage. It's going to be Monte up against a weak buy again. This is doable for Monte.
It really is. If you think about the rounds we've seen in this half, and remember that round, that clutch from Mezzi with the Desert Eagle.
That's the only, well, it wasn't even a gun round, but outside of the pistol and the follow-up, that's all they've won.
Yeah, it's quite a large failure rate for Fnatic on their CT side.
I like the heavier save here for Fnatic, though. They need to get that AWP out. They need the full gun round, and they've got flashes in this one as well.
Comes a swing from long. Mezzi ate a lot of that flash, though. Actually, that's a T-flash that messed him up. Great result for Monte so far. There is a small chance at some craziness with this USP, considering the health of the likes of Krasnal and Waro. Not going to hold my breath on that one, though. Fnatic's lead has dissolved. And Monte see clearly for now.
Yeah, also worth remembering, both teams used a lot of timeouts early in this one. Back in the first half, when we had a really back and forth start to this map. I think both teams still have 1 timeout remaining, if I'm not mistaken. This might not be a bad time for it if they do. But haven't called it yet. It should be the buy for Fnatic, though. They've made sure they can get that AWP. They've made sure they can get full rifles, kits as well. All the bells and whistles. No more excuses. No more time for Fnatic to struggle. They've got to win this round here because this comeback from Monte has been a little too strong.
Freddy Krieger is on the server. He's close to Halloween after all. Never mind, he's been dispatched of. Good ending for that horror story. Org in the hands of Roy. Very forward positions over towards A as well. You can see Afro keeping an eye on things. They've learned to be careful with their timing versus Monte, but only 4 players remaining. Surely Fnatic will be more confident, looking to play a reactive game. You can see Dexter just waiting to respond, put a wall of smoke up on that bomb site. So important to cut the site in half when the CTs come knocking. The T's come knocking, sorry. And now Afro will be on an island. We'll see if he wraps around to hold top connector. But in the meantime, the creep from Monte will come. Instant response there from Dexter. Great utility as Crims tries to find something around this smoke. More util coming. Molly's coming his way. He'll have to force back. There's time for Monte to wait this out. I might get a bit nervous towards the end, though, if they do. Roy dotting that smoke with lead. 29 seconds, 5 on 3. No losses yet. Afro's angle now. SDY will pick him up, which means there's no one left on the bomb site with those frags. In through Monster he goes. 18 seconds, 1 versus 4. Instant trade. And finally, Fnatic find game points.
That was so well stalled out by Fnatic there. Just the way they use the counter utility puts Monte in a very tough position. They have to decide, okay, we've been counter-smoked, counter-flashed. Do we really want to commit through this to the site? It's not going to feel comfortable, especially as Fnatic had a pretty big stack here, and especially once Roy gets that kill on the edge of that smoke spamming through. It just means Monte have no real sting on that approach to the B site. So 2 map points for Fnatic, 2 chances to close out their map pick. Monte still with a goodbye on their side, though. Boost early. I don't know if Mezzi spotted those players, but there were spams there going into connector anyway. Meanwhile, Afro trying to get active. Has not been too involved so far. But those players on the Monte side have just slinked past him into short. Look at this from Fnatic, though. They have players rotating up to A. They look very ready for this. Whew.
Wow. Mezzi is absolutely ready. Just seeing Krasnal, not dropping him, no. That's big position for Monte, but they wonder about Long, and they should do. But while they wonder about Long, Dexter's on the bomb site as well. Roy creeping back quietly, not giving his position away, but SDY's on the flank also. This is a developing situation, as they say. 3 on 4. I think he spotted Roy there. He needs to go and finish him off, but he's rounded the corner. But maybe there's a chance with the info that SDY has in this position. Afro still by the party area as well.
Demka's on B.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Do they wait for Demka to flank then? So many options for Monte as SDY continues to creep forth. Spots the barrel of the gun, sees Roy, who swings out, almost wins that duel. Down to 1 HP for SDY, falling back now. Does that activate Afro? He starts to move now by this party position. Woro's looking behind him though. The patience, oh, he's looked away just for a second. Bomb lost, Demka caught. The spatial awareness from Fnatic, great, stopping that flank. That leaves 1 HP for Sum Dayang to try and solve this problem, and that'll be too much to ask. Fnatic backs to the wall, finally secure overpass.
Well, despite what could have potentially been a solid T-side comeback for Monte, order is restored. Fnatic do indeed close this one out 13-10. The overpass woes, they continue for the side of Monte Casad.
Was anything but order, Freya. Like, this was chaos all over the place at the beginning of the map. We saw at the beginning fight for the economy on the CT side for Monte, and then it was like 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, and then up to 4-4, and then Fnatic managed to break them, which was kind of a turning point of that map. And Monte managed to kind of get close to the comeback, but it wasn't really enough. On the CT side, you really have enough advantages and enough space to kind of close this out if you win 8-4 in the first one.
I've been here for the entirety of 2 games, Freya, and that sample size, I can say I like MR12. I like it because you get more punished for missed opportunities, right? Yeah. And Monte had plenty of opportunities in the first half, some in the second half too. And if you let those opportunities slip away, well, then you are supposed to lose, really. So I think that's going to be the case moving forward, right? The teams are going to have to tighten up their game even more. I mean, you look at in the second half, they lose the pistol, they win the first gun round. They're 4v1 against Mezzi with the Deagle, and he just, well, gets it done.
Yeah, you want chaos, Casad? That's chaos.
I thought Janko was going to say he likes MR12 more because he's going to see less of this type of maps, But yeah, I get his point completely, and it's like you need to make sure you close these rounds that we just saw on the screen, because if you lose that, it's too much of a punishment. It's so ruthless.
I think also in the first half, I mean, this was Mezzi with a sick play and whatever, but in the first half, both teams misplayed some of the rounds. Right, like especially Monte, I felt like on the CT side, once they win their own force by, the Ts have 1,400 plus some frags. Maybe someone has a rifle, has a little bit more money. On overpass, on T side, where it takes them ages to get to the A bomb site, and on B you can just open up more heavy B, and 2 times sort of as the Y gets caught, being probably a little bit too forward and dies for not a lot of reasons. So I think if you approach it better and you're a little bit more disciplined and you play it step by step and you make the other team work for it, it's like, why would you give them some of those early fights where that's like the easiest way for them or the fastest way for them to win the round?
I think that Mezzi clip as well goes to illustrate just how unforgiving MR12 can be, because yeah, of course, Monte do lose that round, but then they do start to mount a comeback after that, right? And it's like, if they hadn't lost that round, the runway that would have given them, if they were able to kind of, get their shit together on that T side earlier, right?
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. But let's talk about Fnatic as well on their CT side, right? I feel like once they got into that mark 10 rounds or something, they started to play too default, in my opinion. They were not really going for it. They were just hoping that kind of Monte is going to defeat themselves. But Monte was having like this kind of pack mentality. T side, after the initial default, they keep getting the openings, they keep getting the rounds, but at the end it wasn't.
But that's all right too, man. Like for me, because Monte, they're not the greatest overpass team. Can they even win a round if we give them space? Okay, they can win a round. Well, let's stop giving them so much space. And then they stopped, and then they won, the last 2 rounds. So that's an example of just enough. You like let it go for just enough, and then at the very end, you still had time to convert and win the game in regulation.
I want to put Crims under the spotlight in our Air Force aim high, because first half he was looking super hot, and we've got to talk about him in the context of being such a veteran player. Like, this man has seen it all in Counter-Strike, and I love that he's still standing on the
he won it all, right?
Yeah.
So he's performing decently right now. I don't think anybody expected him to be leading the charge for Fnatic here, but he delivered 18 frags as we saw on the screen, multiple kills. I think it was 2 or 3 times. And he got some openings. Anyway, he played just enough for his team to get into this 13-round mark, and he pulled his weight. And we can see the screen on the screen, like his CS:GO average rating, like back in his past, and then eventually
massive sample size there. We've got to go with that big asterisk.
It's just overall one of the Hall of Fame players for me.
Yes.
I mean, legendary player in the past in the CS:GO. Like I said, he won everything, and he's still here, right?
And this game he was all right, but he was amazing in their opening game against Cloud9, right? Top fragging in that one. And Crims, I think whoever's played with him, and even with the current Fnatic guys, they say he brings so much in terms of experience and just calmness. He's seen it all. He's been there, done that. So having that guy on your team for Dexter, for Mezzi before the in-game leaders, it's invaluable.
Okay, we do have Anubis next up on the cards, and we have got a few words from Roy as to exactly how that map is going to be going down.
So, Roy, yesterday you had a series against ENCE, and when I talked to Snappy, he said that the game at its current state is pretty puggy. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, slightly. I think everyone is trying to figure new stuff out and like try new stuff, and there's a lot of dry swinging and just wide swinging in general. So that's something new to get used to, I think. But yeah, I kind of agree with them a bit. But I think that happens every single time something new happens in the game. So yeah.
And throughout this tournament, I already kind of got to talk to like the kids of your tournament. I mean, like of your team, that being Messi and that being Afro. Like you know, like you're kind of like on the older end. That's why like, I want to ask, like, how are you guys so successful at adapting, despite like maybe like some things that people are saying about you, like you being kind of like an older team?
I mean, I think being an older team kind of has like its perks and also some good and bad stuff comes with it. I think we just kind of embrace that we're a bit older, and then I mean we still put in the time and the work. So I don't think anything like really changes that much. So yeah, I think we just kind of it's what it is, right? And we all believe in each other, and yeah, that's it.
Well, yesterday you had a really close series against ENCE, took them like to 3 maps. Today you're gonna play against Monte. Who do you think is actually like a stronger opponent?
I think it's really hard to say right now. It feels like the game right now is in a state where a lot of like new things happening, and yeah, like Snappy said, it's a bit puggy, and I think anything can happen. So I think this like tournament, especially in the beginning now, is a lot more like not random, but I mean anything can happen, especially with the new MR12 and like the new maps and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not sure who's the best right now, but I think the team in general with like a lot of confidence and a lot of individuals who's really good aim-wise is really strong right now, because there's a lot of 1v1 fights and duels happening. So yeah, it's good to have a team with strong individuals. Yeah.
And so far, I mean, that's the only thing I felt from your team. I felt the confidence. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fnatic 1-0 up in this crucial elimination series, but hope on the horizon for Monte still. Their pick of Anubis, their home comfort ground, is coming up after the break.
New game, same challenges. Play in enjoyable lobbies. The most feared anti-cheat. The fairest matchmaking. And choosing your preferred server might just help with that pesky peeker's advantage. See for yourself.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
You better come correct. What? Oh, this what we doing? Well, I don't mind if I do. The boy like a cheat code, they'll 1 or 2. They say iron sharpen iron, nothing sharper than truth. Plus that, and I just do what I do. They come out of pocket, I slay verses like demons and goblins. Be sure to never try to short me on a profit. I got this. In case you boys forgot how I rock it, come and sit courtside for reminders, please. The wall's filling out, they come to hear me out. Whoever doubted me, tell me who you with now. For real, tell me who you with. And we can take that risk. You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. That's right. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double never forfeit. Right. Better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. What? You better. You better come correct. What? You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double never forfeit. Better come correct. You 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 better come correct. Come on, man. How you walking like the big guy? When we all the big guys, like who is this guy? Hey Joey, how we get this live? Started cold, now we hotter than a fish fry. Yeah, pulling Jason to office. They say get it how you live, I guess this what they talking. I pull up they party, pull up in they pocket. We making a mark, we creating a market. They show manners now, got their cameras out. They can't hand me down, I got my hands in now. Yeah, so it don't matter who you get. I'm the only one they win. You know it. You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double never forfeit. Better come correct. You 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 better come correct.
After a very back and forth affair, quite literally in that first half, Fnatic pip Monte to the post on overpass. We move to Anubis now. I feel like of the map pool of what we've seen in Counter-Strike 2 at present, maybe this is one of the more stable maps and more predictable ones people can come into with more confidence. Let's see if Monte can regain that confidence. They had some hard fought 4 rounds in that first half. They can deal with the pressure. They will lament the loss late on overpass, but they've got a chance to make amends now on Anubis. Definitely want to get that chair forward though. Don't encourage the jet lag to rear its ugly head.
Yeah, that was very slanted back. I think for Monte, this map is one that was definitely considered their home map over on CSGO. And here at Sydney, I don't know if it's been as good for them. We saw them against Complexity. Complexity looked very good on that.
Dude, Elige was insane on,
yeah.
You got to like hand it to him. In mid, he was just a massive problem.
Yeah, he was definitely a nuisance. But then they also played it against Greyhound and only won 13-11. It was a very close game. So we've got to see if Monte can step on up and prove to us that this is indeed still a big strength of theirs. The upside for them is this is a map that Fnatic have lost 4 in a row on. In fact, one of those previous losses was against Monte. So history dictates that maybe Monte can bounce back on this map. Let's see if it happens on the server though. Double dualies for Monte on their pistol. Meanwhile, Fnatic have themselves a bit of utility and a fast A play.
Why the smoke grenade? Demka starts off very, very well indeed. How did he not get that third kill? Crims makes some space for the squad. 3 on 4. Fnatic moving through. Dexter waiting in the back for the time being. That's a big pop flash. And in they go. 4-man on road. Make it 3 as Mezzi will dwindle the numbers yet more. 2 on 2 now. They haven't seen Dexter just yet. Crims showing space. Going to burst fire on and off. Lots of toggle from him. Leaving it to Dexter then 1 versus 2. Trying to get those isolated fights. But can't catch Waro. Demka going nuclear immediately at the beginning of the round and inaudibly at the end.
I feel like Demka just loves a pistol round win, man. The first round, he always has these big reactions. Great to see for Monte, because honestly, he deserves a lot of credit here. Getting 2 kills out of this puts you in a much better position, probably exceeding expectations there.
I don't know how he doesn't get 3.
Yeah, honestly, it looked like he could have.
Yeah.
Spam it away with those dualies, normally pretty good. Insane.
Let's go.
Might as well flex on him. And here's that auto shotty.
Yes. Love me a shotty, as many of you will know. It's quite a pricey one for SDY. Here we go then. Krasnil and Waro will defend B. That choke point is not the one for Fnatic on this occasion. SDY creeping. with the pump. Oh, lovely stuff. That's a whole lot of bird shots straight in the face.
Only needed the one pump. These force buys just so good. Like, I feel like it almost feels 50-50 in these second rounds at times. But not in this one. Fnatic are getting diced up. Credit to Monte. They have looked very good here in this second round.
How much damage can Fnatic do? I mean, this is such a rough situation for them. Is a suicide run in this scenario, but they've somehow found 2 kills and they're both still standing. Headshots galore through the corners of the wall. This could be a fast pickup for Krasnal. Indeed, it will be. SDY coming in for the last one as well. Upgrades to be had, longer range. I'm sure that shotgun will be swapped out, as lovely as it is. If you guys are unfamiliar with the Rari workout song by the UK Mans, definitely one to look up.
Yeah. Just getting those early 2 kills, and then shadow advantage for SDY certainly helps. Auto shot is still pretty good at that range. Honestly, might have been a shout to keep the shotty into this round, because you know you're against a low buy. But we're just going to go with the rifles, try and make sure that everything is good.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Perfect range for the semi-auto shotty. I believe it's semi-auto.
Oh, this should be as easy as they come. That flash was dodged by SDY. Looked like he turned away. Does damage to both those players, so Waro should have a easy cleanup hit. 3-0 for Monte. Great start for them on that CT side. And we've seen so far on Anubis that the T side tends to be favored. So to get a 3-0 lead this early on Monte's pick, it's a very good feeling for them.
Are we going to see the P90 in this game? I wonder. We know how dangerous Bro can be with it. It'll be the bigger calibers for now.
Wow, Fnatic grouped outside of A again. Oh, that nade!
My God. That really hurts. Swing and a miss from Waro. He's having a terrible time with the sniper rifle in this series so far. He's had minimal impact. Cannot afford to have too many rounds like that, because that is the round.
Yeah, it's a shame because he had a good start to this map. But for whatever reason, as soon as he gets that AWP out, seems to be struggles. And it's all about trying to just save what they can at this point.
Not everybody's enjoying the AWP at present. Monte certainly is.
Just checking the numbers, actually. Waro, yeah, he only got 2 AWP kills on that whole first map. And he had the AWP a hell of a lot. So maybe you do need to play that aggro style. Saw Waro holding there. Did not go well for him. Fair play to Roy, though. He's someone who had been having a bit of a rough patch of form ahead of CS2, but in this series so far, he has looked very hot. Seems to suit his aggressive play style. It's the first flick on up. Oh, and the crosshair placement so good. Onto the second.
Roy's AK is called Raw Sauce. the UK lore continues. I wonder who that AK belongs to, if it's him or maybe Mezzi. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Crims, to be honest. He's got a sense of humor on him. First round is in the bag for Fnatic then. And again, Waro's got a... I mean, again, he's got a promising scoreline early here on Anubis. Maybe he'll find more comfort in this one. From Fnatic. Dodging the grenades. They'll have something to offer back, maybe. Such a big spread on these mollies as well. Krasnal's got a little space, though. Mezzi makes his way in.
Oh, boy. Yeah, he thought that was clear, didn't he? Mezzi not realizing the molly didn't spread entirely. It looks like Krasnal will just fall on back, but there are players ready to wrap this B bomb site.
Vexa's just going in dry, it looks like. He'll be traded. CT's holding position very well. Afro Has a lot to do. Flank is on as well, and the utility just keeps on coming. A few more flashes where those came from, if they can find position for it. Krasnal griefing, delaying. Waro waiting in the back. Good patience from Krasnal, refuses to be baited. He's found something then. 20 seconds and 1 HP. That one goes to none. Monte survived with 3.
Good job, guys. Nice.
I think they were maybe spamming to see the bomb in the smoke there. If they were, that's a cool idea. Or maybe they were just spamming, assuming that Afro would move in to try and collect the bomb. Either way, Krasnal has been really good for Monte at this event. In some of those anchor positions. And it's nice seeing Demka have the chance to get hype, make some noise for his team.
It was pretty cool, I just want to say, in that replay, when those 2 Ts got popped at the mouth of B, that second one was very telling from the body language where he was shot from, which is a nice little detail in this new game. Great transfer from Krasnal. A strong round so far for Monte. Still time for it to collapse on them, though. Certainly a good start. As good as this is going for Monte, Bro's still lurking around without a kill. He may come to life later, but for now, Krasnal will do the work. Looking for a third now, getting his bell rung, but undeterred, he goes back to the well for more.
Krasnal, what a start. He's having 10 kills. Crim's holding aggression. That could have been real dicey. If that was a double kill, suddenly the round is really back on for Fnatic, but still a man behind. And Monte have taken that chance to push all the way through B.
I wonder what the comms were like there with that A swing. That could have been worse for Monte.
Krasnal only has to focus on this angle because of Bro's pushed position. And I don't know if Fnatic will use their nades here on this approach to the site. It's a great angle. Could be the ace here for Krasnal. Baits out the AWP shot. Dexter desperate, but the flash comes in. Krasnal gets the ace while blind. What a round from Krasnal. The initial spray transfer was exquisite. And then that off angle he holds. He realizes Crims is going to clear that other angle. He's not maybe going to expect Krasnal to just be holding a little further out. That is a fantastic round. He's in great form right now.
That spray transfer was delicious. How often do you see in this day and age an AUG spray transfer like that? Not even scoped in, straight headshot. Who's doing that? 5-1 for Monte. Let's not forget they were closing in on Fnatic on that game of Overpass. Very strong lead for them on Anubis. The CT side feels like where these games are won and lost, really. If you can have a very nice scoreline on the CT side, it is hard. For the following CT side to recover. Very hard indeed.
They're meant to be the hard work right now for Monte. They're making it look easy.
Tech9's abound.
Kills.
These flashbangs will be very key for Fnatic as they'll try to collapse on a bomb site.
Looked like Waro was communicating there, so maybe did see one of those players. Either way, he definitely knows there are players here now. Molly down to try and keep the distance.
His support on the way. Bro, this would be good time for him to hold an off angle and get his first kill maybe. Krasnal looking to say hello. Oh, Fnatic dropping. They've pulled players towards that mid position, and now Krasnal has to deliver. He'll get 2 at least. Demka will deliver as well. Bro gets his bell rung and's got to fall back. They may chase after that frag, but there are reinforcements there to pick up the slack. Bomb planted. Worst case scenario dropped off, and only that 1 kill for Monte. They'll be happy with that. That is an acceptable round for them as they move to 6. What's the translation?
Oh, I've got no idea. I can't get into the mind of Demka. I'm not one of those people that's screaming at my opponents. You strike me as that sort of player, James. Maybe you'd know better.
I'm capable of many things.
Okay. Yeah, just a solid retake against the pistols. Never really in doubt. I think I got one of the words.
I reckon he's saying, "Where are you?"
Yeah, I can see that.
Because their presence is lacking if you look at the scoreboard. One round from 7 for Fnatic. They've got a good bye in round 8. What will it yield? Double orgs for Monte. They've got 3 scopes on the CT side for this round. 3 players around the B bomb site. Dexter will serve them some harassment. Fnatic have a good spread. They're a warm butter at the moment. But they'll need to solidify and become a battering ram into one of these bomb sites. You can see the bomb needs to be collected on the rotation by one of these players as they look to find an entry on A. Demka may need some help. He's been good for the frag so far though. Starts off well. Okay, heading towards that mid position, unaware of the second player on the A bomb site, but how much will it even matter? Fnatic barely have position, barely have personnel now in this 8th round. Afro still waiting for a rotation. Monte being careful on this occasion. Look at the response from them. Empty-handed are Fnatic.
Devastating right now. Shot wide from Afro. That may have been his opportunity. They're all running towards him. I think they've realized we've got him locked in. Maybe we just wait 20 seconds. He has to come forward. He doesn't want to die after time here, Afro. So he's got to move forward or back. And if he moves back, Waro is waiting around this corner. There it is. Waro will get the final frag. It is funny how a lot of people were really excited coming into CS2 about the chance to equip the silenced M4 and the unsilenced M4. And it seems like the AUG is getting more play than the M4A4 for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I think people are finding comfort with that second option. I'm not sure if that says more about the AUG or about the M4s. They're certainly finding mileage with these weapons, so they have a good spread.
Krasnov certainly enjoying the AUG. His highlights are all the AUG right here.
I said to Nafany, I asked Nafany recently, if there was one change, fix, whatever you could request of Counter-Strike 2, what would it be? And he said, a SCAR 20 buff.
Absolute madness.
He wants more rounds in the magazine. He wants to see that in play. Make of that what you will. 7-1 for Monte. Fnatic have another crack of the whip, but they're running out of rounds to lose on this T side.
Yeah, this has been very dry here for Fnatic.
We have Vertigo as a decider.
Oh, yes.
If this continues, we have Vertigo as a decider. I know it's been played before. I didn't see that game. But I am very curious as to what that will look like in the with the current status quo in CS2. Not guaranteed just yet, though. Demka, that's a big frag to find. SDY looking for a transfer. He will be denied. Oh, so will Waro. 4-on-2. This is surely a round for Fnatic. There's good money for Monte for the most part. Demka will need a drop. Not sure if they'll continue to pursue this round, though.
That was such a high jump there. The AWPer, I think, may have shot between the legs or maybe just a little low. Either way, Waro not able to land a shot. This is a good solid response here, Fnatic. A little more grouped this time, which I think is probably the way to go when you've been struggling. A little faster on their approach. As he getting a couple of nice kills on that approach through mid. So a second round for Fnatic. It still feels pretty bleak. But maybe they can salvage a reasonable half. And who knows? We saw Monte attempt the comeback on Overpass. Came kind of close. That's how Fnatic have to be thinking right now.
Keep continuing the plan. I will go B, okay, right now? If they will do, listen guys, important thing, when we hear Vita saying double molo mid,
Important. Monte still want to stay on top of things here, even with the 7-2 lead. Starting at 3B again. This is Monte's standard CT setup. Haven't been going for too much wild aggression at the starts of these rounds. Demka's going to tuck on in. Roy runs in, and Demka doubles down.
Perfect combo with the util. The bomb is secure for the time being. Running out of ammo though, but SDY will pick up where his teammate left off. Afro just about holding on to that bomb. He's got 1 minute 30 and he's in the clutch, but that net is going to be very tight indeed around him. He knows he does not have much space. Needs to find another frag. Ideally around some furniture to try and dodge a trade frag, but Waro will come and have a look. Back to winning ways then. 8-2 for Monte. A landslide of rounds in this first half. This is such a good CT side for them.
Yeah, Demka looks so good in this position. Hasn't been tested too much, but Fnatic haven't really come here because he's been getting multi-kills on occasion. That time they try and go fast again. Demka happy to finally be involved in that round with the early double kill. Again, Bro just sitting there at 1 kill. Happy with how the game is going. Happy that his teammates are doing the heavy lifting. Demka making the same play on the position. Meanwhile, Kraz now puts a molly down. Afro is waiting. That nade bounces a little wide. The smoke comes in. In the meantime, Afro has actually landed that shot, and Dexter sneaking into B. Bro is trapped in this corner. They know where he is. They have to run him down. Fnatic will do exactly that. SDY brings one back, but it is too little too late here. I doubt he even goes for this. Oh, hang on. Flash in. Now it's a 1-on-2.
Yeah, they've got money as well. Bro's he's going to have 9+ at the end of this round, so he needs to go for this one. Nothing to lose here, really. So close. Just one more bullet. A third round, a much-needed third round for Fnatic. On most maps, I would say maybe 4 rounds would be enough, but Anubis? Maybe variants will favor them in the second half. But there's still more work to be done to get that 4th. Big focus from the squad. Prim's a little lacking on the nades here, just running out of money towards the end. Don't forget to upgrade your pistols if you've got the cash. SDY's got the 5-7 in the hole. Warrior's got a very nice angle looking for this boost. Oh, the timing. That is... Well, that'll do. He picks up something from it. 5-on-4 then in favor of Monte. One opportunity missed, another one offers itself. How will Fnatic respond?
Nice bit of activity there from Waro. Hadn't been too involved with the AWP, but decides to switch up and play mid to get his team the advantage. SDY is going to be completely cut off here, though. He'll try and force his way through. He finds one and the dink. Now Demka's alone on this A site.
He's got so much info for the team. Spots the bomb carrier. He knows he's done damage to him as well. Afro will feel very vulnerable, and he should. Krasnal coming in from the back, and that allows Demka to activate while distractions being run. Monte exploiting Fnatic in this last round and a half. 1v4 with the bomb in mid for Crims. 45 seconds, and he goes no further. Waro drops him. 9 rounds from 12 for Monte on the CT side of Anubis.
Big lead for Monte at the half, and a big couple of reactions from Demka. Not much to speak of on the Fnatic side, though. They haven't had much to celebrate here on Monte's map pick of Anubis. Will that change in the second half, or will Monte cruise to a victory and a third map in this elimination match? Let's find out. Pistol round almost necessity here for Fnatic. And Dexter might get initial contact here at mid, but it's quick from Waro.
Crikey, that was painful. And there's much more pain to come. Being very, very careful. Monte know they could close this one out if they can win this. SDY will hear the fishing. Oh, he's been tagged. That will compromise his position. That's a good clue for Fnatic. But in the meantime, how? They must have heard that tag through the smoke. Anyway, 5-on-3 for the remainder of Monte. And this one, they're just getting hammered one after the other. That was a conclusive pistol round from Monte. Convincing, confident. Catastrophic for Fnatic. 10-3. I see a scout out already. Full investment from this one. Honestly, P250, best balanced gun in the game. So satisfying to get a one tap at range in a pistol.
Yeah, tough for Fnatic. Pistol woes continue for them. They are now 3 for 9 in pistols at this tournament.
All right, mate.
Okay,
all right.
Calm down. Round's barely started, man. Well, this is what they need, a full spy win, and Dexter has a great position. Oh, Waro is not going to look this way, but Demka's got his teammates back.
Demka's got to be the investigation man here. He's got so much utility, though. And now he's got an AK-47, so that changes. I was going to say, if he's going to be flying into things, might want to dump that to a teammate, maybe Bro. But with the AK-47, it's all evened up now. The 5.7s have been so prominent in many rounds at this event. Roy will look to get something working. Nowhere to go, though. Untimely death for him. Mezzi on the flank. He's on the rotation in general. Oh, here he goes again with a Desert Eagle. Great shoulder peek from Mezzi, but seems his time has come. Fnatic have got Afro and Crims remaining 2-on-3 with a Scout and a CZ75. We saw a nice flick from Afro earlier on. Overwhelming numbers will deal with him, though. Meaty grenades, and the lead will finish off the job. Was that an owl?
I don't know. It was kind of like a hype sound, but they're not even that hype anymore because I feel like they know they have this in the bag. It was a weird one. Almost sounded like a siren.
If you go in the sticks, outskirts of London, at dusk you'll hear noises like that.
The foxes, man.
Must be quiet on the Fnatic side, though, because this has been a non-starter for them. Full spy has failed.
Oh, yes.
What is left for the Lava Boys?
The old P90.
There it is. I was waiting for this.
I mean, listen, it's also a scenario where that fast A play on Anubis on T side, we've seen a lot of teams run that very successfully. So if you know you're running that, or even a fast B play, P90, not a bad shout. Looks like most Monte players are looking towards... Well, they're actually split between A and B. So maybe it's not a call out of spawn here. Or maybe it's going to be a split. We'll wait and see.
The ambidextrous P90. That massive thumb hole. New model in CS2. The unskinned version with a riser for the iron sights. I find it quite distracting versus what I'm used to. Afro looking for another headshot with the Scout. Not connecting this time. Here comes the cleanser. Demka with that P90. Nothing doing just yet, though. That's a great angle from Bro. So many bullets in the Galil magazine. Crim's playing close now. Is there a pop flash? Is there a play to be had here? Between a rock and a hard place is Crim's. Grenade out, doesn't matter. SDY is here. Numbers falling for Fnatic now. They try to get from this what they can. And there is Demka with the equalizer. The great equalizer of that P90.
Nade up. Wipes the smoke, but Dexter can't make the most of that opportunity. Oh, I'm not even sure how Dexter didn't take a shot there. Flash in. Warren's got that knife out. He's blind though. Oh, okay. Goes back to the SG. That'll do. That'll do, pick. 12-3 for Monte. 1 away from taking us to a third map in this lower bracket semi-final. Could come down to Vertigo as an elimination map for one of these teams. This is a bit of fun.
He fully ate that flashbang, managed to get a swipe, pull out the rifle. CT falls back into his vision. Good fun, good spirits for Monte. Psychological warfare towards the end of this game, most likely. Never know though. Mezzi's got a deagle once again. He's so blind. Hasn't been spotted by Demka. Crims will steal the frag away. It's a 5-1-3 for Fnatic. Mezzi's charging through the P90. And again, it's a chaotic round. Somehow running out of bullets. And down he goes.
Oh, bro. He's coming to life here in this second half a little. 2 kills to bring the round back somewhat close. SDY's only on 1 health.
Robbery.
He can't get the clean kill, and now his teammate goes down. So it's a 1 HP, 1-on-3.
If you're not getting the kill with the Krieg there, then I feel for you. Elephant feet, disposing of a strong weapon. Fnatic will go to a 4th. They have a 3rd of the score that Monte have. Many game points for the latter. Again, sports psychology. You don't want to focus on the 8 rounds. You want to focus on 1 round at a time. Focus on the short-term challenge in front of you. But that's not a round I'm expecting them to replicate. Wow.
I'm really bounced.
That's quite the carbon offset there.
Oh, this looks good for Monte. Fast A, although Fnatic are ready for it. They've got 3 CTs ready on this A site. Oh, they're not ready enough, though.
Yeah, they don't have 3 there anymore, do they? It's just Roy, and the rotation will be a long one, a laboured one, a desperate one for Fnatic, and we'll see if they've got anything left in this one. There'll be some shrapnel for Krasnal to receive, but what is there left for Crims? 1 versus 4. So consistent a player, so tenured on Fnatic, but this is surely too much to ask. A big victory, a defining victory for Monte. We'll see if they can take that momentum into what could be a very crazy game of Vertigo.
Monte clinical on Anubis, and Fnatic simply left in the dust, forbidden from stringing around back-to-back throughout the entire duration of that map. And Yanko, a fast and furious last round for Monte to close that one out.
Yeah, I think they have that round from CSGO still, so I guess I think in CS2 early on at least it will work very well, the pack mentality and whatnot. And yeah, with the MR12 and the economy the way it is now, to win both pistols and also for Fnatic to get reset in the first half, that's where it's going to get extremely difficult. And I think that's why for me, the way Krasnal played early on, right, getting 9 kills in 2 rounds, I think that really cemented a strong CT side for Monte.
Critical, clinical, surgical, fast and furious. Phrase it any way you like it. It's going to be the same.
Any more words you want to throw around?
Phrase it any way you like it. It's going to be, the same
Superman,
score.
Batman.
Just one-way traffic. There we go.
Ah, okay.
To complete it.
So we finished.
No, the thing is definitely.
Red light, green light, bicycle, basketball.
Let's move on to talk about Krasnal. Great start.
I think
Poland.
he's top 5 or top 6. Yanko lost his mind
Polish.
here. I think he's top 5 or top 6 rated player right now in the event, and he's played great in this match as well. I think this looks like most like the Pro League game that they played 2 weeks ago. So. It's exactly like copy-paste now. We head on to Vertigo, where I believe Monte had a strong CT side of 11-4 once they played. I want to see if there's going to be any changes to the approach of the Fnatic's T side coming into Vertigo again, because they left it as a decider. So that means that they kind of have a plan what they need to do. But, it's just about the early start now. We don't have MR15, it's MR12. They need less mistakes because there is less room to work with.
And that's the thing. We get to see so many highlights coming from that first half, which is the CT side, which in theory should be, the more difficult side on Anubis. The fact that Fnatic just couldn't get through it, that's, not great for them.
Not if you have an AUG, it's not. It feels like superior to the M4, at least the A4, right? At the moment, the spraying feels a little bit easier, and it's a little bit easier to control it. And I really feel, that grouping up and just keeping it more simple on the T side just benefits you more in CS2, right? Because you're talking about the spraying, it's a little bit wonky, so it's hard to get multi-kills, and it's harder, it's easier to trade if you're on the T side. So early on, when Monte was winning some of those gun rounds, was when Fnatic was more spread out around the map and sort of playing a little bit more default, and they found a little success on the T side when they were a little bit more grouped up.
We get to see Fnatic having a couple of words outside. As I've got the honor of having, 2 former coaches up here. What would you be saying to your boys right now if you're outside? You've just received a spanking on Anubis.
Listen, usually like in this situation, when you lose the second map, you have like what 10 minutes to discuss whatever you need to discuss. Most of the time, first couple of minutes are going into the discussion what happened on the previous map. Not in terms of like what happened in the certain rounds, but in general, like was our communication good? Did we feel frustrated? What was like happening in that aspect of the game? But the rest of this little break or talk that you have, you dedicate to the map number 3. You go over the pistols, the first gun rounds. You go over the things that you need to, remind players of smokes, flashes, pistols, everything pretty much that, you need to do in order to kind of keep them focused on that map that's going to be up in about, 10 minutes?
I wouldn't really talk about the map. I would just say the map's over. Fuck it, let's keep it moving, and then you just talk about the next map, and you focus a little bit more on the details perhaps, and you go over what the game plan is, just so that way all the attention and the focus from the players is towards the future. They're not going to linger and think about the map or how you got wrecked or what happened in this round. You don't get absolutely anything from it because it's over. And sure, if let's say some players were arguing, and you obviously don't want to see that, and you need to address it, but again, you also don't need to. I think like you should just be a little bit smart about it. You don't go directly and say, hey, what you two did in this round, I don't want to see that happen. Just sort of in a different way, just talk about, hey, let's work on make sure our comms are good or the energy is good, or you even sort of take it out of their hands if you have to and said, hey, I want us to do this. If we win the pistol and convert, if we lose, I want to do something else, and just if you can get some momentum at the start of the third map, no one's going to remember what happened.
Yes,
Anubis.
sound advice. The ship has sailed.
Absolutely not.
Move on. No,
That
you don't
is not
think?
sound advice.
No.
I have to disagree. I can't listen to this. No, the thing is like, if there was any
Yeah,
problems.
let's keep talking about that's happening in the second gun round on Anubis.
Nobody
That's
said
gonna-
that. Did I say that?
That's going to help us
But
a
did
lot
I
on
say
Vertigo.
that? If there was a round where 3v3 and there was a cluster communication, right? So but everybody was talking at the same time. Of course, I'm going to remind players not to talk at the same time in a post-plan situation, right? To communicate more, which nades do we have in a post-plan, instead of just saying, hey, listen, oh yeah, the map is over, let's just do the same on the third map. You have to remind players of that. Obviously, you don't go into things like, okay, you need to rotate to B next time this happens because you're not playing the same map. You need to remind them of the little general mistakes they need to improve, like communication, in the different situations.
Okay, one more question.
Well, most
then.
of the time, players know when they made a mistake. Like,
Yeah.
you don't need you to remind them during the
my
game.
God.
So you go back to review the game. That's when you can talk about things and say what was wrong. But at that time, just try to give them a little bit more confidence and get into the third map with a positive mindset, Freya.
Would you be reminding them then, if you are Kida, talking to Fnatic, of what happened last time around, because it was Vertigo again, third and final decider, and for Fnatic last time, they let the rock roll down the hill. It was 16-6. They completely fell asleep on that. Would you be, talking about the issues that you faced the last time?
Like I said, it was 11-4 on the CT side for Monte. I would probably go with something, hey guys, you remember what we discussed about, like they like to play, aggressive on ramp or aggressive on B lobby. Remember that we talked about that, in the first or the second gun round, we need to approach it like this. I'm talking to my B lobby guy saying like, listen, you have to be aware of these early nades, early pushes. I want you to stay back, save your utility a little bit more. That's just, general advice to remind them coming into the third map, individually speaking, but then you go into a team talk and, explain what you need to do again on the pistols, first gun rounds, whatever strats you need to remind them of.
Yeah, just go over the stuff you did before the series started because, it's been 2 maps of play already and pick a couple of key points you want them to focus on. Sometimes, people make the mistake of saying 10 different things and then the players can get a little bit lost and lose focus on what's important. So pick a couple and just stick with it and work around that.
You think Monte are going to do a replica? What happened last time? Are they doing the reverse sweep today again?
Yeah, I had them at the start.
You did?
Right? That's what I said, because Fnatic looks more polished, so why wouldn't Monte win?
I feel like Fnatic played a good game against Ents on Vertigo yesterday. It was a very close game that was decided by a couple of individual oversteps in a few key scenarios, right? Like Dexter, and I think it was Afro as well on the late part of the match. I think they played all right overall, and I didn't see Monte on Vertigo ever since they played, Fnatic in that 2 weeks ago. So I wouldn't say they are the favorites, but I think that Fnatic is in a better position right now as a team in this event.
They're not the underdogs.
Yes.
Yeah, who is the underdog even in this? Who knows? I guess we've got to find out who the loser is, though, because Elimination beckons one of these two teams. Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023 and Vertigo is what separates one of these two squads from a plane ride home.
Gamers, are you going outside this summer? Yeah. Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it.
Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
Oh. With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm. It's Lime time! Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
We move to the dizzying heights of Vertigo, and it may be dizzy with CS2 and his fat smoke grenades. Let's see how things shake out. The lack of horizontal depth on the A bomb site, often a challenge for a creative round, often a wall of smoke. With these larger smokes, what will Vertigo look like? Monte take the knife round so they can decide where they start on this deciding map of the series. This is not a series you want to be losing. Both teams fighting to move forward and try and find a place, a position at the playoffs, at the live crowd in Sydney. Not one to miss, but only one team will move forward from this place.
Yeah, elimination map here now as we go to Vertigo. Let's see if Monte can come through or if Fnatic can recover from the loss they took on this map yesterday. It was a close one against Ents, and they said they made some individual mistakes that cost them. Can they show us a better side of themselves on Vertigo here today? Kraz now looking for info early, just jiggling with the knife in hand. Meanwhile, Monte have just seen that the other side of the map is clear, so Krasnow will tuck back. And Fnatic don't realize there's a timer on this play because they're getting flanked.
Not just by one. Potential bait setup coming in from the back. The flashbang will force them towards Waro. Great work, Demka, holding things down up top. Look at these frags fly in for Monte. Afro, so much to do. Demka has his Kevlar untouched. He can have a nice rifle if he wants it. It's a good pistol for Monte. Deciding map of the series. This is not how you want to begin. No bomb plant either. Minimal success for Fnatic to start off with.
Yeah, those bomb plants are so big in the pistol. And I think Fnatic were actually putting a pretty big emphasis into that because they had the two smokes up to the A site. They just took a little too long. So this force buy, not nearly as strong without that bomb plant. But the pistols are still very capable in the right hands. The fast play comes up. Krasnow gets back, and the nade has done big damage there to Roy.
Got to be really careful with the range of that Tech 9. Try and control where they choose to play their fights from. You can see the MP9 swinging with the M4 in the back. And there is the first kill. Roy finished off then. Bomb spotted. Dexter to trade. Spotting of that bomb will encourage the reinforcements. Flashes easily avoided, and the bomb is yet more committed to the bomb site. Messi goes flying, leaving Crims to try and do some damage. Only the 2 kills for the squad. No bomb plant once again. Chose to force buy regardless. I wonder if there was a minimum goal of planting the bomb in that round for Fnatic. Either way, here is the situation.
Yeah, really not what the doctor ordered early here for Fnatic. Not only losing both rounds, but not really doing damage or getting bomb plants. And that gives Monte a good chance of building up some cash in this one. This B side of the map hasn't been tested so far. There's a crossfire in play, and Waro will happily clean up. That is a very convincing round. Monte able to build up a bit of bank balance off the back of that one.
I wonder if there's a record for the fastest eco round, fastest 4x round and so on, because that was very brief indeed. Fast eco round is a good one from a spectator POV.
I feel like back in the day I've seen teams just rush doors on Dust 2 and just get killed in like 5 seconds. Not possible nowadays. Who knows, maybe Dust 2 will come back one day. For now it's Vertigo.
I hope it never comes back.
It's the same. Oh, flashes early. Bro in position. 9-0 is Bro. He's finally put down, but not before he finds 2 kills.
Waro alone on B. Very alone. Got the util to buy some time though, or does he? Apparently not. Blinds and eliminated. Extinguished by the likes of Fnatic looking for their first round. The job's not done just yet though. Oh, Krasnow, how has he managed to win that one? It's a 1 versus 2 for Afro all of a sudden. They were in control, now they're certainly not. Minute 10 for Afro though. He's got time to play with to try and get a kill before going for a bomb plant. Oh, Demka leaves him on 24 HP. Heading towards the A bomb site, but what of Krasnow with the MP9 coming in with position on Afro. Goes for the full commit on that A bomb site. Which way does he go, though? Krasnal on the chase. Can he get around the corner in time? Just about finding Afro. Wow, that pierced my ears. They keep the clean sheet then, just about. A very bloody round, but 4-0 it will be. This is escalating very quickly. This feels mighty urgent for Fnatic already.
Absolutely, especially after that last map was so against them. They cannot let their heads drop after a slow start on this one as well. Demka, pound for pound, one of the loudest players we have in CS right now. Buy is out for Fnatic. I think a good sign for Monte is that Bro has had a really good start here because he was struggling a little on the earlier maps. Wasn't really top fragging, wasn't really having his best game. Look at the pace from Fnatic. Fast trade on mid.
It's a great way to create some space. High threat for Monte then. Dexter will continue to show presence, just invite the CTs to focus on him while his teammates get to work. Monte have held on to their smoke grenades though, using 1 of 4 in these last few seconds. Messi caught off, Afro unable to trade, bomb lost. That's a big turnaround again. Monte once more taking control. Roy spotted towards A, but how much of a concern is it when a bomb is lost elsewhere?
Dexter has to make a heads-up play. He spotted the shadow, but it just baits him into the open arms of Bro, who has had a brilliant start here. 12 kills now, doing it in the gun rounds as well. And Roy has it all to do. Smoke is down, a little more difficult to see over the top of this now. There is a little gap, but no need for Monte to face. They know they've got the bomb. They know they've got another smoke. And Roy might know that his chances are slim here.
How dire a situation this is for Fnatic.
This feels bad.
How desolate. I can't wait to see how the statistics behind these numbers will grow. What are your chances of a game win when you have a 0-5 start? Can't be good.
Yeah, no room for error, no room for slow starts. CS2 is brutal, and that's what we like about Counter-Strike. We want it to be cutthroat.
Very pleased in the Monte camp. Seizing control in the mid-round. Messi will have a Desert Eagle once again. A small note in a very bad situation for Fnatic. Looking for some fast action once again. Demka will be dropped. Waro taking position. Got to be careful though about that suppressor conceding his position. He's okay for now. Krasnal not shy to have a look, spreading lots of lead but not getting any kills. HE will certainly help. This is the kind of chaos that Fnatic are looking for. Fast moving rounds. SCY have a good cleanup though, but a 1v2 is what Messi's looking for. No helmet for him. Trying to duel with Waro, and it's the headshot to finish him off. 6-0. Wow. They definitely turned down the sound on that camera. I'm grateful for it.
Yeah, Demka, you know he's going to yell after every round. Pro can't quite seem to believe it.
I really hope he's got a name tag on a gun that says, "I'm not your bro."
Yeah,
I need that to be a thing.
Fewer timeouts, but maybe Fnatic could have done with a timeout sooner because this has quickly spiraled. Halfway through the half, they have nothing to show for it.
There's good food in Sydney, and Fnatic may find themselves with a lot of time on their hands if they can't turn this around.
You don't want it to be the last supper, though. You want to stay in the tournament a little longer, have more chances. Elimination match here between these two. The winner still has to play one more series later today to try and book their spot at playoffs. For now, Fnatic can't be thinking about that because they are really far behind here already. Oh, Waro making an aggressive move. Monte are just so free right now. They are brimming with confidence, and the bomb's been spotted. Caught Crims, though. He doesn't look at the angle properly.
Proactive response from Monte. Numbers are tied. Not shy to really go for it. 1-for-1 they will favor Fnatic. Monte are playing so confident here on Vertigo. Dexter lurking. Great timing from him as well. Monte are taking risks. There's no one on B for them. Dexter may find that out. They'll still need to get a rotation here unless they choose to go for the flank instead. There's time for either with a minute on the clock. Starting to move now. Bro could have a timing here as well. Oh boy.
Should be clear passage to this B site at least. Smoke down, bomb should be planted momentarily. I expect someone will be watching. Oh, bro, he gets his gun out, but doesn't get the angle onto Crims, and now this retake very difficult. SDY trapped behind a smoke. I can't believe Dexter moved there. That nearly went badly.
There's an option to save here for Monte. How much does Demka want to pursue this? He's got SDY here as well. Oh, he thought he finished off the kill. He started looking for the next player. That was a very marginal moment. Who knows what happens after that? It will go the way of Fnatic, though, and they will finally find a round on Vertigo.
Timeout works for them. They find a solution. And more importantly, they find a good play in the mid-round, because their initial plan may have been scuppered. That was Waro there, just a bit awkward on the spray back. Almost looked like he wasn't 100% thinking that a player could come from that position. He almost didn't look 100% ready. Maybe in his mind already thinking about wanting to make a play further forward. But that was pretty costly. They lose that early fight. First time Monte really have had to fight from the back foot. And Fnatic make him pay.
Nice angle, unless you're Fnatic. Keeping quiet though, looking to surge. But Monte not afraid to ask questions. Krasnal finding a second and escaping. There's no response from Fnatic, and Demka's still creeping as well. Do they know he is there? They may have an inkling. He's got good support though as Krasnal comes in for a third. Is he looking for another ace? Won't get it this time. Demka finally emerging from the concrete. And Afro finds himself alone. Success so brief, a flash in the pan for Fnatic. Surely the barrel's been seen.
Ooh, didn't realize those players would have already rounded the corner. Back to winning ways for Monte, who are running away with this right now. And Krasnal has been so good in this series. Just getting one more kill than you would expect. Sometimes a few more kills than you'd expect, in all honesty. Not always meant to be a star player for this team, Krasnal, but at this tournament, he's been one of their main men. Great to see for Monte. A lot of their players showing up here. And for Fnatic, when will this dry spell end? When can they start to string some rounds together? Even the one round they won, they deal with the Monte aggression, but this time, they're going for aggression of their own up to B.
Bomb spotted on Dexter. Crims will keep the presence high towards B, the urgency, the alarm. But again, Monte like to be proactive. This time, Fnatic are ready for it. Then there were three. These numbers do not look good for Monte now. And at some point, they may have to consider how much they throw at this round. Swing and a miss from Waro, and he has dropped Demka at a point of no return. Not good for a multi-frag this time. Space program for Demka, leaving SDY in the clutch. 1v2 as the bomb is planted. He might be good for this one. Down to the pistol, though. Going for that full reload. Dexter still on default. Slowly creeping back behind that smoke. 13 HP for SDY. It's going to have another crack at this one. Much needed round for Fnatic. They are so far behind in the deciding map of these series. It's a long fall if you lose on Vertigo. Long journey back home.
Man, he just went into a whole different country. Got blasted over to New Zealand, it looked like. That's crazy. But yeah, Fnatic, it's going to feel like a grind back from this point. Dexter dies to the bomb. That is actually not ideal. Fnatic's money is not that great. But at least they get their second round win. And mainly just getting that 1-for-1 trade early means that it's a little easier for them to deal with the Monte aggression. You saw Krasnal kind of goes alone into ramp. I like the idea there from Demka of dropping that smoke. Because those smokes are bigger in CS2, I think that front sight smoke the CT's put up can do a really good job at stalling that A play. But in this occasion, Fnatic able to swarm around the side of it. And Dexter fast on mid again. SDY has to be careful. He's not ready for Dexter to be so far forward.
Quick 2 from Fnatic. This is where they break Monte. Quick 2 turns into a quick 4. A late comeback is on for Fnatic. A wipeout of Monte. They take nothing into the next round, and their thousands are in the 2s, which mean they are broke. They don't got the cash. Chance for 5 then. Again, it is about how you finish, and Fnatic have furnished themselves with an opportunity to make things much closer than it was looking. Momentum for Monte firmly stopped by Fnatic.
Seen that flash a few times from Fnatic, and you see why it's thrown there. Monte players try and drop down, but they go into the meat grinder. And so Fnatic have that chance to try and get 5T rounds, which would be a respectable score considering where they were. I think just as a neutral, it's really nice, because if Fnatic got blown out on this map as well, that would have been a depressing way to go out of Sydney in this elimination match. But instead, they are hanging on in there. And SDY has gone back to that auto shotty for the last round of the half. More passive at mid this time, Monte. It's where they've been losing numbers earlier. Look at this response. So many CTs. Rotate over to mid. They've got to be a little careful over on A right here.
They've lost so much position. Roy is essentially behind enemy lines already. Now told him how compromised things are. Does Krasnal survive? Roy's got to disengage to some degree. HG not going where he might have liked. Got a chance for an early bomb plant though. Asking questions of these smokes. That bomb's still on the way.
All the smokes. I don't think that helps Monte. They put one of those down. They're going to struggle to deny this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like Vertigo with these smokes. Talk about claustrophobic. It's a rabbit warren trying to make your way through those. Well then, retake territory. A lot of grenades were dumped before that bomb was planted. And Krasnal will be the first to fall.
That's a great smoke, though. Might be hard to line up the spam on the bomb, but the molly could be brutal.
3 more to go. Make it to far away from chance of defusing this bomb are Monte. So it will be 5 after all that oppression by Monte. Fnatic stage a late comeback and keep it close at half-time. I'm not sure, bro. Great start for Monte. But again, it's about how you finish, and Fnatic were looking lost. They were looking missing to the point of being on the back of the milk carton as that game progressed in this first half. But a late comeback from Fnatic gives them more than a fighting chance as we switch sides. But again, bro, with a lightning rod start to that game, what part will he have to play in the finish as we begin this second half? Fnatic now just 2 rounds behind. Monte have been good with the pistols. Have they got another one in the tank though? Or is it Fnatic's turn? Numbers are sending it towards Rappers. It's a full commit though. That's a great start from Dexter. Just the one tap with that P2000. Swinging with the flashes. Roy's here as well. He was here. Quickly made history by Waro. 3-on-3. Krasnal creeping, but Afro will shut him down. 2-on-3 for Monte. Anything can happen in a pistol. Minute 30 for them. No bomb plant pressure for a while just yet. All about the frags, really. 15 HP for Afro. He'll be the initial engager. Changing his elevation. Crims is here as well. As they go fishing, Waro, that P250 will be so dangerous, even from this range. Just the one tap required. Afro somehow still alive, dancing, teasing. Leaving Demka to try and reset the situation. Won't be shy with the footsteps. But he'll cut noise eventually and try and spread these CTs out across the map.
Looks like he's done that. First step accomplished. But how does he get a clean kill onto A here? Afro is sitting so far back. Does Demka search for the frag or just commit to the plant? It looks like he wants that money, and that's going to be nice. The money at a minimum, and even a chance to win the round here. Afro has been caught. It's a 1-on-2 now for Demka. This is doable.
Such an awkward position. He hears the footsteps. Looking to play the bomb then, disengaging completely. Where would you read him to come from? Do they hear that footstep? Looks like they do. Focus on this position. Demka trying to escape, but Crims won't allow it. That was such an important pistol round for Fnatic. High pressure from the beginning of this half.
Yeah, they've talked about their struggles in pistol rounds, Fnatic. Really important they got this one here. They at least split the pistols. This was a good start from them. Afro landing that shot put them in a great position, but credit to Demka. Spreads them like butter to be able to at least get that bomb down. And even gave it a good go in the 1-on-3 there. Isolating that first fight, and you know how important that bomb plant can be because it allows an AK, it allows Galils, it allows a very threatening buy from Monte into the follow-up.
A big prioritization of the rifles here. No flashes to speak of whatsoever for Monte. Dry peaks and arid landscape, but maybe these Galils can make the difference. AK for Waro as well. Demka, the only utility man. Low on health already. Gonna have to wait out this CT util and hope for opportunity. I think Hope will have a part to play in this round for them. Although at this point, Fnatic will be low on util as well. Some smokes to buy time. Just that one flash onto Afro.
Warning shots from SDY. Mezzy will respect them and plop a smoke down. Utility is going to be a non-factor, really. Both teams have used whatever nades they had. Monte didn't have many. Just a smoke and a molly left for them now. Oh, that's a good angle from Roy. Just goes out a little wider than Bro was expecting. Wasn't playing behind the sandbags, was playing a little out in the open. That molly should be his death sentence, but he gets one before falling. The swing from Afro won't work, but Dexter also goes down. It's a 2-on-2, and that smoke can cover some of the site here.
Can cover a fair amount, not everything though, from that angle. Crims will creep. Demka committing to the plant. They might line up for it. SDY has the angle. Now everything changes. Mezzy can't afford that reset. Big sound cue. SDY up close with the Galil. And Monte will break a very brief streak for Fnatic. You can even call it that.
Feel the intensity rising here in this second half. Neither of these teams want to go home. And that round win for Monte puts them in a fantastic position. and they know it. Fnatic's money is awkward. It's probably pistols, maybe SMGs and shotguns at a push. But these are the sorts of rounds you're going to have to practice for more now on the Fnatic side. You've got to be aware you're going to be in these positions. And you can see Monte also aware how important this round is. They take a timeout, try and figure out what Fnatic will throw at them in a round where they have pistols. CZ out on Crims. 5-7 has looked very strong, but still a few CZ enjoyers. Let's see how Monte approach this round, because if they win this, they are well and truly in the driver's seat on this deciding map. Such an important round here. Look at the gamble Fnatic have taken. B is clear. That kill from Bro is going to allow them to move on up. And I think they'll realize this B site is free. This looks like a Monte round, but Mezzi's the one man here. Oh, the jump would have been heard, but Kraz now able to spin around eventually.
This is doable for Fnatic. Doesn't look it, but it certainly is. They've got the distance, the urgency for Dexter, but he did catch Warra before he was dropped. 5-7 and Deagle now. They can play around these smokes. They can close the distance. There are 2 mollies for Monte, though. That'll be important. They can disengage from playing the bomb while those mollies are up. Second one being deployed.
Oh.
And that will do the job. A combo, the hunger buster, the meal deal for Bro. Burger, chips, and a drink. 9-6. A dangerous round. Not much investment from Fnatic in that one, but still dangerous. We know how scary these pistols can be.
Yeah, awkward there from Mezzi trying to jump up. He was so close to the double kill. And that P90 is back on the server. Only against a single P250 in this round, though. So Monte with an excellent opportunity to get a 10th round here and to put Fnatic in an uncomfortable position.
Very uncomfortable already. He's got a 1v2. He could finish Warro. Warro's got a run. Oh, wonderful stuff, but can he finish off the job? Where is that last one? SDY running around the corner. That was so close. The crosshair was so close, but they still edge. They still just about secure that round.
God, every round feels scary right now on this map. Even with almost no investment, Fnatic stacked all together. Warro from above doing good work here, cleaning up a couple of low health players. And SDY just about doing enough.
Ooh, that was close, man. That jumping SMG kill felt like a slam dunk. There was one more point to score. 10-6 then. Monte have got good chances, but Fnatic will finally have a good buy. Put in work with the small buy, the secondary weapons, the pistols. But now the AWP comes out, the AUG comes out, and the rest. Players still focused. 4-round deficit, but again, just play the round that's in front of you. Reasonable util as well. Just 3 flashes for Fnatic. We'll see if they can use them wisely.
Pressure on in this one for Fnatic. Means a lot for them. Means a lot for Dexter. He'd love to play in front of his home crowd. There's a lot of work to do in this map, and then in a best of 3 to come if they can win this one. Nades exchanged on mid. Crims will extinguish that molly. A more measured approach from Monte early, but that's a nice shot from Afro. And Monte will have to put a smoke down if they want to cross it.
Looking for a response, holding position for now. Molly onto Crims. But is that Crims or is that the smoke that's making the noise? 4-on-4, made 3 now. Warro finds 2 kills on the ramp. Where do you go now if you're Fnatic? You've had action in mid. Warro's causing problems. Surely there'll be a rotation. Troublesome times for the CT side now. Footsteps made in mid. But how can they respond to this? Still holding station. Afro further from his teammates, holding with the AWP. As time starts to tick, Fnatic may smell opportunity.
What's the end goal for Monte? 30 seconds. They've got to make their minds up here. They're spread apart from each other, but these mid players could make their move. It's Kraz now who loses the duel, and now they're just going to have to try and send it over on A.
19 seconds. Afro's already there. Crim's delivering as Afro is. Monte were waiting for Fnatic to make the first play, but they held their station. 1v2 for Demka. He's been dangerous in this series. He's got a little more util to him as well. And these CTs are split. No util for them whatsoever. Demka pressing forth. Crim's looking for a gap in this smoke. Surely he's heard that reload. This becomes so awkward now. He allows Crims to go past him. But what of Mezzi? They're both on the bomb site. They're never going to see him coming. Oh boy, which one does he go for first? He is toying with them. Oh, this is so awkward. I can't believe it. Mezzi doesn't have a kit, but Demka's got the frags. This is crazy action.
Oh, you saw Demka have a moment of questioning, what do I do? Do I play time? Do I try and get the kills? He plays it just about right. Takes one for free, tucks on back. Fnatic full panic stations as they try and run him down. But Demka with the creative clutch gets into the smoke. And then at the end here, just about able to pre-fire onto Mezzi, survives on a slither.
God, I must have been so nervous to watch. You missed the first headshot as well. The CT moved just in time, but it's quick action immediately. A boost up, but Roy gets nothing from it. Monte, 2 games away from eliminating Fnatic, 2 rounds rather. And again, it's fast and furious action, 4-on-4. Heavy artillery for Monte. Waro, Demka, Krasnal, all heavily tagged. Fnatic have enough people up to fight for this round.
Monte decide to chill it out again. Difference is this time they have a little more time to figure out their end goal. So many Monte players low on health though. They have to make sure they don't just all line up. If they all push together here, Mezzi has a very real chance of just body-shotting all 3 of these players on the stairs. This could be brutal.
Hot knife through butter. Chance of that happening. Eats the flashbang though. They've surely seen him. Opportunities lost then. Afro of the UMP could still be enough. With the health on these players, the gamble, Demka looks the wrong way. 30 seconds on the clock. SDY comes in from the back, takes position over Fnatic. Crims in a clutch then. The size of these smokes. Is there a kit on the site? There isn't one on to Crims. Smoke lasting for so long now. Monte disengaging. Around the corner from match point. Crims baits out the first one. That's a long diffuse though. And he's had to come off of it, but he can't win the round otherwise. And I don't think he escapes either. Match point for Monte.
Away, can't survive, can't do anything. Crims tried his best, but that smoke just ate up so much time that he needed in that clutch scenario. This trade as well from Demka, so important. He hits that headshot. And then SDY finally able to come over with that high health, help out the team. The lineup doesn't happen for Fnatic, and they need 6 in a row just for overtime, just to stay alive here in Sydney. Final timeout of regulation taken by Fnatic. What can they conjure up in this one?
Winner to face Complexity or Cloud9. Loser to buy chocolate in duty free. Fnatic half the score of Monte. Backs to the wall. They must win every round. 2 French guns on deck and the MP9. People have been finding more mileage with the FAMAS in CS2, it feels like.
Ooh, okay. 1-for-1 trade early in this one. Still further fights close by. Krasnow getting one onto Afro. Waro also emerges through the smoke. 2 more frags to find for Monte. Crims trying his best, but he could get run down by Demka here. Crims tries the sneaky play, but Demka hits the headshot. And Mezzi, the last man for Fnatic to try and save them.
Going for it, but he can't do it. Monte eliminate Fnatic from IEM Sydney.
Big win for Monte, and they look so good on this map. Such a convincing scoreline for them. Everyone stepping up on this map. Fnatic just couldn't get going soon enough, but this Monte team continue to be that plucky underdog. They're not the biggest name team, but they keep on delivering. They are looking solid here. And one more series left for them to play to try and get that spot in playoffs.
Very strong performance from Monte. Sometimes struggle and have to win very scrappy rounds, but they felt very strong in this series. Plenty of reflection, and I'm sure that'll be disappointing for Dexter wanting to play in front of that home crowd, but at best he'll be a spectator on this occasion. And Monte press on, their job isn't done just yet. They'll face the winner of Complexity or Cloud9. One of those two to decide who takes a position to play in front of a spectacular crowd.
And we heard from SDY, he loves the team effort that this team has had since he joined them. That looked like a team effort. And let's hear from Monte now.
It's natural, it's not like we're supposed to. And for a moment. So Sandang, first of all, congratulations, a win against Fnatic. Not yet like the full congratulations, because you're not yet like you didn't get like the ticket to the arena. But I do want to know, considering the fact that the maps that you played today against them are the same maps that you played against them during EPL, and the ones that they played against ANS, was it like kind of easy to read them because all of that?
To be honest, it's third time we playing versus them, and it's same map also. We know that it will be, they know it will, and just better prepared team win. That's it.
And I noticed, like, I mean, right now those papers are gone, but you had like some preparations. What exactly do you put on those papers? Maybe some insight, maybe not in detail, like to not leak information, but what is it?
Nothing special. We just have our rounds, our game plan, and roles on these papers for each player individually. That's it.
And unfortunately, you did not yet guarantee yourself a spot in the arena. Like, you have one more series to go. Did you do already any kind of preparation for the upcoming series, or is this the moment when the prep starts?
Yeah, we will go now to the hotel, to practice room, and prepare for the next game.
All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Monte netting themselves a doubleheader on the final day of groups at the Intel Extreme Masters Sydney. Potentially a chance to be making it to the playoffs later today, but the only thing Fnatic and, unfortunately, Kassad, a plane ticket home. Sure, we saw some great adaptations coming out of that first half, but then we move on to the T side for Monte. Nothing that Fnatic could really do.
Once they came back into that first half, it was like, what, 7-1, then into 7-5. I thought they kind of got the momentum back, but it didn't turn to be the case at the end, right? I mean, it makes you wonder, getting this Vertigo as a decider once again, was that a mistake right now? I mean, obviously they came into it having some sort of a plan or anything, but obviously it backfired again. The strong CT side-ish, you know, considering it's a MR12.
Yeah.
7 rounds was enough for Monte to get it. I didn't see any kind of adaptation in the second half from Fnatic. First half was fine. I really thought they're going to get it, but in the second half, you all fall apart. And it feels like the biggest problem is the fact that they constantly were fighting for the economy. Everybody was like on the verge of bankruptcy every single time. Now, that's something that I would look if I was Fnatic. Maybe in those second rounds, you want to change up who buys the utility, how much utility you need on different map. Do you need all M4s? Do you need 3 M4s? Like, it's just about that. Maybe that's a mistake they need to fix.
And I think it was ultimately that second round in the second half that really broke the back of Fnatic. And what was it that Monte did? Well, pretty much still the pack mentality. I mean, it just Galil's, really not too much utility, but just going up a ramp slowly, trying to get space, see what the setup is from the CTs. And then once it gets to those fights, you could see the Fnatic players just unable to get multi-kills, really. And that's not a knock on them as much as that's just the state of the game right now. And sure, maybe you're thinking, well, that has to be changed eventually, and you don't want to change too much of your game to accommodate for that, but it's going to cause you some problems in the early stages.
If you're Monte, for example, he mentioned pack mentality.
There for complexity to delay
right?
with the smoke.
And we definitely, have to look at what are the strengths, right? If I'm a coach of Monte, and I understand that my team is not tactically advanced, right? I need to teach them the fundamentals. We need to swing together when we walk together in like three players. 2 will face them in front, and then third one will be anti-flash. Things like that, like simple things that will get you the trades that you need if you don't have super strong strats, but the basics and the fundamentals can help.
We've just found Monte an opponent. It's complexity over Cloud9.
13-3.
Damn, they delivered a clinic. That's kind of crazy. I was hoping that maybe this would be the Cloud9 start of a redemption arc, but guess not. They're going home.
I mean, the crazy part is how dominant it is really in the end in that decider map. And for Cloud9, the woes continue. I mean, first it was the Rolls, right now it's Hobbit, the IGL, but I don't know. It's just you feel like the team should have found a way to make it work by now already, or at least not to look this poor. It's the individuals as well, but to go back to our game, yeah, I think also something that you pointed out was the nades and how useful are the nades. And obviously, if you buy a nade, it has to take place for a flash or something along those lines. So maybe for the CTs, it's not as much using HEs as maybe trying to utilize the flashes to find kills, right? Be a little bit more aggressive in the mid round, and that can help you get some of those multi-kills that have been so elusive for the CT side.
You don't have to jump on this train where you just nade the smoke and try to get a kill. Just think before the game. See what's the best thing for the map that you're playing. It doesn't have to be the current meta. You can reinvent something. You can do something different. Something simpler and smarter and more efficient.
That is the eye candy, Kassad. You can't help yourself.
Wow. Now
so tempting.
Maybe you can. You're old and wise, but you know.
Us young guys out here. Yeah.
Us young dudes.
Well, I do love candy, though. But
we talk about the adaptations. Obviously, we were impressed with what Fnatic could do in that first half. Because what's better to counter aggression than, I guess, more aggression? Enko. Paid off for them.
Yeah, I think again talking about what's the best way to approach T-side, just in general, regardless of the map, you could see. Look at this pace change, right? It's just aggression all over the place. A couple of little bit of utility, and it's 140 first kill, 139 second. There's the third. There's the fourth. In the span of 5 seconds, they get 4 kills, and the round is pretty much over. So we'll see. It's a bit unfair to judge teams early on, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you really approach it? And that's why this first tournament we're getting some information, and so are the teams in real time. And we'll see, at the following tournaments, does the approach change for these teams? Do they try to just force the old style to work with some small adjustments? We'll have to wait and see.
I'm really excited for the game later on today, now that we've got Complexity and Monte going head-to-head again, because that was the best of one that started off the proceedings here in Sydney, and that was on Anubis, where we actually saw Complexity, handing down to Monte, considering that Monte is so comfortable on Anubis. We were very surprised to see Complexity delivering that result.
Also, Complexity is not a bad team on Anubis. Remember that stat that we had, like they were 9-1 or something on a map like that. They proved it here. They delivered the win against Cloud9 convincingly in that first and the third map. They lost Ancient, I believe, 13-5, 13-4, something like that. But we didn't expect this from Complexity, right? Because they flew in from Showdown, from Dallas, immediately to Sydney without any practice, almost any practice, and then delivered a couple of important wins here. And now they have a chance to go to the arena. I don't think anybody expected that at all.
That was like the crazy thing when we were chatting to JT about that very matter, right? He was saying to us there were actually arguments in the camp of how much CSGO do we practice, because obviously Showdown, it is important. They want to make it to Royal Arena. But he said, actually, we've got to prioritize CS2. And I guess it's paying off coming into Sydney now.
Yeah, definitely. And it's tough, right? Because there wasn't much time to begin with for them, having been in the playoffs of Pro League 2. And yeah, I think they're on the brink of having a great result, just also getting some more experience. I think the Aussie crowd is going to be very, very loud, and it's going to be a great experience to play on that stage.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing now. We've only got one sole Aussie representative, JKS, now that Dexter's been eliminated, right? That's
well, it's the best Aussie representative. So
it's
we got to give him that. That's fair enough, right?
He earned the spot there. I guess we're on a little bit of a theme of rematches, so we should throw it to a break, and we'll be getting into another one on the other side. Because, of course, GamerLegion and FaZe did also meet in those best of ones to be starting off the tournament, but now it is do or die time, and a place in the playoff awaits, but only for one.
To access statistics from all of your CS2 games, simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and FaZe games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
He's pushing smoke, bro. Let's go trying so hard. Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
Coming up next, it's FaZe Clan versus GamerLegion. We got to hear from Snax about how he got signed by his new team, and also we have a pre-match interview with Rain. To top all of that, we invited JL to the desk. All of that and more, live from Sydney.
I feel like the guys are saying also they really like how I'm doing like the IGL role in this team, like how I'm calling and stuff like this. So if they like it, I like it as well. And yeah, I hope it's gonna be good. About like my experience, yeah, I'm playing a lot of Counter-Strike. I would say it can be right now even 20 years. Yeah, I started really like young age, and from the GamerLegion, I would say you always need to like listen to the younger players. Like they have a different approach to the game, and I would say from my experience when I was coming to VP, guys, it was a long time ago. I was always balancing them. You know, I was like getting a little bit from them, getting a little bit from me, mixing it, and I think that was the best way, and I still want to keep it that way because I think I always like new people or younger people have something new to add, and mostly it might be like a good option to actually add to the game. If I would like compare VP, for example, to other teams, like our team was unique. Like I never had something close to it. Like the people, like the way we like approaching life, I would even say, like everything. Coach, if someone wants to do like something faster, like for example, watching VODs that after the lost game, some people like to do it insta, and some people like to do it like later. So you just need to talk about it. This is how I'm approaching right now people. And first of all, if I'm coming to the like team, I need to learn how they like to play, how to like do those things after the matches, like approach overall like the things, yeah. The expectation about, I would say, CS2 and overall like price. For now, it's gonna be wild. No one feel the idea right now for CS2. I would say they rush the things to like rush the pro scene to play CS2. I understand it because like Major is coming next year, so it's not that like long distance from now. Yeah, it's like pretty close. It's gonna be a lot of updates, a lot of changes. I don't think so. The game will still look like it's looking right now, but I think it's gonna be fun. Like everyone is like on the same level right now.
It's rematch o'clock, but this time with it all on the line. GamerLegion last time around pushed and prodded FaZe right over the edge, but this time we're talking about a spot of playoffs, baby. And we've got to get the big guns down on the desk to be prefacing this one. JL is joining us, of course, unfortunately eliminated from the tournament, but appreciate you joining us, man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm good. I'm standing in front of FaZe, the team that eliminated me, but
It is what it is.
Just taking it in your stride. Yeah, obviously you came into this event, unfortunately having Blade to stand in for Simple. Obviously, you know, that I imagine that tempered the expectations of how far you'd make it in the tournament, right?
I mean, yeah. Blade is a phenomenal coach, a great analyst, but he's not a professional player.
Yeah.
And we lacked that, and it felt like we didn't have a player behind us. We didn't have an offer, and...
I mean, you did say yesterday, I mean, past couple of interviews as well before the game, that it's just going to have fun, right? Like, how does it feel to have that sort of like mentality coming in? You obviously had higher expectations, and then you had to temper it because of the situation and all of that. Like, what was it like in the team?
I actually thought we can make it through to the playoffs, to make it into the arena, but we had a giant in front of us by the name of FaZe, and there was not much we can do. I think we could have closed the game on Mirage versus Mouse. It went to overtime. But other than that, I mean, no one expected us to go forward, to make it to the playoffs. Maybe it was just us who were very optimistic about the situation, and yeah.
Tell us a little bit after you got to play a couple of. Actually, you guys played a lot. You played 7 maps total already. So how does the game feel for you on LAN? Does it feel much different? Like the whole experience of playing a couple of officials now?
It feels way more crispier than online, because online you have like ping, you can vary from 20 to 50 ping, sometimes even 60. It doesn't feel as crisp online as it did here. It was just fun to play. I wish I could have brought out more weapons. Like I wanted to play the auto shotgun, but I tried a little too much in this tournament, given the circumstances.
Auto shotgun is legit, man.
It's kind of broken.
It is a little bit. Did you play the AUG at all?
No. Blade did.
Yeah, the AUG seems pretty strong as well.
Yeah, I mean the first player to get a 30 bomb in CS2, so one for the history books,
First game
man.
and the first 30 bomb.
Hell yeah!
Did anyone get a 30 bomb after or no?
JT had 29.
He did.
But I don't think anyone got it in regulation.
Yeah, exactly. In regulation as well. Put some respect
You
on
currently
the name.
hold a record, man, and a first as well. That's never going to go away.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Give me some thoughts on, you know, going up against FaZe yesterday. Obviously, we saw you coming back on map number 2. But what is it about FaZe that makes them such a difficult team to be contending with?
They're all individually insane, and you have to play a little different against them. Yes, even Carrigan. Yeah. That 1v2, I remember. I mean, you have to play together with your team. Usually against teams like Mouse or Apex, you can get away with peeking the guy and killing him, but against FaZe, it's a little tough. Even though with the peeker's advantage, they shoot really hard.
Let's remind ourselves of exactly how FaZe find themselves in this situation. Of course, we're talking about a rematch, and it was GamerLegion that they went up against first in that best of 1. It went to double OT on that ground of Nuke, and GamerLegion actually managed to push them over the edge. I don't think any of us anticipated that.
I think the biggest surprise for that best of 1 opening was the fact that Nuke used to be the permaban for GamerLegion until Snax joined in. So now they're permabanning Anubis, and Nuke is a map that for FaZe they're usually, you know, they should be happy with, but GamerLegion coming in, you have absolutely no data on how to play the map. Also, there's a caveat that it's CS2 as well. So yeah, kudos to GamerLegion. They caught everyone by surprise there.
Yeah, it was that 1v3, I mean, that got GamerLegion into OT, but then on the other side of things, FaZe got away with that like cheeky ninja, sort of a last second retake that worked out super well for them. And yeah, I'm interested to see how teams approach it this time around in the V2 as well, and if Nuke pops up again, right? Do we see a different scoreline?
Yeah, I hope so, because that got crazy. That got super chaotic. I do want to put Rain under the spotlight, because currently the highest rated player in terms of the numbers for FaZe. For your money, JL, how would you describe kind of going up against Rain in the server? How tough is he to face?
He's a little fearless. Even though you shut him down a couple of times, he'll still go for the same jewel, for the same plays. You might anticipate it, but in CS2, he has the advantage every single time he goes into a duel, because he's never standing still. He's always moving around, versatile around the map, and it's pretty tough, man.
Do you feel some of the players have, you know, kind of adapted to the CS2 mechanics a little bit more comfortably, as opposed, and some are maybe struggling a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm probably gonna point the elephant in the room. Players like Axile, who have been incredibly gifted in the CS:GO era, they're having a tough time facing CS2 peaks. I mean, it's hard to be on top for such a long time. It's hard to reroute your brain to understanding the peaker's advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any more thoughts, guys, about FaZe Clan coming into this one?
Just good team, Freya.
Yeah,
They're
good
good.
team.
I do have a question though, right? Like they did lose. I mean, I want to take nothing away from you guys, right? Mirage, you beat them pretty convincingly in basically what is a 4v5 in a server. What are your thoughts on it? Because I was surprised, honestly.
I was as well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was gonna be an OT. Not like I didn't think it, but realistically, think it should be an O2 because FaZe are a giant team. They're beasts. But I think we just started on a good foot, and I think it's mentally challenging to face a team who you know is playing a 4v5. Is a huge disadvantage, and you have to alter your game a little bit for that play.
Do you feel that a lot of teams should be altering their game with how CS2 is right now because of the difficulties with spray, right? It feels harder to get multi-kills on CT side, so if you just group a little bit more as T, you know, trading is going to be easier for you. Do you think like that's maybe the move going forward, or just stick to your guns in a way, stick to default and expect some sort of an update to come in to help with the spray?
I think you have to go along with the flow. So if the peak advantage right now is existing and it's super important, you have to play along with it. You cannot wait for an update to be brought out by Valve. So I think the game is still new. You can play it however you want. As long as it works for you and you feel confident in your own game, you can play 1v1, v1, 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 or the 5v5s as you mentioned. I mean, it just depends on how you play the game.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with Rain, because of course, crucial rematch for FaZe coming into this. So let's see how he's feeling about once again going up against GamerLegion.
So Rain, the desk is kind of gonna address the fact that like maybe your first series was not that successful, but now you warmed up. What happened?
I think, as you said, we warmed up. We got used to it. It was the first game on LAN in CS2, so we took it as a warm-up game and got a little bit surprised. So yeah.
Well, you started the whole tournament with your game against GamerLegion, and now it's going to be GamerLegion again. The last times you played against them were those best of ones, all the times, multiple OTs. Why is it so close every time?
I don't know. I think they have a good team. They have young players, and they play Counter-Strike that is a little bit annoying to play against. And if you're not on your tippy toes, then they will catch you off guard.
On your tippy toes, all right. But considering that now it's going to be the first best of 3 against GamerLegion, does it mean that now we're setting up a record of like the longest series in CS2?
No, it's going to be a quick one, 2-0.
We take those. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Yeah, of course, Rain being an instrumental I guess struggling for words here, for FaZe coming into this. Yeah, I really need a Readers Thesaurus. We need to get Kassad back on here, because man, he has some words. Now he's gone. He's going to the zoo, I hear.
I'm so happy I don't have to, I can share this with someone apart from Kassad now.
I told him they're already at full capacity, but he insists on going.
Moving on, should we talk a bit about GamerLegion? Because I think they are probably one of the biggest surprises in terms of making it so far into the tournament. Did you get any practice against GamerLegion at all before coming to this tournament?
I think we played a map or two. Okay. I don't really take into account who we practice and how does the practice go, because we're only in there to practice our own stuff. I'm just one of those players that doesn't care about the other teams.
Focus on your own game. You know what? That's fair enough. Blair, give me a take on GamerLegion at the moment.
I think GamerLegion have been, honestly, coming in was an unknown quantity. Or you take out Nealon, you have Snacks coming in. They have been putting up quite a bit of prep, but this was a first look. And quite a lot of changes already, right? Snacks seems to be having a much bigger say. We saw a couple of interviews as well, right there. Ash, the coach, saying that his style was very similar to Shuei, which is where they found a lot of success as well. And even the mid-rounding, even in the fragging department, Snacks is delivering at the same time. But there seems to be a fundamental change in how they're approaching the game, like, you know, switching up the permaban, Nuke being a map they're playing and beating teams on right now. And Volt is a player who stood out to me. He has been fantastic thus far, you know, even on the entries, a 1.22 rating over like in a couple of games. Impressive stuff, honestly.
And they're definitely doing better than expected. I mean, you lose your in-game leader and your best player after that run at the major, and you only get a couple of invites because of that run, and still to be able to, you know, beat some good teams. They were one game away from playoffs in a couple of tournaments, and then you add the roster changes to that. In-game leaders both times, so need to introduce his own system, learn from the players, like Snacks was saying in the interview. I think it's been rather impressive considering those circumstances.
And you get Ime departing to go to Na'Vi alongside JL. Has he told you anything about, you know, GamerLegion, his time on there? Have you ever discussed your sort of previous teams?
Of course. The good old days.
I hope he doesn't think about it that
way. Has he told you anything? Is there anything you want to share? No?
I mean, all of us international players who joined Na'Vi, we all brought a piece from Apex, GamerLegion, NIP, and we tried to
bring our best into it, and it seems to quite stick to.
Do you think, gentlemen, we will be getting Nuke once again? Obviously, it's Sylvester 3. We can see the videos rolling in.
I think the bans are obviously Anubis and Vertigo. For FaZe, I really like their Inferno, right? So I'm expecting them to pick it instead of allowing it through, in which case GamerLegion might ban it. The Ancient pick for GamerLegion. I actually expected GamerLegion maybe go for the punish pick of Mirage, because FaZe looked miserable yesterday on it, but we have Ancient and Inferno. There we go.
Maybe Nuke to decide. It's between
Nuke could be the decider
here. It is indeed.
There we go.
You are happy with this veto, Janko?
Yeah, I think so. I think in the end, right, with how FaZe did an overpass yesterday against Navi as well, I think GamerLegion wanted to remove that, and then for FaZe is sort of thinking, okay, we had that nuke despite everything, so just a chance for us to prove it, really this time around.
It's also interesting because we haven't seen either of these two teams play on Ancient so far in CS2, so it's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be wild because, again, as we pointed out past couple of days, there have been a few changes when it comes to the spawns and everything. CD side control is a little bit more different as it was in CSGO. I'm curious to see what Karrigan and, of course, GamerLegion have in store for us here.
I want to fast forward just a moment to talk about map number 2, because obviously you played FaZe on Inferno yesterday. Yeah, you're making a face there. What was that like?
We got beat really hard. It was very tough to play against. We knew what they were going to do. We anti-stratted it, but there was nothing we can do. We had counter plans, but they countered our counter plans. It was just impossible to play. They had us on a leash, basically.
Spain without the S.
Exactly. If only we had some players here. Oh, wait, he's already in the playoffs. Anyway, yeah, let's talk about Ancient, because obviously some updates, some changes, Janko, with CS2 coming into things, namely, you know, the spawns in this map. Do you expect to see either of these teams tackling it any differently, given those changes?
I don't know. For me, I just think for teams to... Just grouping seems so strong to me right now, right? In the games, I feel like, but it depends on the teams. As JL said, you know, how do you feel as a player in the game and your team? If you feel like you have the advantage in the 1v1s, then you can just go for that. But I'm just curious to see how they approach it, because GamerLegion seems like one of those teams that actually is trying to innovate with utility a little bit.
One thing I've also noticed from a few teams on the T side, winning T side, so to speak, on Ancient, has been how fast it's been when it comes to, you know, just trying to take A mains control or getting cave control, because mid control's pretty rough right now, especially against buys, right? So expect a lot of early fakes, fast plays, so to speak, on a T side here.
I want to pick your brain just for a second, JL, about you know, the new nade users. I wish we had Kassad here, because he hates the idea of you guys having to buy nades, a waste of economy.
I'll just do a Kassad
Paraphrase
impression.
it. Yeah, there we go.
You can go ahead and say your point, and I'll just
You've obviously been
you
focusing a lot on the grenade users. How much prep have you been putting into that specifically coming into CS2?
I think it's important to realize that it's a mechanic that it's going to stay in the game, and you have to treat it as a serious point to always talk about before the games. And the amount of chaotic communication we get from breaking the smokes or the possibility of breaking the smoke, it's crazy.
How do you call it?
Yeah, what do you call it?
I'm breaking jungle smoke. Ready? Go. Actually, we don't
you
use
have
ready.
like a term for it?
Yeah,
like
breaking. We call it break.
Breaking.
Yeah.
Breaking, nuking, dunking,
You know what, gentlemen? I'm going to have to break up this conversation. Unfortunately, as much as this breaks my heart, thank you so much, JL, for joining us. But we do have a game to be getting to, and one that spells playoffs, but only for one of these two teams. We've got FaZe, we've got GamerLegion, we've got Ancient, Inferno, and we've got Nuke if we do so need it. So yeah, let's get into the action.
Let's get into it indeed. Big match. Love seeing Snax back. Doesn't look like he has missed a step with the action we have seen. Maybe there's revenge to be had for FaZe in this series. Ancient is where we begin then. It's going to be very interesting to see how Snax and GamerLegion can perform in this longer series versus FaZe. Oof. It's a big headshot for Rain, still standing for the time being, but not for long. Isaac's going to finish off the job there, looking for more now. Karrigan will deal with him. Bomb planted, fast moving round on Ancient. More headshots to be delivered. Twist and Rops remain versus Volt and Snax, all very capable. Volt dancing behind a narrow pillar, spotting Rops, going for that burst fire, back to single. Wondering where Snax is. Hiding in the back, big headshot for Twist, but he's still standing. He's got all the info now. Snax trying to isolate the fights as best he can. Quick reload for him. Twist is the man with the kit. He's also the man with 5 HP. Robs is going to try and keep Snax off the angle, but the angle he will find. And that might just be enough now. All he has to do is stay alive, and this pistol is with GamerLegion.
Snacks coming through for GamerLegion early in this one. They take that pistol with the B play, and they went for that B play, which has been gone for by a lot of teams here on these pistol rounds. But you see that FaZe were pretty well prepared for it. They had players ready. They had the rotate ready. Not enough, though, in the 2-on-2. Very well played in the end by Snacks. ropz just can't cover his teammate, the low health player defusing, and so Snacks realizes he can just play for time. A little dance of happiness from Kioz early in this one. As you said, FaZe out for revenge. This will be the time to do it, but not off to a good start here. GamerLegion win the pistol on their map pick, and they should have a pretty easy time in this one.
Not too much danger in terms of these pistols. Karrigan's got the Deagle. P250 here, a P250 there. USP for Rain, though. That'll be enough. Ever capable. Daddy Rain. They've lost 2 players now, GamerLegion. This will be encouraging for FaZe. Karrigan with the Galil. How much do they have to lose in this one? 1v3. The more damage, the better. Now his position has been revealed. That is another failed grenade. It's quite the catalogue of failed grenades that we have in this tournament so far. No judging, though. Because it's a whole new world. Do you want to sing that?
No.
Looking at Disney, no?
Nah, not me.
All right.
Gotta pay for that. Yeah, good start for GamerLegion. I think here, FaZe coming into this one have had a lot of close games, it has to be said, and they're looking pretty good. I've really enjoyed seeing Rain adapt to the new game. I think he's had some good performances. Meanwhile, on the GamerLegion side, it's been pointed out, Volt has had a fantastic tournament so far. I think he's someone that's got a lot of potential on GamerLegion. I'm glad to see he's starting to realize it on this squad now. Snacks also being brought into the mix has added a bit of extra fragging output as the in-game leader compared to Nealon. And here comes that first gun round then for FaZe.
Straight into the bomb site. The numbers game is here, but Karrigan gets 2. That's exactly the overperformance he needed to keep his team in this game. And it gets even better for them. Brokey dropping kills, making it a 3 versus 2 before that bomb plant comes in, and he's got more to do. This surge hasn't quite worked out for the squad. 1v3 for Isaac, waiting for that rotation to come in. ropz's timing looks good, though. No kit for these 3 players. Could be one on the site. ropz will solve the problem, though. Great burst from him. Love the confidence from ropz. Never too many bullets, just enough. And FaZe will find an early first round. Early enough, anyway. 1-2. Bomb plant for GamerLegion.
Yeah, well denied by FaZe, though. Love seeing Karrigan here get these first couple of kills. Just no real utility, really just a pack mentality. So important that you get a double spray early like that from Karrigan. Sets FaZe up on the front foot, allows them to succeed in those trades. And definitely nice for FaZe to see Karrigan delivering and performing in that round, because his stats haven't been too good so far at this event. So we have a brief pause in play. Apparently there is a sound issue for Ash, the coach of GamerLegion. So we will have a brief technical pause. I think it's quite hard to read this series. I mean, historically, it used to be whenever you got an international team playing against FaZe, they would always be either the budget version of FaZe or the budget version of FaZe. But GamerLegion against FaZe in the past, both maps they've played have gone to overtimes. So it just goes to show the international teams are getting stronger and stronger. GamerLegion certainly can pack a punch.
I was watching Taz's co-stream of some of the games yesterday. I know he's going to be watching this as well. He was hoping to see Neo versus Snacks in a matchup for today, and that has certainly delivered. Old friends here in Sydney. So happy to see good performances from Snacks thus far.
It's also just a style of play thing, I feel like, with Snacks, where his style almost feels timeless because his understanding and read on the game is so good. You just always saw that in his individual play. He'd always pop up right behind you.
Yeah, that high-level Counter-Strike doesn't disappear. Many wise lessons learned in his previous tenure. And again, it's such a good time to come back as well with everything mixed up. Lots of uncertainties in the short term as we iron out the kinks of the new game.
I gotta say, I do love that Twist came out in an interview yesterday saying, I think pros need to be doing a better job at leading by example, not being too critical, and then Valve drop an update that everyone universally hates. Really tested him. He's had some constructive criticism still, though, which is important.
Yeah, that's amusing. Also, the brief mention of the 120 FPS. But I'm not here to roast devs, just to point out that they should be targeting 300, let's say.
Absolutely. What's this smoke from Isaac? He's not just inspecting the shrubbery. He's got a line up here. Looks like that will be over towards the B side of the map, but that looks like a big old fake from GamerLegion. Bomb is still outside A. That was the smoke from Isaac. Trying to cut off that cave area. I don't know if FaZe are falling for this fake right now, though. Karrigan's got a kill. They seem to have denied that push. And that means Twist can hang around at mid here.
Will he look away towards A, though? Maybe not, because Rops has got long covered. There'll be problems at A then. Rops will have to hold his position. Brokey's rotating over quickly, and Rain's going to be on the flank as well. And as things start to go wrong on the bomb site, okay, I can't even finish my sentence. They all get wiped out very promptly indeed. Talk about a shutdown. Tied score early.
Yeah, damn. That looked like the final boss on Takeshi's castle right there. They didn't land a single shot. That was impossible mode, it seemed like. That is a cool smoke, I gotta say, trickling through. I don't know how useful it's gonna be in general rounds. Yeah, look at this. Brokey arriving, spots one man, pulling a nade out, Rops with an easy spray. And signs of frustration already on the faces of GamerLegion. They knew that that was an important round because now they have basically nothing.
Oh my word. Those two mollies, that HG, that was sublime. A fast eco round is a good one. My word, we're seeing so many fast rounds in general, be it full buy or eco, but that one was super brief.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you haven't caught much CS2, if you haven't seen an ancient game, it is much easier now for the CTs to control mid early. And that is having all sorts of implications. It's allowing the CTs to sometimes just use mid to go down towards B lane from mid and really have a threshold on that area of the map. Looks like in this one, GamerLegion have something set out of spawn. Everyone grouped to A. But there is a 1-2 punch ready on the hold for FaZe in Rops and Brokey.
Both teams holding grenades. One to start, one to respond.
Do we get counter util from FaZe here? They've got a lot of nades on them here. What's the timing like, though?
Yeah, Brokey's been holding that flash. In he goes then. Rops is going to get all the information. Grabs two, spots someone to kill Cam as well. Oh, Brokey may have lost position. No, he hasn't. Delivers critically onto Kios. Great work from FaZe. The A bomb site is not open for business. It has been lethal. And GamerLegion have been on the receiving end. 3 more for Snacks, makes no assumptions. Rain's creeping behind with a superior angle. 3 stand at the end of the round for FaZe as they press on then. 4-2. Quick turnaround on Ancient.
Yeah, GamerLegion should have checked the dress code ahead of time there. No teas welcome on this bomb site. And I'm loving this from FaZe. This looks like a FaZe that have done their homework and going for these active plays, ready to counter these plays from GamerLegion. And a criticism people have had of FaZe in the past is that they were a little too defaulty, a little too standard sometimes. Well, that's a round where they have a beautiful counter set up with the utility. And here is that mid play. Rops can peek right down into B early, see that that's clear, and that will give early warning to the A-sided players that they might need to be ready.
Karrigan quickly over towards A. The AUG might be the right tool. They'll want to keep the distance if they can because of these Tech 9s. 5 Tech 9s on road. And with enough flashes, They might just be able to close that distance. They've got the smokes for it as well. And they start to sail in then. Twist and Rops waiting in mid. There'll be smokes in that donut position to try and isolate the rotation. But can they find any mileage with these Tech-9s? There are the chain flashes, but they're still looking for a quick frag. Denied by the choke point. They'll have to take evasive action. A gamble then. A gamble sends towards B. Moving through mid as well, but Twist has gone through their smoke. They'll think better of that. But FaZe have had the time to reposition. They're looking strong in these early rounds.
Yeah, Twist realizes no need to be in the middle of mid. Don't want to give away your gun. Don't want to have no cover. 30 seconds. Snax falls, and now it is all about the mid move from GamerLegion. But that's a great angle from Twist. An easy cleanup. They are looking locked in right now. Finally, a frag for GamerLegion. But the last couple of rounds, they've barely been finding any kills. It has been convincing round wins for FaZe's CT side.
That slight trigger discipline from Twist was so good as well. He understands that 3 remain. You could try and land a shot or 2 on the back of that first player, or just crushed around by picking up the ones behind him. Testament to a high-skilled player.
FaZe just look one step ahead right now. In almost every round, they're denying the early moves from GamerLegion. What's the adaptation like? Molly was just used at mid, so GamerLegion know that FaZe can't have moved up from mid towards B. It's going to allow them to challenge Cheetah more aggressively. Brokey with a warning shot there, lands it through the door.
It's an important 5-on-4 for GamerLegion. Volt still holding some map control as Rob starts to lurk, and he'll be punished just as I say that. Now the map is wide open, and GamerLegion can cut noise if they want to, spread these CTs out. You have to wonder what the gamble will be like for FaZe now. 3-on-5. Do you bunch together? There's no real good option for them at this point. Rain at the back of B. Carrigan's done great work on B so far, but he's got nothing else to say about this round.
Risk has to be taken here by FaZe, down 3-on-5. And Twists almost gets the chance for a 1-on-1 fight. But Volt will now sit back. Bit of info for his team. Molly in from Rain allows him to reposition with 40 seconds remaining. He's calling for reinforcements as well, but these smokes are going to make life awkward for FaZe here.
How much more do you want to lose? A great flick from Brokey, but that is impressive smoke. He's the only one standing for the squad now. How's he only taken 10 damage from that grenade? That is a dud. GamerLegion with good position. This has been a pricey round for FaZe. Ropsto's almost got 11k in the bank. They'll be fine for a buy, whether they hold this AWP or not.
Yeah, they know it's an AWP, and he actually only has 2 bullets as well. So gotta be efficient here, Brokey, to try and save. That will not be allowed. Volt has him locked in. Important reaction, important adjustment there from GamerLegion.
I do wonder what the snipers feel about the sound of scoping in CS2, because it doesn't sound satisfying to me.
True.
And it's not, I'm not saying it's bad because it's change. Changes can often be good, but it just doesn't feel satisfying. It doesn't feel sexy. There's not an urgency to it, like the sound of the scope in CSGO, where you're like, oh, let me find something, you want to get some big action. It just feels a bit like a wheel turning on a toy robot or something. I don't know. Don't like it. Anyway.
Look at the setup from FaZe. 3 players positioned around mid. That means Rain is alone on B right now. Urgency rising. He has to put that smoke down, but GamerLegion might go through this.
They keep playing the same song. Not bored of it just yet. There's more util for them. A lot of mollies for GamerLegion to deploy here as well, but Brokey will find something through the smoke, and that will encourage the squad. This bomb site is surrounded. Rops on a late lurk once again. Keel's dancing around these flames, but again, there's so many mollies to come. As the smokes will go, angles, opportunity arises for FaZe. 4-on-3, Kit on half the squad. Acor, quite a fast sniper. Has a good angle versus Brokey. There are other players to draw his attention as well. Looking for the flick a little too early on that one, and down he goes. Snax and Isaac remain. Isaac with angles. Doesn't have one for the bomb though. through the smoke goes Carrigan. Is anyone defusing? They're not. The molly will be a determining factor, and off they go. FaZe will lose a lot in this round.
Oh. Everyone dies with the bomb, and GamerLegion win a big round. And that was brilliantly played by Snax. Rops was trying to flank all the way from mid, and Rops was doing Rops things, taking as much time as possible. So many players would have overlooked that, but Snax held it the whole time. And then they get that molly onto the bomb with such little time left. FaZe's cheeky setups have not been working in the recent rounds. GamerLegion have adapted well. They dealt with the early aggression, and now they go with a fast play of their own that pays off.
Doesn't take long for that CT money to start to vanish.
Yeah, this was so good from Snax. Waited for Rops.
That tier 1 wisdom coming through. Nothing they can do.
MVP.
Look at the size of that molly. Everybody getting smoked towards the end. Getting close again. Snax likes to adapt as the game progresses. Again, in the conversation earlier this week before the matches had begun. He's very confident in his expectations. We'll see if he can deliver on FaZe once again.
Smoke from Carrigan, that's not what he wants, because this is a fast play again, and the flash is too good.
Sending it into B once more. Safety in numbers for GamerLegion. Can Rain escape this position? He can't. Kios drops him. Broky's close. The rest of his team are not. And again, I wonder, even if he does find something here, does that just encourage the team to get close enough to lose all of their weapons?
It just got re-smoked. And that play from Snax again in enemy lines. If Snax played TF2, he'd be the spy for sure. Always in behind you. Looks like GamerLegion are trying to hunt even. They've got players over on A right now, but Broky's hanging around. He doesn't have a kit here. Just looking for damage by the looks of things. He's found one. Oh, he is going to tap that bomb, trying to bait them in. But Izak will get the frag. Maybe hoping GamerLegion die to the bomb.
Yeah, he may have felt like he was going down with the sword one way or another. Tried to cut the losses and squeeze whatever he could out of that one. Just the MP9 saved by the CT. Score is tied then, 5-5. This has been a very popular bomb site. GamerLegion streaming in one way or another. Sometimes with an execute, sometimes with a flash. Plenty of space created here.
I think I'm getting baited. I just saw Novas bought by FaZe, but I think they refunded them. I was about to get excited. Timeout, which allows for Neo to maybe say, nah, man, the Nova's not it.
The Nova's nuts, man.
It is quite good.
I played it a lot in CSGO, around Inferno, top mid, but haven't ventured into it. I've been using the IRL Inferno. I mean IRL Nova, sorry. And practical shooting comps.
Haven't really seen the AWP be a factor at all here in this half. Remember yesterday, or the day before, we were seeing Monte with that AWP just run into cave round after round. But not many AWPers can do that. Either way, FaZe have to go for the half buy in this one. They will be hoping for either a miracle in this, or a 6th round in the last one. And that molly early forces Carrigan into the waiting arms of Kios. The shadows on Ancient, man. The shadows are scary. Seen that betray people a couple of times. Oh, the whiffs come through. FaZe have got a chance at this round now. That gun's recoverable.
Wasn't the result people were expecting. There are smokes here for GamerLegion, but I feel like FaZe will be growing with danger. Great flashbang. If he goes after Rain, though, surely he's done for. Twist.
Oh, boy.
Thank you for playing. 3v2. GamerLegion taking control once again. Brokey down to 16 HP with that Desert Eagle. And Robs with that saved weapon from the previous round. He's got his money together with the team, so he could go for this. Of course, it is... excuse me, absolutely not in his favor. Moment for reflection then.
Yeah, gotta say, GamerLegion have adjusted really well here, because it was clear that FaZe had done a lot of homework. They're throwing a few different setups into the mix. I think because it's GamerLegion's pick, FaZe are just trying to throw curveballs at them. And at first, those curveballs were getting through. But as you said earlier, Snax definitely an in-game leader who looks like he can adapt mid-half. You always know Rops is going to want to eke everything out.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he'll get that AK.
Gonna hop up and try and retrieve it afterwards. Yes, there we go. Nice work. Again, these larger explosions are very dangerous indeed. GamerLegion back in the lead then, 6-5. As we head into the last round of the first half. Neck and neck.
And the AWPs come out. Don't think we've seen them up until this point at all, but both sides have a sniper for the last round of the first half.
We saw Acor briefly.
Oh, yeah, right.
Post plant, quick flick, mixed results. Twist sending it in mid. A rise of M4A4s over the, well, maybe not over the Silence, but we've seen an increase. Silence M4 has been very popular thus far. Almost a trade there. Volt able to escape of 16 HP. They found a lot of mileage in those M4A4s so far on the CT side, though. Again, Karrigan with those multi-frags early were very key for the success that FaZe were able to find. Maybe there's a bit more in this half for them.
See how oppressive that mid control can be. Twist can just peek down into B, and now FaZe have a crossfire on this B lane area, allowing FaZe to lock out the B side of the map entirely. So how do GamerLegion get back into this round? Maybe they need a contact play out A. Isaac's hunting, but there's no one to be hunted here right now. Broky's playing an extremely passive angle with that AWP. And the bomb is still staying back at B. I think it will rotate back round now, but Broky's position looks so good. Not a fight that Isaac can win. And GamerLegion really working with scraps at this point in the last round of this half.
Rob senses something, Spidey senses tingling. It will be 6-6 at halftime then. We are tied up at the first game of this series. Very interesting stuff so far. Both teams have turned up to deliver. We'll see who takes the lead early in the second half.
GamerLegion bouncing back after FaZe put together a big streak early. 6-6 at the half, GamerLegion's map pick, but it is still all to play for here. FaZe showing they will be a threat on this map. They do need to step up though. Pretty solid streak towards the end there for GamerLegion. Put them in good shape heading into their CT side. We have got dualies out on Snacks and Nade as well. And FaZe look like they're going to take a strat out of GamerLegion's book from their pistol and send it over to B.
Oh my. Volt just took them in the face and off he goes. Same for Snacks as well. Revenge to be had by the likes of FaZe. So much pressure on this bomb site. Isaac can just take a bath then, hold on to his Kevlar, because his team were given absolutely nothing in this round. Admire the water, the bricks, the woods, the plants, the foliage, if you will. Hunt from Carrigan then, and he gets nothing either. That is an angry FaZe coming in for the second pistol. A wonderful start. Speaking of threats as well, very nice half for Brokey coming into this one with 12 frags on the board. As for Acor though, didn't quite get started with that AWP, but now he's got the luxury of the CT side angles. Maybe he'll come to life and be a deciding factor on this map.
The question is, how long will it take for him to get that AWP out after a convincing pistol for FaZe? I think a lot of teams are running that B play. Worst case scenario, you're probably going to get a bomb plant with those smokes down, which is still a pretty good position. Oh, that nade. Close, but no cigar. We've got the silenced T-side gun. You know what I'm talking about. The MP5 out for Rain. Not going to blend in any more GamerLegion. At least it's harder to, I feel, in CS2.
Oh, man. Well, in some places, yes. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There was a great screenshot from mid on Inferno with a, excuse me, with a T standing in the crawl space. I think it was called Spot the T or something, or Spot the Player. And it took me about 20 seconds to finally figure out where that guy was standing. Where are the Arctic Avengers, by the way? I've been waiting for them for ages. There's even stickers of the Arctic Avengers. That would make me play Dust 2. Get the Arctic Avengers on there again. And maybe I could be persuaded to venture back onto that map. GamerLegion dispatched of early. They didn't really invest into that round. Now things will get started for them.
I think it's important for teams to stay disciplined in those rounds against USPs. You can quite easily lose more players than you would expect. So when you get the bomb down for free, no need to risk trying to hunt. Carrigan with the MAC-10 got a couple of kills though, which is always nice for the bank balance. And here comes that buy from GamerLegion. Acor going for the AUG over on the A site. Looks like GamerLegion haven't thrown that early smoke on mid from spawn. Keels will do it on the fly instead. Oh, that nade is going to work nicely. Keels only good for one.
Surprise! You thought you could stand next to the smoke. Denied. 4-4 favors FaZe with so much time on the clock. GamerLegion spread thin then. Isaac spotting mid from the back from that red room, just trying to keep an eye on things. Rop's getting his lurk on as per usual. Have a look at the crosshair placement. Showing presence. Got to be really careful about these peaks, Isaac. Only takes the one shot. 59 seconds on the clock as rain starts to creep in then. Volt on an island. Drowned very quickly indeed. Great spatial awareness, good angles from Rain. More or less closing out this round, and Brokey will confidently dispatch of Acor, bomb or no bomb. Instant trade, and there's so much firepower on this server.
Yeah, I should not have questioned Brokey with the game he's having. 18 kills now, over 100 ADR for Brokey. Beastin' and feastin'. And GamerLegion forced into a timeout because this could spiral out of control quite quickly for them. that round. You have one CT committed to the site, but once those smokes go up, it's so hard for anyone to help him there on the GamerLegion side. Saw how easily this player got isolated, even with the missed molly. Volt tries to tuck on in, Rain gets a great entry, and then it could have been a disaster if Brokey went down, but he is clean with his AK. And now GamerLegion are going to start to feel the pressure here on their map pick.
Telling you, man, Orpa needs to be eco on a pistol round. Get that AWP no Kevlar guaranteed for the buy rounds with MR12. I would do it. I'm sure I'll be the only person who would. I do it. Always have. But the urgency to just start off in the right way. So high at the moment. GamerLegion with a significant investment in this round. These 5-7s, honestly, their value has risen this week. The importance of these half buys, of force buys, very, very high. Akor's rolling with a Zeus. Almost to the juice. There he is.
Inspectable. Wonder when we'll get skins for the Zeus.
Oh, no skin left for Akor. But again, still a dangerous round, creeping close with the 5-7, dodging the flashbang. Carrigan putting in work on the B-bomb site once again. Isaac left with the MP9. There's way too many eyeballs on that skin. Consider me uncomfortable.
He's watching you. This could get really uncomfortable then for GamerLegion. This is what we've been talking about. Even with a close half, if you lose the pistol, lose the first gun round, there's no room for error. They're going to be facing a 10-6 deficit. And that doesn't put FaZe too far away from a steal of a map against GamerLegion on the pick of GamerLegion. And then this series becomes all sorts of problem for GamerLegion. Isaac seeing what he can do, but FaZe have exited elsewhere. Economy management, important, and again FaZe making sure they hold on to 4 guns. It's going to put them in great shape with their money.
61.50 for Akor. The AWP will be coming out, I'm sure. And he needs to find impact with that immediately. That will partly depend on the rounds that FaZe run as well, though. Let's not forget how many rounds GamerLegion just sent it into that B-bomb site. Smoke executes and flashbangs. Only so much you can do with an AWP in that regard. Let's see where Akor goes. No one towards A immediately. A 0-2-3 setup for GamerLegion. Isaac will offer some utility towards mid, and then go back towards that A-bomb site, and indeed Akor is looking for something. And now FaZe have cheaply found the location of that sniper rifle. Does he stay or does he go?
It's going to allow them to take mid with these smokes coming up. Keel's being watched for not any longer, but Rops is there behind, and Carrigan wants to find a gap. Should have heard that rotation from Akor. Is he still ready? The shadow betrays him. And so it's back to even numbers.
That is a sick angle, Shadows considered. Even conceding your position with sound. GamerLegion after a rough swing in mid, turning things around. Snack spots the bomb, expecting some support somewhere, surely. Rops in the meantime knows that he's cleared out the A-bomb site. Look at his urgency there. Still though, Brokey's in a dicey situation, and now he's even more alone. Volt in that mid position will drop that bomb, and Rops' play towards A may not pay off after all. Finds himself in a 1v3. They know where he is roughly. Nice peek onto Akor, but he'll deliver that frag.
Can see how important that round was for GamerLegion. And for FaZe, still plenty of chances. Their money is still strong for this one, but yeah, these shadows, especially on Ancient, they can be brutal. You've got to really learn those, because otherwise you could be walking into your doom. And then in the 3-on-3, you saw Twist feel like he just had to get active. He was put in a really awkward spot because Brokey on that bomb was in a precarious position. They're unable to go together. Here's Carrigan upping the pace to be able to try and storm mid. Oh, great angle from Carrigan. He hits the headshot.
He's having such a good game. But again, no sound. Maybe unclear if that's the sound of people burning or the smoke. GamerLegion trying to fight their way back into this one. Twist waiting for them and punishing. Now, eventually, someone's going to have to go towards A for the CTs. Wonderful stuff. Snacks just waiting in that corner. Tying up the numbers. Acor playing at distance with the AWP. Looking through a full stack of util for him also. And again, these mollies are so big. Even if he gets smoked off, if he's got a lineup to buy some time and thwart a plant, that could be something. But he's heading towards mid. He's wondering what's happening there. Clearing it along with Snacks. There's got to be a prompt response now. They know no one's there. Back towards A he goes. Volt's on the rotation as well. 40 seconds on that clock. Acor holding his angles. Oh. Plant begins. Flashbang for Volt to swing. Let's see how they can use that util. Snacks is on a big flank and distraction will be run. Twist dropped from the back. Brokey and Rops have got so many compromised angles now. How do they come out on top here? Multiple smokes and the molly they could throw beyond it. They understand the urgency, the desperation. Brokey's been heard by Acor, who's looking for and misses the shot though. Into Volt he goes, down to a 2-on-2. Rops trying to find a way to do something. I think he's just getting hit by a molly there. This one's very, very nervous for both squads now as Snacks finds way to deliver onto Brokey and Rops doesn't have the angle. The defuse is coming through. That one was terrifyingly nervous for both squads.
Yeah, that got so awkward. GamerLegion consistently just tap that bomb. They keep on tapping it. And you can see how uncomfortable it made FaZe. Rops especially was thinking of sending it through the smoke, realized that would be a risk too big to take. But that smoke puts him in a position where it's so hard to spam that bomb, so hard to find the right angle.
Snacks doing 180s like he's playing Quake.
GamerLegion have passed some of the early tests. Felt like they had to win a couple of those rounds there to bring the scoreline back somewhat close. FaZe still with money though. That is the upside of FaZe winning those earlier rounds so convincingly. Snacks never shy to play to the cameras, even in an intense game like this one. Spot at the quarterfinals on the line. Early aggression coming out from GamerLegion. Smoke has gone down into the B doors. Flashes to follow. Looks like they will send this. And the T side quite often having to give up this control. FaZe happy to leave it for now.
Acor still focused on A. Look at this proactive rotation from GamerLegion. Isaac will go to join him. He's got a HE in the hole as well. Rops just lurking for the time being. FaZe waiting out these grenades. They've cut noise completely. They could emerge anywhere. They could have a prod towards mid. Keels will cover Volt's back. That setup is quite important. 56 seconds now. What is the play from FaZe? Volt showing presence. Who starts to move first? That clock is going to move first into GamerLegion's favor, really. Still waiting for this pop flash. Keels hears the sounds. Volt has retracted. No frags to be had for FaZe just yet. That flash could be key, though. Oh, doesn't win that duel. Rops will have some sounds onto Isaac. He'll hear him rotating. If he starts to run, he's going to stand his ground. He's got 3 coming his way, and that means trouble towards this bomb site. Acor delivers onto 1, but there are so many people coming his way. A smoke to try and make some space for himself. He has to stay alive. He needs rotation. He needs help, and he needs it now.
Trying to just stay alive. Realizes he can't deny that bomb. Rops was making noise there, which made Acor uncomfortable, and Rops still playing on the edge of this box. Biding his time as Snacks moves in. Rops' angle looked good, but look at the reaction. Snacks with a snappy headshot. And FaZe are all back in donut, but there's no smoke to cut off the angle and no real time. GamerLegion have got to get on this soon. Tap to the bomb, forces a peek from FaZe, but they look comfortable, and GamerLegion look like they have to save. It is FaZe up to 11.
That's a very smart withdrawal from GamerLegion. Just saw the defuse kick committed in donut, the worst possible position, all things considered. No real way for them to win that round. 19 times out of 20 from that spot, I think. So they'll hold on to their weapons, but FaZe are on 11. That's going to be quite the problem. There's money to be spread on the GamerLegion side, though. A timeout to consider the options. Acor and 7 frags now after a quiet first half. More are required, though, of all the team. 3 rounds behind FaZe.
Yeah, you see Acor trying to do what he can. That flash was deployed to attempt to activate alongside the smoke. But Rop's making a bit of noise. That was a great shot from Snax, but it all leads to nothing. It was a really nice fake from FaZe there, out to B. And an important kill that they found by Rain to make sure that that B side could not rotate over to A that quickly. 20 frags for Brokey. Great game from him. A lot of it with the rifle as well. And again, GamerLegion aren't throwing that smoke from spawn. They're just going for the molly instead. Smoke deployed now. FaZe currently grouped outside A. What does Keels want to get up to in this smoke?
Oh! He's heard him! Oh! I think he was maybe trying to... Let's not forget, there was a smoke there previously. FaZe dropped a smoke grenade, a grenade in it. Had a smoke wipe, looked towards mid, maybe trying to play against that, but Twist takes nothing for granted. Outsmarts GamerLegion early.
Yeah, that's why it's worth just putting that one shot into the smoke. Sound cues give the game away. Flash into mid, Acor blind and forced back. More utility coming, so he has to concede his position. Although a counter molly was deployed, so Acor can still get an angle here.
Positioning for a split. They've got to deal with Acor, though. He's got very impressive angles he can post up with. Smoked off for the time being. Volt pulling away from mid, heading towards an A-bomb site, and Twist is lurking. Robs with a nice shot. But Acor is still active. We said he needed to be, and he certainly is. In the clutch now, a GamerLegion 2-on-3, the bomb falling back. But that could be heard by Acor. He's got the sound cues. Look at Twist's position, though. That would have stopped the rotation from Volt towards CT. Through mid he goes, but Rain is waiting for him, and he will contain him. That's a very strong round from FaZe as they move to game points.
Fantastic mid-round read as well. They realize that B side is going to be completely clear. We've got the position to cut off the rotations. And Acor had to send a Hail Mary through the smoke, which was never going to work for him. As Keel's getting caught out early. I think you're right, he probably was waiting for a smoke wipe that never came. And FaZe trade effectively enough to put them in the advantage. And GamerLegion struggling here. It was their map choice on Ancient. And it is looking difficult for them right now. Can someone step up? Can someone be the hero for GamerLegion? Because if not, FaZe will have a fantastic chance in this series to try and book that spot in the quarterfinals. Fast from FaZe, all out to A.
Very fast indeed. Is it the right tool for the job? Great first attempt from Isaac. Trying to isolate the fight, but he can't hold on. That's going to give some more space now as Keels needs some close quarters action.
Ooh.
He'll get a long-range headshot from Rain, though, but Acor is here. He's found himself another AWP, and we've got ourselves a 3-on-3. Meat shots from Snax. Nice upgrade for him as well, as they try to get that bomb planted, but not in time. Brokey in the clutch, 1v3. He's got 2/3 of the info at the very least. Acor standing in the flames. He will fall to Brokey, but Volt's there to pick it up. They're not done with this one just yet. They need 3 from 3, but they are still standing, GamerLegion.
Yeah, Isaac did a real solid job with the counter utility there. Allowed him to isolate the fight onto Carrigan early. Just enough of a delay so that GamerLegion could have players rotating in, even though it was some weak weapons. It was also the AWP of Acor that arrived, and he was able to get active enough. You saw the force that he had to go for behind that utility, but it works for him. And in this one, still a solid buy for FaZe. Brokey has now got that AWP in his hands. Karrigan's had to go down to a P250. See
That's a shame.
How aggressive he gets. Oh, good shot again, Acor.
Acor delivering.
That's a gun for Karrigan, perhaps. Ouch. Bit of molly damage there for Brokey up top. Oh, that nade looks good.
He's lost his angle, though.
Great nade.
Waits for the flash before he goes in. Brokey has a look. Karrigan dropped. Then there were 3 for FaZe. They don't really have much money either. That doesn't mean they're going to lose the next rounds, though. We know what they're capable of with pistols. But what are GamerLegion capable of? In the vacuum of IEM Sydney, what is their ceiling? Unknown for now. 5-on-2. These weapons could be important in the rounds to come. We'll see what happens. Bomb's been lost. Snax with quite the airtime. Congratulations from Brokey, who's 23 for 8 now. He has been explosive, but again, Acor has been so important. He had to be, and he has been in these games. Watching the co-stream from Taz, he spoke very highly. He thinks Acor's massively underrated. One of the fastest snipers in the game.
GamerLegion grinding back then. And the last 2 maps between these teams, the last times they've played on record, both maps have gone to overtime. One of them here at Sydney ended 19-15 in favor of GamerLegion once it hit overtime. 19-15 sounds like a CSGO scoreline, but CS2 with the overtimes. Again, Acor has been so much better in this second half.
Nice. Yeah, you've got to deliver on that CT side with the angles, depending on the map.
Oh man, this money's awkward for FaZe. They're saving, but 2 of their players with $100. That's not going to put them on the same page here.
Depending on the map, it could be quite challenging on the T side, but we see Brokey with the hero sniper for this round. Yes, there is an AK from Rox, but really, he's got to be the man to deliver. You can see the information men going in first for FaZe, getting the info for the big guns to come, but nothing doing.
Snax has got the USP. That's all he's got. Brokey hits one. Brokey had the chance for more, but I think he is in trouble now. Falls back. So many players. A second shot lands.
Careful, careful, careful. The man's got a minute. Do not get carried away chasing Brokey.
I like the reload.
He loves this style. Battle sniping and chaos is his bread and butter. Do not throw this round away. It is still game points of FaZe, and he'll win it if you give him a chance.
Yeah, especially not to lose the map. Would be so, so, so brutal. This will be a hard angle to clear, though. Ooh, base the shots. But Kios delivers 12-11. And remember, that FaZe economy was a little awkward. A couple of the players will not have the guns they want here. Looks like 2 AKs, a Galil, and probably some pistols in there for FaZe. GamerLegion were facing a loss on their map pick, but they put 3 rounds in a row together, and now they need 1 more to take it to overtime. Can FaZe dig deep with an awkward buy? We're about to find out.
They have enough util to create opportunity. Kios refuses to be deterred from the shenanigans. Love the confidence.
Acor has a nade in hand this time. Oh, he's just switched away from it. They'll smoke it again instead.
Let's run it back a third time, says Kioz. It's going deeper. So Isaac is spraying from further away to suggest that no one is close. And this bait might work out wonderfully. He finds two and he's got info on Carrigan as well. A simple play from GamerLegion could certainly help them to overtime. Folt's got a good angle as well. Not a guarantee though. Oh, the shadow's so good, but he doesn't finish off Rain. Talking about fast fragging, that was quite a snap from him. 3-on-3. Now it becomes very nervous. GamerLegion is so far back, they've got almost zero info. Acor with the AWP holding down mid from Donut, but apart from that, it is guesswork.
A single smoke for FaZe, though, so they can't smoke off both sides here. That could be a problem for them.
Snax has an incendiary. That could really be ruinous for a bomb plant here. There's the deployment. Carrigan pressing forward. That's a huge frag. So much space created. Isaac trying to find an angle. Brokey down to half health. They might lose it here, GamerLegion. Such an awkward peek to Shadow, but he still delivers with the pre-fire, Isaac. They've both got kits. No smokes for this choke point. Rain's gone for a very brazen flank. Brokey will be depended on. He's missed the angles though. Knife out. He's got to go quietly. This clock is ticking, and he is so close. He could ruin this for them, and he probably will. Great trigger discipline. Isaac in a 1v2. He's not going to find these frags in time. Brokey swings first. Does he hold it? Does he hold it? He has to. He's got no choice. Rain is running to get there in time, and he will. Squeezing that last frag in. FaZe take a very close game of Ancients.
The first time on Ancient for both these squads in CS2, but today GamerLegion's curveball pick does not quite pay off with them. Things get close, things get dicey, Blair, but FaZe literally comes down to the final few seconds. If they got that kill any earlier, we'd be going to overtime.
Yeah, that could have easily gone the way of GamerLegion. Credit to them to bringing this one back, right? But for the first half, I really like what I saw from FaZe there. Something which we touched upon is going to be, when it comes to the mid control, the T's have to be a bit more faster towards B, towards A, and that's what we saw a lot from GamerLegion. They were going for this a lot of this A plays, set plays, fast plays as well. But FaZe were always ready every single time, two players pushing towards A mains together, getting ramp control early on. That worked out for them. But the second half, yeah, GamerLegion, a lot of aggression on the CT side, almost getting them to overtime.
Were you expecting GamerLegion to be coming back and potentially taking this one to overtime? Because I think after the first half, I thought this was FaZe's all over.
To be honest, when FaZe started super strong in that second half, I didn't see any way that GamerLegion can come back, but I even saw them going to overtime. You just felt that they were energized, they were ready to go. And even in the last round, Chaos with a double entry, 4 versus 3, and they know where 2 more players were. So GamerLegion had it in the bag, but something went wrong. FaZe went towards B, and 2-3 retake is kind of eliminable.
Yeah, and Rain on the flank, right? It looked for just a small part there. It looked like one more time GamerLegion is going to pull up 1v2, a clutch out of their behind to take it into overtime, but not this time around. And yeah, I mean, FaZe get it done. I think early on, right, you could see some of the adjustments that you were talking about. It just cracks open with a flash play from Brokey for Robs. He gets a great kill. And we were talking on the previous game about, CT is hard to get multi-kills, and maybe using flashes over HGs could help you do that, and we got that in the first gun round.
Yeah, I mean, we've got to put Brokey's name under the spotlight if we're talking about Air Force aim high, because, starting off incredibly strong, obviously having some impact in that second half as well. Great to see him, showing up, even though we have this conversation about, is the AWP still going to be
It's more with the
rifles.
legit?
Yeah, no, he's having impact with the rifles,
He's having a lot of impact with the rifles. I think the first half, a lot of it was on Brokey getting multiple kills, a lot of multi-kills. Slowed down a little bit in the second half there, but then, you can't take nothing away. He was so instrumental, and it was seemingly everywhere, it felt like, in the first half.
What's your take on the AWPing situation in CS2, JL? You think people are overreacting, or you think it's actually really hard?
I think it's overreacting a little bit, because that's the general public idea that the AWP is bad and whatever. I think you can put it to good use. Of course, holding angles is not the way to go. I think Kenyas would do really good in this meta. The aggressive combat talking.
Let's get him back.
No, he already had his retirement speech. He's done. There's no coming back.
He retired from CSGO, maybe.
True,
that's a loophole right there.
He was saving it all for the comeback in CS2. You also, we were obviously watching this in the green room together. You were reacting a lot to some of the kills that we were getting around the corners.
It was impossible.
She was crazy.
All of the kills that happened during the last round, they were telegraphed. The shadows were, every single time Opener got a kill, it was in a huge disadvantage. They were seeing the shadow telegraphed. They saw everything, but still the Peaker's advantage just got the better of the game.
We know that you're a guy who's really positive, you keep a good mood in the game. Does it get to you as well sometimes when it happens to you, that scenario?
I'm not gonna lie, every single time I'm holding an angle, I'm trying not to hold it because I'm scared to death that I'm just gonna get peeked. So I'm always moving, always ADing, and it's scary, it gets into your head. So if I'm getting a feeling that I'm gonna get peeked soon, I'll be the one to peek first. I'm just swinging out there.
But then we get back to your philosophy from the start. If that is the way, you have to accept the way and become the way.
Become one with the way.
I've heard a lot of
Who's
people
the way? We're the way.
Are getting tilted because they're getting swung by a map like Mirage. A guy coming out short as a CT, they swing, they kill you, they go back. They're full tilt. I've heard that numerous times.
I mean, I want to go back to the first game you had, right? I think it was against Apex and Mirage. You're playing towards B short. You were just farming them on the CT side.
I'm swinging. I'm telling you, I'm using the advantage.
Fair enough.
We're moving on to Inferno. Obviously, this is a map where you felt the wrath of FaZe yesterday. So, if you were going to have a chat with GamerLegion, give them some advice coming into this map. What would you warn them about that FaZe, might be doing on this map?
Don't let them dictate the pace, because FaZe has a lot of information about the map. They have a lot of set plays, and the GamerLegion can start with dictating their own pace, doing their own stuff. I think they can get on to a good start. If FaZe feels that they're a little shaky on their CT side.
Do you think FaZe will, let GamerLegion do that, though, Blair? Because they are strong on this map.
I mean, one thing we've seen so far from FaZe, which has been problematic for all their opponents, has been this mid-smoke, the deepish mid-smoke, where they get a lot of control towards, they can peek towards second mid. And if you're a T's coming out from ramp, you're so suffocated. There's going to be Molly behind it as well. You're not able to really get much space early on. And that's pretty much doom if you're on the T side. There are counters possible, but the execution, though, that's the problem.
What are your thoughts on the new Inferno as well, JL? I like it a lot, but...
I like it. It brings a lot of new stuff to the game, but it's super hard to play it at the early stage because if you're a team who dictates the pace, it's really hard to counter you. And you have to know a lot of little details or some intricacies on the map, and it's just tough at the start.
Yanko, give me your thoughts on this series. Is this smelling like a 2-0 considering FaZe are, so strong? They like Inferno a lot.
Yeah, but I think GamerLegion continue to surprise us, right? I still feel like they have more fight in them. I think it comes down to a little bit to counters of some of the moves that FaZe likes to do, but also I would expect FaZe to have an extra play now with that deep mid smoke. Like we've seen them just sort of use it to intimidate their opponents and play passive. We've seen them actually use it to lurk around the smoke. Now I expect to see use it and have sort of some aggression in apps or an apps push because it just requires so much attention from the opponents that that could be the next play for them.
If we're going to be putting a player under the spotlight, Blair, who are you choosing from either side of the equation?
I think Volt was a little bit more quiet this game, right? And I think he's been very instrumental for the side of GamerLegion, especially on the entries. I think he's got heading into this matchup, he had a ridiculous 75% win rate on T-side entries with like 20% attempts, which is ridiculous across 5 maps.
That is crazy.
That's kind of crazy. And he was kind of neutral in that first map, but if he's able to deliver that on the T-side here, maybe things could get exciting.
Final thoughts from UJL. Who do you think's taking this one?
I have to be honest, I think it's FaZe. They're going to be taking the map and they're walking right behind me, so I could not say it's GamerLegion unless I'm going to...
And they're arriving just in time for them to hear that and
I
go,
think they heard you.
Thanks, JL. Thanks.
I think if maybe it was, Brokey passing next to him and not Rain, he would have a different opinion, but not
yeah,
much
the people you
say.
could choose to fight. Rain's probably the last.
I can't even turn around and look him in the eye.
I think we need to maybe go to a break. FaZe's map pick up next. I hear they're probably going to win it. Yeah, they're nodding their heads. Let's see how it goes down after this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
Second map is here. It's a very important series for a place in the playoffs for that Australian crowd. Maybe the most unique crowd in Counter-Strike. That is what these teams are looking for. FaZe lead by 1-0. If you're joining us late, where have you been? We move to Inferno, second map of this series. Neo on one side, Snacks on the other. Barrels all over the shop here on Inferno. Another interesting pistol round to come. These have been so explosive. Many of these pistol rounds we've seen today. Julie's out, 7 pistols in the hands of the 5 CT players. GamerLegion, heavy underdog it seems, but the score was pretty close on that first map.
Yeah, problem is, it's FaZe's map pick now. Inferno, a map they've already won twice at this very tournament. Against Vitality, against Na'Vi.
Wow, why is Karrigan grief in Twist? What did he do?
Man. I know he's NA, but come on, man.
Shoe on head in second mid. Out they come. Love that bounce off the ceiling, trying to avoid getting headshot early. Isaac so close, just sliding forward towards Robs, who's always lurking, always creeping. Snacks trying to defend CT. Big problems as FaZe are swarming from so many angles. Acor chasing the bomb carrier. Keels just swinging on these guys. But what about Acor? That's the bomb carrier rain. Back of the head and dead. Twist there as well. Running low on the bullets, so he's got 5 left as Twist makes it to that old tree position.
The bomb got dropped though. Acor can just sit and wait. Oh, he wants to move in and he hits the headshot. Rops also falls. Long-range dualies working for Isaac. What a back and forth pistol, but it's GamerLegion able to cut off that flank to be at its source. They go and fight it. They get it from both angles. Even though Snacks got caught off guard initially, that was so well recovered by GamerLegion.
FaZe made that really uncomfortable, but they survived the test. These are 2 confident teams. Nothing is guaranteed here.
Smoke from GamerLegion there from Spawn. Looks like it's going to land bottom of Banana. Might cut off mid as well. Brokey's already past that, but they will try and face mid. I don't know if you want to do that against this Deeg, though. Can be deadly.
Such a powerful molly that was just ahead of Snacks there. Such a wide spread.
Covers
confidently clear bottom Banana. Closing the distance now is Karrigan. FaZe are creeping, looking menacing towards top mid. No results yielded just yet. They have forced the CTs back. They don't want to be too close to these weapons that FaZe are carrying.
FaZe staying close enough that they could explode at any moment. But for now, they're taking their time. Still a couple of smokes and flashes, and it looks like those will start to be used here. Oh, and that's a shot from Rops. And another one from Rain. This looks great. Acor completely alone. He'll get one, but he's blind and done for. It's GamerLegion getting annihilated by the pistols.
FaZe just have the talent. They've just got the skill. Extra gears always there for the squad. GamerLegion are going to have to do things the hard way, it seems. Not a full reset on their CT side, but close enough. 2 rifles collected by FaZe as well. It's always going to be a tall order to put them down.
Oh. That Rops kill, I barely saw anything. So quick, even in slow-mo. And you know how tough it can be when you win the CT pistol but lose the follow-up. That tiny losing bonus. 1.4k is all you're going to get. So even with 2 guns saved, it's not great. This is crazy. Dude, it's even a micro adjustment on the crosshair, is it? That is absurd. Rops is an absolute demon on the server. And GamerLegion forced to force. Again, we have seen these force buys be very threatening, though. So don't count them out of this one.
There's util behind that smoke. We're seeing towards bottom Banana once again. Love
Nice
the confidence
back.
from Twist, though.
Yeah.
Spotted a gap. Minute 30. Heavy presence from GamerLegion toward B. Isaac left alone on A. FaZe waited out this initial util. Rain showing some presence, inviting a response from GamerLegion. Love those double nades as well, behind the sandbags.
Some things will never go out of style. That's a staple, an Inferno staple right there. Clear out the sandbags. FaZe leaving their options open. They can always send in an SMG player to search for information. Be an information gatherer.
Look at this read from GamerLegion. You've got to walk on Speedway, otherwise you can't be heard from Banana. Awkward. That's two different weapons Rain just heard there. The MP9, then the 5.7. That's good info. Could rise with confidence as well. He'll lose a rifle though. Bomb heading towards Banana again, but so are some of GamerLegion.
And they're stuck behind this smoke phase. They can't commit yet.
Yeah, Snax has got a flashbang also. Does he have a lineup for it though? Considering his options, they start to move in. When they get started, there we go. Have they heard it being deployed? Karrigan avoids it, but can't avoid Snax. Able to fall back and reload. Brokey up close with the pistol. Full spray from Snax. 10 seconds on the clock. Reinforcements on the way. Snax is baiting. Down to the blades again, but Volt will stop the fun. And Rops is miles away. That's a round FaZe should have won, surely.
How does Snax survive for so long? I don't get it. Snax is so good at surviving. He's on 11 health. He's reloading, running back to cover. It looked like Brokey had him dead to rights. It looked like Brokey could have just run him down. He doesn't land the shots. This was that first trade, and then this smoke being up allows Snax to swing. And then here, it's criminal that he gets away. Brokey tries to pre-fire, but ends up in an awful position.
The slight burst stopped his momentum in the air as well. As awkward as a horse on a bicycle.
Wow, FaZe will buy what they can. GamerLegion with a chance here.
How are these, like a basic nade like that, just how is it going wrong so often? It's like they're playing with fisheye lenses.
That GamerLegion smoke went so deep down ramp. I don't think that's what they wanted. They have now got the re-smoke for Banana, but Twist got the timing right on the fight against Snax. Another smoke. 3 CTs at B right now, and FaZe look ready to pop onto A.
What do FaZe make of the lack of response here? Isaac trying to create space. They're lining up. He collects 2. That second frag might be so important for the squad. Moving up mid now and quickly. Is anyone close enough to hear them? We've got grenades sailing towards that pit position. And Twist gets deleted. How often do you say that? 3 or 2 made 1 as they line up for Rops around that smoke. Only so much he could do though. GamerLegion find a third.
Was that planned? I don't think so. Fist bump going a bit funny, but either way, big round from GamerLegion. And as you said, Isaac overperforming on the whole, gets that second dink through, and GamerLegion all on the same page, waste absolutely no time on the retake. Karrigan a little brief moment of frustration before realizing he's got to get his head back in the game.
Slightly clubbing the table.
It's a 2 out of 10 for now.
The needle was moving on the Richter scale, just slightly.
What a start for GamerLegion though. It's been a great map for FaZe, and that looks great for Kios. Against the Pistols, Utility will help him line them up.
Love the bright water skins. Very underrated, especially the nice karambits if you can find one. Solid M4 in the hands of Isaac. Rops be creeping, as Rops often does. No Deagle shot for him on this occasion. There's one for Brokey though. It could become pricey for the CT squad. He's got 1:10 on the clock.
Is a Deagle headshot the most satisfying thing in Counter-Strike?
Scout headshot for me more than Deagle headshot.
Really?
When you're moving so fast with the scout, you strafe cancel, just pop someone in the face. especially a drive-by as a CT looking down mid on Inferno. Very satisfying indeed.
I think I might take some USP one taps over the Scout. It's also up there. Any more headshots for Brokey? Not on this occasion. Snax denies, and what a start this is for GamerLegion. They needed to come out hot here after losing their map pick. This is a map that FaZe have looked very good on so far at Sydney. But I'm sure GamerLegion have done their homework, and it's showing right now. And there's that AWP out for Acor as well.
I'd love to see a nuke decider between these squads with their learnings from the days past. What else they can throw into that cauldron. There's plenty of play to be had before we potentially get there here on Inferno.
Different approach from GamerLegion here, using very little utility early in this round. A lot of teams are throwing those early smokes and mollies down banana, but this is a much more passive approach from GamerLegion. We'll see if they're trying to hold on to those nades for the late round. There's a bit of banana retake utility from GamerLegion, something that has been transferred over from CSGO. But they won't be peeking in, and it's a good thing they're not, because Brokey's here with a teammate holding this.
Damn, Christmas lights are up early. Jostling for position on banana.
FaZe have got to draw some of this util out or do something to make GamerLegion sweat here. Otherwise, this late round util from GamerLegion could be devastating for FaZe's final push.
GamerLegion, they're often leaning towards expectancy towards that B bomb site also. Fault will hear that long has been compromised, and that will pull Snax out of position. Carrigan looking for him. Oh, he made that look so casual. Still 2 players on that B bomb site. 24 seconds to go. Carrigan can cut off the rotation, which isn't even happening just yet. But the molly towards the front of the site will delay. FaZe haven't even made ground on the B bomb site, and there's a second molly there. And HG's in the smoke as well. 10 seconds to get this bomb plant. Going for that default plant. Keel's fishing. There's a flashbang as well. Robs has planted the bomb though. Down he goes.
Slow rotate as well. GamerLegion just now getting a move on. They do have kits, but they don't have smokes here. They don't have mollies to flush out these positions either.
So interesting the differences we're seeing in CS2.
Oh, they found a smoke. It's gone now though.
Volt and Acor have to come in with practically no cover. FaZe can peek whenever they want. They're going to try and cut their losses if they can. They've got a smoke up. Volt will have a quick go. Acor still here with the AWP. Will leave Brokey as the last man to fall back from the B bomb site. Have a look at all those X's. Honestly, it was so well played by GamerLegion with their utility. But still, they come away empty-handed. Credit to FaZe for that.
Yeah, you saw Acor actually drop his incendiary over to his teammate there, Kios, because he realized I can just AWP, hold CT, and let my teammate try and delay on the site. I think the only mistake you could argue that was made there was the wiping of the smoke with the nade was maybe done a little too soon, because they still had that molly down on front of the site. Maybe if you nade that smoke with 5 seconds remaining, you can maybe deny, but did not go the way of GamerLegion that time. And this time, GamerLegion go back to the early aggression, and it's Acor with that AWP to open things up.
8 frags for Acor, really coming to life for GamerLegion. Again, maybe not with the name value he deserves at this point, but every frag will add to that, especially versus a team like FaZe. What's denied from lurking for the time being. You can see he's looking for it though.
Oh. Not sure if that was over the smoke or not. I think he was on the half wall. Either way, a second kill found by Acor. Full banana control. Snax has pushed all the way through. GamerLegion know exactly what's coming here.
Fault's got to be very specific with his positioning.
Oh.
He'll still have an angle. Fault down he goes though. But again, there's still an angle towards Library, a crossfire in fact. Keels has a look in the red, now he's dead. Carrigan will be traded though. And there's a re-emergence from that Library position also. Snax from short. Acor with his 3rd in the round. And they get dropped so quickly. GamerLegion looking strong enough on this CT side.
I just can't believe that Molly hits Kios for 3 damage and he survives on 1 health. That is crazy. But yeah, just all this info, this early play as well. They had the util down banana. They had Acor able to peek into second mid.
Nice.
Oh, it was wiped. Acor rolling with that AWP.
He's quick. He is very quick, Acor. The lead is only 3 rounds for the time being. The money sucks for FaZe Clan. Good chance at a 6th then for GamerLegion.
Again, definitely looks like GamerLegion have done their homework here. In the same way that FaZe had a few counters over on the first map, GamerLegion looked very aware that Inferno was a likely pick in this series. And you can see that in how well drilled they look right now.
I'm still marveling at having Snacks back and seeing him perform like this. Man like Acor.
Hello.
They know about him in the streets. Kerrigan has some position. Now he doesn't. 3 pistols remain. There is a flash in the hands of Brokey. Or in his back pocket, maybe. Plenty of incendiaries and smokes for GamerLegion. And they've got an Acor who is making very good use of this CT side with that AWP.
Seen that angle behind the bike used before. Seems quite hard to hit the CT there.
They want it to be hard as well. Even as good as this looks for GamerLegion, FaZe have made some of these rounds expensive. Look at the money on GamerLegion. If they have a slip up here, if they lose that AWP, for example, they may not be able to afford another one. So it's very important that they continue impact like that. They have to minimize the losses here, minimize the variance, keep the costs down. Oh, careful.
Whoa.
Now it gets weird, now it gets awkward, now it gets dicey. Last bullets in the magazine. Brokey dispatched of. Credit to FaZe for squeezing 2 frags out of that. AWP will be rescued.
That second shot from Rain, it kind of looked like he was still running. I don't know if that's just how it looks in CS2 though. This is incredible from Acor.
Oh man. That is fast. That was so smooth. That had flow to it.
And listen, Acor at this level can be a real difference maker. Really nice that he's found a home where he can be confident here on GamerLegion after spending some time out of the spotlight.
Changing up his positions as well. Look at the trajectory of that grenade. That came from Boiler. Very purposefully. FaZe will see that it came from Boiler, but Acor has made his way through the other side of apps with that AWP. Again, a false sense of security potentially. And the rifle support is back.
I heard that.
Yeah, indeed. He knows what is coming, and he's got an awkward angle. Oh, Rain gets his bell utterly rung. And Rops is surely never going to see Acor coming. High urgency now. Volt's lost his position. He's in some trouble. What does Acor do in this situation? Rops is just lurking, as Rops often is. Volt so desperately creeping, but Kios is here to save the day, and the dream collapses for FaZe Clan.
Acor in position as well, all the way back to the bomb site, and he is not missing right now. GamerLegion are dominating FaZe on FaZe's map pick.
Wow. God, that hurts me to watch that.
Listen, I've seen that a couple of times. I think they're just committing to that now. Commit to the bit. Look at Acor, man. So active. I am loving it. And then Kios gets here just on the edge of that smoke. Once you start shooting, you're going to be able to see quite nicely on the edge of the smoke.
Oi.
Oh. Yeah, he's doing it on purpose. Come on. He literally fist bumps Snacks normally right before.
It's great to have your good spirits, though. Keep the gang happy. 5-round lead for GamerLegion. And FaZe Clan haven't found a way to crack this nut. Acor switching up his positions. Delivering when asked with that AWP. Very dependable, very fast, very snappy. Bottom of the barrel for FaZe Clan. Fighting for scraps in this round. This is a dangerous loadout of pistols, though. And we know in their hands, any round is winnable.
A-Core over towards Banana this time. FaZe using that T-side top mid smoke. That's something Fnatic were using earlier in this tournament. And you can actually phase that yourself if you want to and try and pop into top mid. It's something that the CTs can sometimes feel a little uncomfortable about, especially when there's only 2 of you on A. So GamerLegion will play back from the bomb site instead. And you wonder whether, with the pistols, FaZe want to go for something fast here. Flashes at the ready. Will the reinforcements arrive in time for GamerLegion? Because this play is on.
Keel's heading to control that long position. A-Core's been on B with the bomb. Stops Karrigan. In the meantime, there are many players coming on shore, but they've got 2 CTs to deal with. And so far, they are dealing. Isaac down to the pistol. So much pre-fire from him. But Keels is here to stop the bleeding. 3-player stand at the end of the round for GamerLegion, who continue to pull away from FaZe Clan. A silhouette in the distance, perhaps a mirage.
Yeah, FaZe just feeling so flat right now. It's been a really dry T side for them. And Keel's rotating back there is the key factor. Him covering off long and even getting that final kill on the rotate into the site makes all the difference because you can clear out Banana quite quickly and easily. Was able to rotate back in time. This almost feels like a must-win gun round for FaZe in the context of this half. Oh, Robs is burning down to 31.
They are not having a great time on this T side. For all the confidence on paper for FaZe on Inferno, GamerLegion decided that they would dictate.
Well, this looks like a round where FaZe can set up their play. They're slowly getting Banana control. They're slowly getting the early map that they want. And this time, GamerLegion don't have quite as much counter utility for the late round. So this looks like a solid start for FaZe. They haven't lost numbers early. They've got some map control. They've just thrown a smoke, which has not landed where they wanted it to. But they've still got a few more remaining. Not the end of the world.
Nothing doing just yet. Careful timing, but Volt will clean up in the meantime. Have a look at A-Core's rotation. He's heading towards Speedway. GamerLegion have a read. They've got shenanigans. They've got utility as well. Here comes the HE grenade. Out into the light goes Brokey. And this round goes down the drain for FaZe. GamerLegion are ready for everything FaZe are throwing at this T side.
The aggression, the timings, the team play. You almost run out of superlatives right now for GamerLegion. And I love that Snax is patient with that wipe of the smoke. I feel like we're seeing a lot of players just get a little too eager and go for the wipe too soon. But he goes at a time where he knows he can fight with his teammate Keels here. If he wiped it immediately, wouldn't have been as helpful. Damn, that moved the camera.
Hammer time.
Last round of the half. Not many nades for FaZe. They've prioritized AKs, but I don't know, man. Maybe they need more utility than this. 2 smokes, that's all you've got.
GamerLegion are so ready for this CT side. They are so ready. FaZe have just got to throw something unusual at them. GamerLegion just waiting for FaZe to make their play and then putting them in awkward situations. Gonna have to be pure fragging in this one, I think. But A-Core makes it 15 for 4. Turning up when he needs to. He has grown over the years as a sniper. Sometimes hit and miss. Absolutely smashing today. Where's Brokey? Comic illustration. Coming your way soon. Snax makes no assumptions. All quiet. And he wonders, and he finds out why. 5 on 3. Great utility. They're lining up for Snax. Take a ticket. Rops in the clutch then. 1v4 made 3. Trying to bait A-Core, but he takes no bait. That is a monster half from GamerLegion, but there's still more work to be done.
workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak peek of what's to come. Taking a trip over to DE_assembly. This map features a plane undergoing construction in a large hangar. The map is built for Wingman and is overall quite a compact map. It makes up with this with some multi-level design, adding lots of paths weaving in and around the under construction plane. This map has a great sense of scale for how small it is. Standing next to the plane's engines, you can really feel this. Overall, a very visually pleasing map in Source 2 has unlocked new opportunities to push the quality of the map's many reflective surfaces beyond what was possible in CSGO. They say Nuke is a good example of this, allowing for interiors to be clean and quite literally shine in CS2. The creators went one step ahead with this one, even creating a website for the map, featuring a fictional airline with many well-known locations. A nice touch for sure. Now let's take a gander at a map that was featured in CSGO back in February 2022. CS Climb, a hostage map focused around a climbing gym. Is that what you call it? Climb house? Anyway, the center point of this map are these beautiful climbing walls with interlinking paths dotted around. Like many of the early maps for CS2, this map is also a port from CSGO, and the mappers say it's quite clear how much certain types of interiors can benefit from Source 2's overhauled lighting system. They say the lighting completely blows out anything you can make in CSGO out of the water. DE Boulder is a map still under construction, but some areas are really starting to come together. This Wingman map is based on the Metora monasteries in Greece. Set on a giant rock formation, this map will have some great panorama views of the mountains around. This skybox is still a work in progress, but from what I've seen so far, I think when it's completed, it could be one of the prettiest ones out there. The creators say that this is a straightforward map, but offers a dynamic layout with quick rotations through an atmospheric wine cellar underneath mid. I tell you what, it's bloody beautiful as well.
Just a quick note, if you found those workshop maps interesting, then look up the MapCore community on FaceIt, as they're always testing week to week. New maps, old maps. It's quite an interesting community. But here, in this game, where FaZe could have closed it out 2-0, they have been dominated by GamerLegion, and what is normally a mainstay of Inferno for FaZe Clan. They come into this one, into the second half, with only 2 rounds from 12. Perhaps it all changes in the second half. Perhaps it gets shut down in the pistol round.
5A. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Nothing's going right for FaZe. Absolutely nothing is going right for FaZe right now. A full send onto B for GamerLegion, and they can't believe their luck. It's free.
That sounded painful. I felt ribs cracking.
Okay.
Carrigan, it's been playing well today, and will continue to do so in this pistol round. 4-on-3. FaZe urgently need to clear out this bomb site. A-Court has been good also. Taking their time. That defuse was happening, now it isn't, but it probably will do again because Volt's in a 1 versus 4. It's a long defuse if he can find an angle for it, but he will be denied. A much needed win for FaZe Clan. They forgot what success tasted like in this series.
Yeah, it was DE_pression for a long, long time. But finally, FaZe able to break the streak. It was 6 in a row for GamerLegion. And it honestly felt like FaZe just decided, you know what, let's just use this grouped up aggression that a lot of teams have been working with on CS2. And, okay, is that a sarcastic clap?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's the type.
You think?
No, he's not the type. He's just very steady, very level-headed, calm.
I like to stir it up, man.
A-Court's consistent in his emotion.
Yeah, that's fair.
He is relaxed and focused. He's got a perfect balance between the two. That man is in the zone. 17-4-5. But now it's Brokey's turn. He's got the CT angles. And I'm sure the AWP is on the way.
Got to overcome this hurdle first. And it's not a small one. Plenty of Galils in play. Didn't really see an apartments pop from FaZe on their T side. Looks like GamerLegion Want to go for a quick one here.
Look at the constant jiggle for Ops.
Seen him do filthy things from that position in CSGO.
Terrified of the wide swings. Twist falls back to a safer position, and Rops will be deleted as they come from different angles. Brokey just trying to finish off the job there, down 7 HP. What do FaZe do now? They've lost a lot of position. Unbeknownst to them, Kios is coming in to make it even worse. Carrigan creeping on short. He'll be the man to take the risk. Brokey's got 7 HP on long. Do they commit to this on a 3-on-4? Can they afford to lose it in a 3 versus 10 as far as the score is concerned? This is really walking the plank, isn't it? The Sharks are circling. They are swirling. Or are they? Brokey, 7 HP. There's nothing for him to do.
Heads up play from Kios. The wrap around was well timed. Enough distraction on the site for him to line up 2 for free. Kios, a bit of an unsung hero on this map, has been consistently fragging. And they're not going to change that handshake anytime soon because it's been working amazingly for GamerLegion. That's the lineup. Both players getting caught off guard. And this might have to be a write-off for FaZe at this point. You win the pistol, you think there's a chance, and boom, rejected. Dejected are FaZe. 1 M4 saved, what can they do?
It's as if they got into a car with a flat battery. The wheels never got turning in this one.
FaZe's pick as well. It's just not been close.
I'm convinced that when grenades land by those sandbags, if you will, there's a window where the glass falls out, but the glass seems to be impervious, seems to be bulletproof. Inviting FaZe to do something. They are holding on to their util. They've both got smoke grenades here on B. Oh, the molly's extinguished. That is a big factor here as the swing big. Oh, okay. That was quite a nice one from Rain. And Carrigan. Oh! Carrigan! What? He's got more left in the tank as well as he peppers Acor. I can't process what I just witnessed. What was that?
Well, apparently when FaZe need a play, they can look to Carrigan. Just spamming away with that deagle. Keeps going back to the well. This final shot. Oh, it's so quick.
What in the blazes?
Give me the slow-mo.
Oh, that's so nasty.
I would never flick up there. I would never flick up. I'd flick to the right and try and catch him coming down. Ludicrous.
I love the focus from FaZe though. There's no crazy celebration. They're like, whatever, let's get on to the next one. They have a task ahead of them and they are full focused on it. Completely wiping GamerLegion in spectacular fashion.
And finally they'll get an easy round against the Glocks. Take note of that smoke down mid. Something the desk pointed out. FaZe have been throwing a aggressive smoke down mid, which allows them to challenge second mid. Has been a real nuisance for their opponents on Inferno so far at Sydney. For now, GamerLegion, I think, are just waiting out these nades, making FaZe use their utility, force those reinvestments, because they know damage is not that likely here.
Okay, so far so good. 2 kills is a good round, I think, here. Oh, okay, now things are changing. There's a rifle to be collected.
No.
There isn't even bomb plant pressure for Snacks. He's in the clutch as well. How many bullets has he got in the magazine? 4. Goes for the reload. That'll concede his position. But I mean, the bomb plant was a big clue anyway. He's got to find this kill. Oh, crosshair's a bit low there. Otherwise, who knows? An exhale from Carrigan as they keep game points away from GamerLegion. That was a hell of a scary round. 2 frags, I think, is fantastic for them. They get 3 and a bomb plant out of that.
It really feels like none of these rounds are for the free in CS2. I don't know if it's partly because teams are focusing more on these low rounds because they know they have to with the lower round totals, or just because the pistols can feel good and the group mentality can feel good, maybe harder to spray down multiple opponents. Either way, it leaves FaZe with little money in the bank and therefore little room for error. As if that wasn't the case already, being 11-5 down. Same smoke being thrown all the way down towards the bottom of Banana, but Snax doesn't care about that. He's using the T-side smoke to move on up.
What a position for Snax. Kios takes all the kills.
Oh dear.
Block may have helped though. But either way, I mean, what is there to pursue now? Like, God.
Like, you don't even have a nade for the smoke. That's what you need to try and get a kill back.
There's nothing he can do. Snax has spotted him as well.
Even that's not enough.
No. It really isn't. They just have to let it go.
Sometimes you got to know when it's time to go.
Akor's so chill. That man.
No, that's he's in a smoke himself.
Oh boy. What is this? What are you doing, man?
A wry smile from the face of Raid.
That is such a grief. I mean, wow. That's rough. That is rough.
Map point coming up for GamerLegion, and that's how they get it. And that's everything in this series. You said earlier you would love to see Nuke, the map that these two teams played in the group stage, one that went to double overtime. It was GamerLegion there that were able to take it. We weren't sure we'd get there after FaZe stole away GamerLegion's pick, but it looks almost certain we're getting there now.
Do not underestimate Snax. If you didn't know it before, you certainly do now. The job's not done yet, though. Broky's on the AWP once again, heading towards B on this occasion. Let's see what FaZe have to offer GamerLegion on this occasion. Kiel's not shy at all to go through that smoke. 17 frags for him. Still not as good as Akor, though, who's got 19 on the board.
Nade looks good. Below half health is Karrigan. They don't fully take Banana control, though. And FaZe themselves might start to peer down Banana and see that it's clear here. And that will have the early info for these A players. They've got to be on high alert right now. Oh, the timing. Okay, Rain realizes he's got to back on up.
Yeah, Broky's considering the rotation as well. There's a lot of util for GamerLegion, but if the CT swing as they know they have to, then who knows?
That's bomb. Dropped on long.
3-on-3 Rops allows Volt into a false sense of security. 40 seconds on the clock. The util continues. Brokey in that library gets his bell rung. There's a path to beat. And Karrigan knows that as well. He's going to go back. They don't have the info. Rops is top mid. They don't know where these T's are going. They are split.
Does Rops go alone? He doesn't want to take that risk, but he's got them trapped on the site. Is he confident enough that they're both here? It looks like it. The flash turned away from Rops, only good for one. And now they've got to figure out where Akor could reposition to. Can Karrigan read this right? Akor out in the open. Karrigan's got him, and FaZe cling on.
Ooh, gave that one away. Had no idea where Karrigan could be coming from. Took a gamble, didn't pay off. FaZe stand for now. They've only just reached half the score of GamerLegion. The road is a long one, but they're holding on.
The night is dark and full of terrors. That was the wiping of the smoke that allowed them onto the site. But I think Rops' position was really valuable. Trapping them on the bomb site makes the post plant a lot less concerning. And again, the removal of that graveyard position on A also affects those post plants. Makes it slightly more difficult for the T side to have all those annoying little cubbies that the CTs have to clear. While FaZe have at least forced a timeout from the GamerLegion side. So respect being shown. Still enough money for a buy. Mac 10 forced into the hands of Snacks, but other than that, no real issues. Are we going to see the smoke spawns from FaZe? Haven't really seen that one down mid yet. Looks like Twist will be lining one up in this round. That one landing over towards the middle of Banana. Snacks is an eager beaver. Mac 10 spots that opponent. Carrigan forced back. Snacks still wanted to commit, but the flash forced him away.
It's always reading the game and the behaviors. Menacing repeat there. Not getting much on this occasion. FaZe looking to re-emerge and have that information on Banana. GamerLegion still have a metric ton of utility though.
Bold call from FaZe, briefly with 4 players back to A. But it looks like a good read right now. Flashes are being prepared here. This is going to be an A-pop.
Yeah, they are committing to this one, or at least one person is. A late emergence from Isaac, and he'll get dropped easily. Snacks lurking towards B. Actually has a 1v1. The bomb's still in their control. So if he can drop Carrigan, then there might be a bomb plant in this. But Acor staying in the apartments for now. There's a swing from Snacks. But Acor can't really rotate. There's no way for him to get over there with his position. And there are too many people for FaZe to have a way into the A bomb site. 20 seconds to go. Snacks may just hold on to the M4. He's got enough to buy a util around it.
That's a bad look for GamerLegion. Off the back of a timeout especially. The lack of coordination there on whether they were committing out through the apartments or not is something you cannot afford too often. We've talked about how you can't have many mistakes. You can't give away rounds in this new format. It is brutal. You give away 1 or 2 key gun rounds and FaZe can be right back into this map. Whenever these teams have played in the past, it has always been close. Before this series, the maps they'd played had all gone to overtime. The first map went all the way in regulation. Can FaZe make this one close as well? It's pistols for the most part on the GamerLegion side as they fully invest around that save gun.
Double nades miss as FaZe are more committed than that. Got to be careful, Reino, because Kios is hunting for a reload back of the head. No mercy, but Brokey's there to hold the line. 4 on 4. GamerLegion still dangerous with these Tech 9s. They've got the util to close the distance. Snacks makes no assumptions there. Just looks to his left, though, as he shows himself, as he reveals himself to Carrigan. Oh, boy. I think they know there's one more. It's a fast smoke dropped by Brokey. He was trying to do some damage. Stuck behind the smoke now. They're jumping all over the shop to try and find him. Got to be careful with his remaining bullets. He's only got 6 left. That's going to be enough. Look at the lock from Brokey. 1v2 then. Acor has got 46 seconds to do this as he commits to the bomb plant. That's half the information for him. Drops the smoke, and let's not forget how long those smokes are. He's only heard one player towards B, though.
I don't think FaZe budge here. They're not going to fall for this. Acor gets another. 19 seconds. He is now sending it all the way back. He thinks he's got time. And Robs is not going to move an inch from this bomb site. Looks like Acor should have this bomb down for free on A. Has he got the time? Just about, it looks like. And this is a great opportunity. Out of nothing.
He's got a molly as well if he can find an angle. But where's he going to post up? A little deeper than last time with the occasional look. How does Rob solve this puzzle? Oh, that's nasty. It's clinical from Acor. He's been great on this map. Who else to finish off the job there? Nuke is forced. We're going there again with GamerLegion and FaZe.
Well, FaZe got absolutely dunked on in the first half of play, I think it's fair to say, so not much hope for a comeback in the second. Conversely, great stuff from GamerLegion, particularly with the context that they lost out very narrowly on their map pick, so having the fortitude, the tenacity, the mental resilience to be able to come back on Inferno, which we know is a favorite map for FaZe.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing for me from GamerLegion on that CT side was how aggressive they were. They really didn't allow FaZe to feel comfortable at any point in time. I think round number 4 comes to mind where FaZe, they're on that A bomb side, it's a 3v3. The bombs barely even planted, the retake is on, just catching them off guard. And we were talking so much about FaZe's CT side and how, you know, we're wondering how GamerLegion are going to counter it. But yeah, you just get 2 rounds on the T side, not going to have much of a CD side.
Yeah, I think, you know, that makes things much easier. And we had JL here in the pre-game talking about, because since they played FaZe yesterday on Inferno, got smacked around, saying you can't let them dictate the pace. And I feel that's what GamerLegion managed to do. They were the ones dictating the pace on their CT side, you know, with some of those aggressions. Obviously, winning some of the early force buys helped a lot, because FaZe's economy really wasn't in a good spot for the majority of that first half. And yeah, we saw some good moves like that quick flank, proactive, and just good CS from GamerLegion.
Yeah, completely silencing FaZe on that T side. We're talking about 2 rounds, and they were solitary, right? There was no rounds back-to-back and barely anything able to bolster in the second.
It really did feel like that first half GamerLegion were in full control. And even heading on to the second half, right, if a lot of teams would have been like, listen, guys, we're 10-2 up, it's against FaZe, you know, just take things slow. Now there's none of that. Even though FaZe won the pistol round, the way they were just grinding it out, and even a call was so very good, right? We knew FaZe like going for the brackets control, for example, the apps pop, quick apps pop, and just the ability to kind of make FaZe dance to their tune, which is something I don't think we've seen many teams do thus far in this tournament.
Let's give some flowers to Acor in this one as well, because yeah, he was really showing up on this map of Inferno. What did you like so much about his showing here today, Yanko?
I think it was, I mean, here he was very effective with the opening kills, but just his mobility, right, on the CT side. I've always found that problem, really, you know, when you go into the game and like, okay, well, sometimes he goes ab, sometimes he goes mid, sometimes he opens B, and then in the mid round he will stay in the site where he got the first kill, or he will move to the other one. And that just, when a player is unpredictable like that, it makes it more difficult to game plan for it, to counter him, to find ways, you know, to be a step ahead. And he had a great game here on Inferno.
I mean, if you look at that frag highlight, he was getting kills from seemingly every single position on that map, right? And that's how you want. He's playing like a star opera. That's what we used to, you know, talk about when it comes to, you know, when you have a star opera in a CT side, just floating around, having your impact felt everywhere, and just basically mind gaming your opponents as well. It doesn't quite help. It doesn't. I mean, it really helps as well, the fact that it's hitting some nutty shots at the same time.
Yeah, talk about nutty shots. This next clip means jack shit in the context of the game, but we really have to bring up the Karrigan Deagle moment.
33-year-old talent.
That is a big factor here as a swing. Big.
Like, it's just insane. Like, what is that? How does he do that?
Karrigan, I don't know.
Yeah, the first 2 kills, then this happened.
Yeah,
right? Like, that's just the first 2 kills are labored, and then
the third
one bullet left, guys in midair, just flicks, gets the headshot, and a scream out of all of us watching.
I guess it's you know, it's a bit of a tell for, like, I mean, rather a bit of a hope for all the older boomers out there. You know, CS2 new game. I guess you can teach an old dog can learn new tricks. You know.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a microcosm of CS2 right now in that sequence. It's like, well, he should be dead. He should be dead. Oh, this guy, I don't know how I got this kill, and that's how it happened.
Yeah, to all you oldies out there, maybe you at home can hit a mid-air deagle shot. Get the deagles out, start practicing. Should we talk about Nuke? Because we are going to be settling the score on this ground, and I'm so excited that we get to this map, because what happened in the best of 1 earlier on, Blair, to be beginning off this tournament? Things got chaotic.
It got chaotic, and that was the first map of for FaZe where they lost to GamerLegion, right? It was a bit of a surprise. It was a bit of a massive curveball, because as we alluded to in the pre-game, that GamerLegion used to ban Nuke before Snacks came in. So now they're playing Nuke. They got that win. That might have potentially caught FaZe by surprise, in all honesty. That could be one of the reasons. I want to take nothing away from GamerLegion. But that being said, FaZe did manage to beat Vitality handily on that very map. I think they were 8-1 down at one point, and they just won it pretty convincingly, 39 or something.
Yeah, I think FaZe has the upper hand now because of that fact. I mean, when you go into a game like that, and I like that FaZe still went for Nuke or left it in or whatnot, because, you know, like, you need to have faith in your own map. even if the opponent is an unknown to you, but you literally didn't even know who plays which spot, right? So just reacting on the map based off of who you killed or who killed one of your players becomes more difficult and more risky. Now they have that basic information to work with. We don't know how much of their playbook GamerLegion exhausted in that opening game, right? But definitely going to be easier for FaZe to game plan coming into this one.
And also, I think the CT side is what impressed me the most from FaZe against Vitality, right? I think Rain was just a problem with outside position. Brokey, again, you know, he was kind of quite an inferno. He was delivering the first map. He was also quite a problem for Vitality. So I'm looking at those two players in particular on the CT side for FaZe to do some work.
Going back to Janko's point, I guess the element of surprise now
It's not there,
is mostly gone for GamerLegion. So how do you hope that they will be adapting?
I guess they should have. I mean, I'm assuming they would have expected this as potentially a decider, right? And FaZe are obviously going to be testing them on this map as well. That being said, I really, really like how the way they're playing CS right now. They know the kind of the small, a bit of an underdog, new IGL, not a lot of data to work with the way they're playing right now, but just as in-your-face Counter-Strike, and as JL said, you're not allowing FaZe to dictate the pace at all. That could be the key here.
Yeah, I think as well, seeing as how it's MR12, right, on the T side, if you are anticipating that this map might come into play, well, you can just throw in a couple of, mix it, a couple of little differences compared to what you did last time, and maybe take that, use that as an advantage, because they're thinking they've figured you out, and then you have a couple of extra aces up your sleeve.
Yeah, how do you think Snax is going to be approaching this one? It also just blows my mind, if we go back to that Ash quote, that Snax is being compared to Shuey, not the other way around. Like, this is such a weird cycle of CS we're in right now.
I mean, people's memory is very short in esports, right? But yeah, I really like a lot of the mid-rounding coming out from Snax. And what I'm enjoying from GamerLegion, it's a mixture of multiple things. They have a lot of like pre-made strats and pop strats coming in. They're catching a lot of teams off guard as well. And Snax himself individually, man, the guy's been putting in the hours, if you ask me. He's fragging out.
Do you think GamerLegion have the opportunity now to kind of throw this on its head and actually make it all the way to playoffs?
I think they have an opportunity. They have a good opportunity, Freya, but I don't think they'll seize it. I think FaZe wins.
What about you, Blair?
I have to agree. I think FaZe are one of those teams, right? They make it exciting, but at the end of the day, one of the hardest teams to put away.
The great procrastinator.
Yeah, you know what? They want to leave us on tenterhooks. They want to show us Nuke one more time, and they want to get some sweet, sweet revenge because, ladies and gentlemen, playoffs is on the line. FaZe versus GamerLegion. It all goes down on Nuke after this break.
New game, same challenges. Play in enjoyable lobbies. The most feared anti-cheat. The fairest matchmaking. And choosing your preferred server might just help with that pesky peeker's advantage. See for yourself.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The workshop waiting room. As we patiently wait for community maps, let's give you a little sneak peek preview of what's to come. Let's take a look at a mapper called Oral Stealth, who you might recognize from making the AIM Rogue Inferno map and also the first of its kind CSGO roguelite map. But today we are looking at Drawbridge, a wingman map based in a castle surrounded by a forest. This castle has been undergoing restoration. However, after the construction workers abandon it, the T's are coming to demolish it instead. When designing the layout, Oral Stealth wanted something a bit risky for both teams, making it hard to hold for the CTs and also hard to plant for the T's. He says he started making the layout in CSGO, then remade everything in the Half-Life Alyx tools, which helped him learn the new tools and understand how mapping works, which he believes is a huge leap forward. A map now that really shows off the new water, it's DE Lion Fort. A map based in the ruins of an abandoned, well, fort. I haven't seen the lions yet though. This one has a very moody feel to it. Some of the areas are really nicely done, plus it's always good to see the new water used where it fits well. The creator says he was inspired by the game Prince of Persia Warrior Within, and has made his map in the 2055 rundown style. This one gives me glimpses of what some areas of a Cobblestone remake could look like. Over to DE_Mills, a map based in a village in the Netherlands. This map is still a work in progress while the layout gets refined. I see the potential in this one, as I know the mapper has an eye for layouts that work well from the past maps that I've played from him. Also, I didn't know this was a thing, but it makes complete sense. Callouts for the maps are placed into the map, which will greatly help for the playtesters' testings. The creator Catfood only had positive things to say about the new mapping tools, stating he wished he had access to them when creating his previous maps. While the pipeline is more fluent and direct, he believes designers will have to be more careful not to overdo it when it comes to visuals, as this could lead to player readability taking a hit, which I think we can all agree on. Let's fire off some screenshots of some maps that are currently work in progress. First we have DE_Calavera by T-Rexa and Squink, followed by a project that T-Rexa is also working on, DE_Inca, giving me Aztec vibes with this one. From Lizard Maps, we have DE_Abbey, a very enjoyable map that was included in the CSGO matchmaking in 2019. And finally, this vibrant map is San Juan by Radu Tanasi, which is looking very nice. It's fair to say the good maps are cooking.
These two teams started their group stage here at Sydney, playing against each other on Nuke, and that is how they will end it as well, except this time, a spot in the quarterfinals is on the line. It was GamerLegion who bested FaZe last time out, but it was also a surprise map choice from GamerLegion. It used to be their permaban. Bringing Snacks in, they've changed their map pool, and now we've got to see if that was just GamerLegion catching FaZe off guard, or whether GamerLegion can do it again and eliminate FaZe in the group stage.
Rain got the final swipe in the knife round. FaZe get to decide where they begin. Loser goes home. Winner goes to the live crowd. A sold-out Sydney. It's going to be quite the weekend for those teams and players who can make it. It was great jumping work there from Acor, but ultimately he was to die.
Acor's movement's up there. One of the best in the game. I think for FaZe, if they do start on CT, it's absolutely worth watching how they approach Yard. We saw them be so disruptive against GamerLegion last time out. Rain was just a constant threat on Yard. They were wiping smokes, they were spamming smokes, they were going aggressive on Yard, and they were trying to make it as difficult as possible for GamerLegion to establish that control. Let's see if they do indeed start on that CT side. They had the choice, and they will be starting CT for this one. Pressure is on for both these teams. Both teams lose their map pick, but they have the chance to make up for it here.
Oh, okay then. That's a great start. I was looking at a HG and suddenly the headshots came through and it's FaZe's turn to get absolutely smashed. Crimson all over the walls as Twist finds himself in a 1 versus 4. We've seen so many plays from him with a CZ. But can he do something spectacular, miraculous maybe, with these Julies, should he choose to pursue this round? Slowly heading towards the ramp, looking at the carnage that came before him. No lurkers here. 4 frags to find and a defuse if he wants to pursue that. He has Kevlar. He has been made the raid boss. Just a side quest in this round now. Keel's curious. I think it's time to run away. Oh, Twist has got a different plan in mind. Going to make use of this. Oh, longest reload of your life. He's managed to find cover though. But Snacks will put him down. Again, that Kevlar has a lot of value, but he gained a lot of value from those kills as well. Either way, GamerLegion take the pistol. And I do wonder, with their first game, it came so early in the life of CS2. Many learnings to be done.
Yeah.
Will it look the same? How similar will it look?
I mean, as the Desk pointed out, they wouldn't have even known GamerLegion's positions because GamerLegion didn't used to play Nuke. Now, those kills at the end were very relevant from Twist. They've just allowed him to buy an M4 and drop it to Rain. So those exit frags could be important as Rain can now try and contest this yard control.
One of the best.
Ooh, and look at the aggression. Where did Twist come from? He'll get one. And there's damage onto other players as well. Brokey down here ahead of time, but Kios with a key kill gives them access to lower. Oh, that smoke's not ideal though.
How long does he hold it though?
They've got another one if they do want to cross.
They could also go the other way and Rain starts to wonder. That timing works well for Acor. But he doesn't see Rain either. So does he think there's a play to be made in Garage? Questions raised for both teams. GamerLegion slip away just before Rops emerges from heaven to have a look. So much time for them as well. 4 on 3.
Yeah, looks like the wrong read for FaZe right now as well. They have no one down on lower.
Don't want to wait too long though. If they've got to rely on a smoke plant, then things could still get uncomfortable for them. Taking control of control. Glass is not smashed. 24 seconds. Still no one downstairs.
Might have to be a save here for FaZe. You've got an M4, couple of pistols. Try and do damage or even compete into the next. So GamerLegion off to a good start. How important could that be after FaZe just got smashed on Inferno? Got to keep the mental strong here after losing your own map pick in that fashion.
It's a full investment as well. No money left in the hole for a sniper. And again, in this shorter format, there's something to focus on. There's no right or wrong. Something to be observed, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if they're safe there. Those bomb blasts are brutal. I mean, that could be very relevant, right? You lose 2 guns there. FaZe now have an ability to have some weapons in this round. Try and do a bit more damage. Keep GamerLegion limited on cash into the future. A Galil even in the hands of Karrigan into this one. So can FaZe contest in this round? Nade to the door, nades onto Rain. Down to 56 health early. Not ideal when he has one of the rifles.
It's a classic Virtus Pro play from back in the day. I'm sure Taz will remember. The days of Pasha. I made a clip like 8 years ago, maybe longer, of them doing that play, apex swinging and just getting absolutely obliterated by those grenades. But here comes the push towards ramp. Rops falling back, conceding position. But again, they've got to find some frags here, GamerLegion. 2-man set up for FaZe. Make it 3.
Yeah.
Got to be real careful about this one. Rops creeping around the corner, but Keels is delivering. Not much left for Brokey to do. Promising start then for GamerLegion. Get that bomb planted though, because FaZe are still creeping. Oh, was there a shot there by Rain? Oh, he's got 18 shots in the magazine, so perhaps there was. Very patient stuff from GamerLegion. Methodical. Again, both teams with learnings from the prior nuke, from playing CS2. Let's not forget that late defuse we saw from FaZe on the A bomb site, with GamerLegion falling away to try and save.
Yeah, I think FaZe won both pistols as well. So it really felt like a map that actually GamerLegion maybe could have won in regulation with how some of the rounds were stolen and how it all played out. Twist doesn't have much to save, so he will hang around. GamerLegion had a couple of players die to the bomb last round. They don't want to have that happen again. This time they're all on high health, so they will be okay. Now in the previous matchup, in the opening game between these two in the group stage, GamerLegion in almost every round were deploying 2 smokes towards Yard, those closer Yard smokes that allow the cross towards Secret. You can now do it with just 2 smokes if you go for the closer ones. And that was something that FaZe were trying to disrupt. So let's see if that is just a staple of GamerLegion's T side. And if it is, FaZe should be ready for it. Ooh, fast ramp. Could be on the cards.
Wow, that was a lot of grenades. They were very
a hard read.
expectant.
They went wrong.
Yeah. Close distance airstrike from GamerLegion. Warning sounds then for FaZe. Both teams having lost a player now. There's Brokey with that AWP. Up close as well, looking for something. Acorn might have a good angle for this, though. Timing, you wonder. Oh, he's missed a shot there. And Acorn with the full spray. Carrigan's lost as well. And so is the round for FaZe. Not getting started on this CT side of Nuke just yet. So more urgent with these shorter halves. Rops with no kills to his name. Only Twist has more than 1 kill for FaZe right now. And we're heading towards round 5. What is happening?
They can't afford to crumble like this. GamerLegion off to a great start. Snacks with a smile on his face already. Warms your heart to see Snacks happy.
It really does.
Rops forced into the save. Oh no, he doesn't even save. He's too close to the bomb.
Oh boy, painful lessons being learned in CS2. Oh, smoke grenade to the back of the head. That's rude.
I mean, when Rops is dying like that to a bomb radius, like he's the biggest nerd out there.
Yep.
And even he's not 100% sure. Goes to show.
If he doesn't know what's going on, then no one knows what's going on.
Absolutely. Okay, Rain has enough money to drop the AWP over to Brokey, who tried to get activated in that previous round, missed the opportunity.
This looks crazy, but FaZe legitimately have the extra gear to make a play like this work and win a round.
I mean, it could be unexpected as well, right? The GamerLegion even expect the AWP. Is the AWP even needed? Rain's already got one with the Deeg.
Looks so funky. Like a broken leg going up the ladder there. It's very uncomfortable angles. This clock is giving Brokey time to find someone to sweep up with this AWP. Rain's in such a good position. Kios clearly has no idea. 3 players versus 4 means problems. FaZe don't want peace. Suddenly, Snacks is alone. What does he go for here? He's got 7K in the bank. Now he's got a bit more as his team lose the round, punctured by Brokey. As we said before, FaZe are one of those teams who have a legitimate argument for a round like that, and here's a demonstration of why.
Yeah, a brief release, a brief relief there from Twists. FaZe have talked in the past about how they want to try and keep the mood up when they are struggling. There's the reaction from them, trying to get back into this map. Mac 10 out in this round for Isaac. Is there something fast on the cards here?
Looks like there is. Bouncing into the bomb site. He's created space for his team to sweep up. And Carrigan's lost. Only one for him on this occasion. Brokey trying to find that rotation outside. But that's put the AWP out of commission as this bomb site has well and truly been lost. They have a lot of util to go for a retake here. A lot of util.
GamerLegion have some as well, though. Smoke in this position still. They're just going to have to force through this if they want to go for it.
They could lose everything, though. It could set them back even further if they go for a high-risk play. Acor flank on the way. Molly for Kios.
They might not even save.
Oh, Brokey. Support grenade going through. There's the AWP gone. That is a big L. Robs doesn't make it to the site. The position so awkward now for FaZe.
Oh. Oh, no. Okay. Kios misses his opportunity. But it is a round for GamerLegion. This time they get away from the bomb.
Volts with 1 HP. A late frag for Snacks, but it's so... I was going to say, it's so fortunate that Keels, for FaZe, that Keels didn't get those kills there. Saving with 3 keeps them in contention for the next round. As fun as it was for the one round that FaZe won, it wasn't in a fashion which they can expect to replicate. They have to find success in those full buy rounds. And there they are lost again. It's a sacrificial lamb in with the MAC-10.
P90.
And now maybe Keels will be that with the P90.
Are they going to do the same play again? Oh no, it's into ramp this time. 5-man rush.
Robs with the scope. He just lost his opportunity already. That HE will do some very nice damage indeed. How long can he live for? How long can he survive? The P90 will purify the B bomb site. Minute 30 on the clock. Desperate times for FaZe. Will there be desperate measures as well?
Oh my. Surely not, Acor. Surely not. Brokey's got his pistol out. The bomb yet to be planted. Now they go for it. Smoke's up. Allow that to happen. And Acor's still sat in this smoke. Is Brokey ready? Is Acor ready?
He's not thinking about that right-hand side. Kios with the P90. It's covered in flames as well, like he's playing Micro Machines or something. He's got to clutch it now with that P90. Oh, coward. Switches out to the M4. Brokey on the site with an AWP. You may have seen Twist now. Can he find an angle to stop this defuse, though? Gets domed by Twist immediately. Somehow, FaZe found a way to recover that round. It's looking so scary for them.
GamerLegion just committing to these fast plays. Pack mentality, high pace. That time, Rops does an okay job at being able to allow his teammates to rotate. And then GamerLegion have to delay the bomb plant slightly. FaZe keep those positions contained. But you see the stress that's in all these rounds. Oh, GamerLegion happy to stick with the same play style, even though it didn't work in that one. Looks like they're going to go back to these yard smokes, something more standard. And this time it's Rops and Rain in this position, but they're not denying the cross here. Responding could be a bit awkward down to B then. If Rops and Rain are both at yard.
I don't think we've seen too much exploration into these new smokes on the A bomb site just yet. We saw 1 or 2 in prior days. Perhaps there is something to come later. For now, Volt will be lurking. Could have been worse. GamerLegion have a lot of position here.
Yeah, Lurk Smoke is still a possibility out through Squeaky, and that could allow a quick vent drop, as long as they could clear Carrigan out of top hut.
Quick flash in. Carrigan could have collected 2, but he'll have 0. Rain will do the job, though. But where is the bomb?
I think it dropped down the vent.
Yeah, Snacks may go to collect it. They've got someone to...
Oh, maybe not.
Catch.
Oh, you
yeah,
did.
yeah. You can see it flashing there. 35 seconds on the clock. Rob starting to get his lurk on, though. Can he find position? Between him and Brokey, GamerLegion could be in trouble. The door is open. There are no smokes for GamerLegion. And is there anybody here to challenge Brokey? Rob's running distraction. And Brokey plays off of that. And suddenly, Acor finds himself out of position.
If Snacks made it across there, this would have been a very interesting round because Acor was still up on A. The A site was clear. It could have been a 2-on-3 post plant. So a must-hit shot from Brokey there. And he steps up for his team. Had a bit of a slow start, but he is involved in the action now. That was a fascinating round to watch. You saw GamerLegion realize they might have the chance to pounce quickly towards B, and those smokes out through Squeaky for the vent drop, they're bigger, so it can be kind of easier to get into the smoke, but it's still a position where the CTs are going to try and spam you. With the new mechanics especially, you might just spot a player as you spam. You see here, the combo, oh, they just can't get down. And that made a pretty big difference there.
FaZe are clawing it back. That's broken, GamerLegion. Let's put their money in the bin for the time being. It was looking like a runaway half, maybe a runaway game for GamerLegion, but FaZe Clan have hung on just about. And now opportunity knocks for them.
2 smokes picked up by GamerLegion. That will allow those 2 connected smokes on Yard to try and cross. Oh, they swing before it though. Rain will eat up those fights all day long.
Those pistolers need to stay alive to make space later. Oh, Rain just knows his angles so well through these smokes.
He's so good.
Fishing and finding. Acor's barely got started with this AK-47. He really hasn't. Still a few more players in tow, though. Speeding things up now as they race towards the B bomb site. A plant would be luxurious for them, but Brokey may have something to say about that. He's got to be careful. Could lose an AWP here if he makes a mistake. And he might just do. Never mind. Everybody stands at the end of the round. FaZe will comfortably collect their next round. Looking to tie the score. Wouldn't be surprised if we're all tied at half-time, the way things are going.
Unable to deny the plant, so at least some extra money for GamerLegion, which should be relevant coming into this gun round. Yeah, Rain was obviously a bit of a Yard specialist in the previous game, so knowing his angles, he's able to adapt to the new style of play over at Yard.
Looks like he's very much enjoying things.
Absolutely. Same 2 smokes being deployed again on Yard for GamerLegion.
Normally it's smokes being dropped for teammates. Now it's HEs.
Rain is not Yard this time. He's at ramp pushing with Rops. Carrigan is just wiping those smokes, seeing if he can spot the cross. Still nothing yet.
I think that second HE was a bait for that third one to find something. A little too early, though, as GamerLegion make their way towards Secret. More players to come. Was Carrigan spotted in that smoke? I don't think he was.
Double rotate down B and Carrigan in this position. This is great for FaZe.
Brokey won't be expected. Big frag spots the bomb as well. Makes it onto the site. This is a very bad position for GamerLegion, especially considering Carrigan. Out comes Snacks, though, but he's so low. Now he's gone. Isaac, with only 1 kill to his name in this half, has got a lot to do here. Not going to happen, though. 5-5. FaZe are back.
Very well read by FaZe. And that might be a round that comes back to the initial matchup between these 2 teams. Those were the sorts of plays that GamerLegion were running towards Yard, and FaZe looked very well equipped to deal with it. They doubled up on ramp early, got a lot of space. This was the position Rops got himself into. I think that's what allowed them to be a little more confident on this rotation down to B. Can't split these 2 teams right now, but it's pistols for GamerLegion in this one. Has to be a half buy. Rain this time fighting ahead of the smokes. And nade will help as well.
Very nice indeed. Rain looks like he is loving life outside on Nuke, generally speaking. Fun opportunities to be had. Carrigan hunting with an M4A4 twist, fishing as well.
No more nades for FaZe. But there is a gap in that smoke. Oh, is Carrigan getting the info? It looks like it. I'm sure he will be telling his team to be ready elsewhere.
Nope, says Rops. GamerLegion's fire has been extinguished towards the end of this half. I'm sure the FaZe fans were very worried watching the beginning of this one, but momentum has certainly swung back into their favor, and they've magnetized it. Does not seem to be going anywhere just yet. But that was a pistol round for GamerLegion. Heading into the last round of the half, the AKs will be back again.
Very well recovered by FaZe. They are on fire. 5 in a row for them. Can they make it 6 in a row to close the half? GamerLegion getting stumped in these recent rounds, and now it's Broky's turn to help towards Yard. Twists alongside him. Not anymore, though. Kios puts him down early. Broky will have to just scurry back to safety. Elsewhere, it's Rain to even up the numbers, though. Oh, Rops doesn't realize they're out door already. Look at how far in Volt is, but he's fouled by Rops. Robotic on that shot. And they're just going to try and send it down to B with the bomb.
Rain could get caught on the rotation here. Snax has got the sound cues, catching him. So what is the ultimate play then? Does Acor dare go back up the vents? Broky is just standing there with eyes towards main. He can quickly snap over. I think he's seen Snax now, but there's 2. This is a big risk. Broky's not giving it up. 1v3 for Acor. There is no way he escapes this situation. "45 seconds. Deliberately made a step on the ladder. Up the stairs he goes. Rops with the off angle. Oh, wow. All right then, Acor. Another missed grenade. The Molly tells a story. 26 seconds. Where can he really go with this? It's a race either way. Too much to ask on this occasion. 7 rounds for FaZe. They really turned that half around. 1 more half to go. Who goes to the LAN? Who goes to the playoffs, to the fans? Find out after the break.
good morning, Europe. If you've just joined us, a spot in the quarterfinals awaits one of these teams. The other will be eliminated. FaZe up right now. It looked like a bad start for them, but a 7-5 lead at the half. These teams played this map in the group stage. It went to overtime. Will there be a clear and decisive victor when the pressure is on the most? It is FaZe onto the T side. Twist with a P250, a couple of smokes, and a yard play looking likely.
FaZe managed to dig deep in that first half and really make a game of it. If GamerLegion are going to beat them, they're going to have to bring everything to this game of Nuke. Numbers on this B bomb site. Oh, caught off guard, GamerLegion. Carrigan saying hello, entertaining. He's got the cocktail sticks out, the party sausages. GamerLegion aren't hungry. Many on the ramp now. How many can Rain collect? Will one be enough? 4 on 3 then for GamerLegion as they continue to press on. They've got one flash. They've got to get their skates on. No defuse kit for them. Moving through. Twist saying hello, Robs. Headshotting at the very least. Drop though. 2-on-2 now as Twist is in the open, running low on bullets. And then it's Brokey versus Isaac. That bomb so far ticked though. There's no way he can secure this round. Maybe a final kill, but Brokey just jumping in the corner, facing the wall like a naughty student. FaZe secured a round. That's a big pistol to take.
Yeah, they are on a tear right now. Ended the first half with 6 in a row. They carry that streak into the second half as well. And that also means these two teams split the pistols. That B bomb site being for free, it just allows so much for FaZe here in the post plant. No kit for GamerLegion either. Even though Carrigan missed his opportunity on some unsuspecting players. See the momentum rising for FaZe right now. Full save is the call for GamerLegion. We have seen these rounds do damage before though. Gotta stay focused.
FaZe really want their spot in the playoffs. You can see how much it means to them on their faces when they win these rounds. On their faces when they lose these rounds as well. Jubilation or frustration. They've worked hard to turn this score around. It was looking dire at points in that first half. And suddenly they have full control.
Yeah, it's also a scenario where FaZe, towards the end of CSGO, they're a squad with high expectations and they weren't making deep runs consistently enough. So people were saying maybe they'll get motivated again once it reaches CS2, but they've got to prove that. And Brokey making money. That's an ace for Brokey. Extra cash for the AWPer. Cannot complain about that.
Very nice. Very nice, very clean. 9-5 for FaZe, cusp of double figures. Big guns are coming out for GamerLegion. They need to focus up. Really farmed with that SMG as well. That's the worst person for them to have secure an ace on many measures.
Oh, fast ramp.
Keel's got a good angle though through the smoke as well. Avoids the flash, but he might be in trouble now as Rain encroaches on his position. They just keep on coming as well. Tower of Humanity. Great lineup for Snax though. Still with something to say. 4 on 2. Rops on the ropes with 44 HP. Much work to be done. Smoke up, bomb plant.
How much more is doable? Another smoke plop down, trying to buy time. But GamerLegion will slowly but surely wrap them in. Brokey tries to make the aggro play, but that's a missed opportunity. He finally hits the headshot. Rops with one from the site. He's got the lineup! Rops puts them both down and FaZe come through. They cannot lose a round right now.
Wow. That might just win the game for them mentally. Certainly boosts their performance. Unbelievable. Tower of Humanity on the ramp. Look at this from Robs. Man like Robs. Actual transfer also. What did Twist say at the end there? Down the line we go. Wow, that was a special performance from Robs.
Oh.
I don't think there's a way GamerLegion can recover from that mentally.
That might break them.
That awkward fight on the ramp as well, not getting the right result there. The shotguns are out. My favorites, the Nova and the semi-auto with the pistol grip. That knife and specs might be the highlight of the remainder of this game for GamerLegion. What a disaster.
Rain doing Rain things on Yard. Yours not gonna get that one. FaZe are dialed in. These kills are rapid.
Dialed in versus checked out, I think.
Okay.
Unless... That's the bomb.
Bomb!
That's the bomb.
No, no, no. And an AK. It's still not that comfortable for GamerLegion, I feel. There's just a lot of angles you've got to be concerned about, but Isaac's on the flank as well. Oh, baby.
Oh, he saw the back of the foot, but Rain has spotted him as well. Oh boy, FaZe are not. They've got the death grip on this game now. They knew they had an uphill struggle before that retake attempt on B, GamerLegion.
11-5, 2 away from the quarterfinals are FaZe. Fist bumps all round there from Coach Ash because he knows GamerLegion have to get their heads back in the game right now. Acor has the AWP, full rifles, no excuses. It has to be now.
Oh, hello, Carrigan. Makes his way into the A bomb site, drops Vault. More work to be done. He's having a look on the outside now. Okay. Oh, Carrigan! He is forcing playoffs with a performance like this, going for the taps now. But GamerLegion are fighting back 3-on-3. Acor in the most awkward position. Twist dropping. Brokey was still that one, actually. And Acor on that rotation gets decapitated. Isaac now will be toyed with. They know where he is. They can do whatever they want. The dream is collapsing for GamerLegion. It's been a great effort from them, but is anything left? Carrigan getting a little scared there. But it is match point, it's playoff point, series point for FaZe Clan.
This is a ridiculous streak. It's 11 in a row for FaZe. You don't even need me to tell you that. You can just see it on Kios' face. A complete collapse from GamerLegion. But more than anything, a complete domination from FaZe. The pace of their play, the shots that they are landing, they look unstoppable right now.
From a burning star to an imploding star, GamerLegion are on the ropes. FaZe, true to their reputation, digging deep. A fountain of talent that GamerLegion are drowning in. Big action towards the ramp. Just a distraction, Carrigan on the site. Kios has done some damage, but will it be enough? Snax is rolling with a scout in this round. They lose position towards the lower area. Robson Brokey moving through, looking for a bomb plant as the CT starts to creep. Point of no return now for GamerLegion. They have to go for this. They've got no kit. And they are ill-equipped versus these AKs. It's been a great fight to get this far for GamerLegion. But FaZe look unstoppable now in this game of Nuke. Playoffs on the line. Barrel of the gun seen. Acor and Vault remain then. versus Rops. No kid, they've got to find this frag. He needs to delay them as best he can. Pulling the grenades out, trying to survive. Is there time for this? Or is it death in the most brutal fashion? It's close, but it's not going to be. Oh, it is! Just about! Wow!
0.06 seconds is what it said in game. Incredibly close. But they just about found that bomb in time. Rops desperately trying to deny the defuse. But that is what it takes for GamerLegion to break the 11-round streak.
Look at the nervous body language afterwards, though. Oh, man, that was denied by... I thought that red was going first. Oh, no one can believe it. They are still alive. They are still fighting. There is still a pulse, but there is only half the score of FaZe Clan, who charge into the bomb site. Karrigan looks to make the space, but Volt has a 3-man spray down. The garden hose is out. Will it be enough, though? Down to a 2-on-2 now. Make it 1. Rops in the clutch. He's got half the information. Acor in heaven. Now in hell. Keels, though, perfectly positioned with the meat shot. This shotgun, surely denied by Rops. Rops takes them to the playoffs. FaZe with a hell of a comeback on Nuke.
FaZe into the quarterfinals. Such a strong streak, such a strong performance. Every individual looked unbeatable on this map. It is a convincing way to go through to the next stage. And for FaZe, this is a team with those expectations to make playoffs, to challenge for trophies. And in the first big CS2 event, they're going to be doing just that.
GamerLegion should absolutely be proud of themselves. Changes to the roster, a comeback from Snacks. Definitely rose to the occasion. Loads of variables and uncertainties at the beginning of CS2. But for the most part, they thrived. But maximum FaZe Clan with an amazing comeback on Nuke. Just too much. They weren't going to be bested today. Then they took their place in the playoffs by force. But a good showing from GamerLegion overall, I would say. Over to the desk.
Well, they took the long route to get here, but all roads for FaZe lead to the playoffs. Such an impressive way to be closing this one out. Blair, we're talking out the last 13 rounds, 12 of them going to the side of FaZe, and so many incredible individuals stepping up.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of that final game we had against Vitality as well, right? With Vitality leading 8-1 on Nuke itself, and FaZe just bring it back, winning 13-9. So credit to them to bring it back in that fashion, so convincing. Everyone had highlight moments. Brokey was popping off, Karrigan was popping off again as well, and in the end, Robs a couple of kind of insane rounds.
And Rain looking ever so consistent. Congratulations, man. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
Feels good to be back in the arena.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute, right?
It's been a while.
For you, obviously, Nuke as the third and final decider. We saw you guys playing GamerLegion on this to begin off your tournament. What were the key changes for you guys?
I think, honestly, the first time we played them, there was a lot of shitty rounds that we lost. 2 rounds, like a main split they did, and they did twice, and they lost. They won it, so we expected what they were doing, and we just had a good game plan.
On this map, right, we saw the first, 5 or 6 rounds where they're just doing this group pack mentality, fast plays, just grouping on playing together. What did you kind of adjust to come back on the CT side?
I think we just had to step up our mentality. We kind of were on the back foot a little bit, and then we told ourselves to just bring the game to them and get in their faces.
How does the game feel for you now? You guys had to go all the way through the lower bracket, a lot of free mappers in there, so you have a decent sample size by now?
Yeah, for me, you're talking about how the game feels?
Yeah.
For me, it's very good. It's very peaker's advantage, you know, and I like to peak. So,
and the tapping works better than
tapping works better, and so it's great for me, and I like it.
In terms of some of the moments that happened in this game, I'm going to ask you about that crazy moment from Rops when you guys won the bomb site round 15. You were dead. You were obviously probably spectating him
I was
at that
watching
moment.
him, yeah.
And what was your reaction like?
I was crazy. I didn't really understand that he killed both of them in the start. I was like, what? I didn't know how to react to it. That was pretty sick.
That's pretty much our reaction as well at the green room.
For you yourself, I don't know how the numbers are going to be looking after this particular series, but when we were coming into this, you were the highest rated player on FaZe so far. How comfortable have you been feeling coming into CS2?
I feel very comfortable. As I said earlier, the game favors the way I play right now. Might change in the future a little bit, and there's no more winkies, one-way smokes that I'm going to die to all the time. So for me, it's very good at the moment. And it's almost like Valorant, you know? It's more... It plays better in the slower people's hands.
I have a question, right? A lot of the people we've spoken to thus far, they're like, you know, how have you guys been prepping for this event? And most of them are like, we're just been DMing all the aim, a little bit of the nade usage and whatnot. Have you guys been trying anything more apart from just the util and just, you know, practicing your aim?
No, we went into the mentality. We just tried to play the way we played in CS:GO.
Okay.
But then, of course, we have a lot of new utility that we still haven't pumped out. So there's still things we have saved up.
Cool.
For other maps. So there's going to be a lot of new stuff coming from us.
I know that Twist said, you know, back at the tail end of CS:GO, which is fair enough. You know, you guys were struggling a little bit with motivation because it was like, how long are we going to be staying on this iteration of Counter-Strike? How much, you know, if you could give me a percentage in terms of mood shift in the FaZe Clan camp, how much are you guys, you know, motivated, feeling like this is a breath of fresh air?
I mean, it's the first time in a long time we've been all on the server and just trying to find new stuff every night after practice. So it's like a 80% bump up in motivation, I feel like.
Nice. Anything you want to say to all the fans who've been supporting you guys, and hopefully we'll be seeing you in the arena?
Yeah, thank you guys for supporting, and we'll see you in the arena.
Well, hell yeah. We'll let you get going because I know your teammates have been pretty rapid at packing up. So yeah, we'll see you in the arena.
All right, thanks.
All right.
Have fun celebrating tonight. Man, yeah, I mean, typical FaZe fashion in terms of, you know, lulling their opponents going, oh, you know, we'll give you map 2 and then we'll just absolutely smash you down on that side.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned, you know, just before this map as well. FaZe one of the hardest teams to put down. When it comes down to the wire, they will always seemingly still deliver. And yeah, that's something they mentioned near the end of CS:GO as well, right? Majority of the players, how they're lacking a little bit of motivation with CS2 on the horizon. And Rain said it himself, it's been a while since they're in the arena, and I hope to see more of them in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I think also even on the third map, they got off to a rough start, but were able to consolidate. And yeah, individuals stepping up, I think that's the FaZe we like to know. And also, we've been talking about, it seemed like some of the problems were outside the server, not only inside the server, right? Whether it's motivation, whether it's, you know, just the energy that didn't look good at the start of this season. But listen, once you get into an arena on that stage and your FaZe Clan, like that's where all of that will most likely just go away, right? Because that's what they play for. That's what everyone wants to do. So yeah, I'm very excited to see them play in the arena. Maybe a good result here could, you know, make them forget everything that happened in the last 2 or 3 months and give them a fresh start.
Yes, of course, incredible result for FaZe, making it through to at least the top 6 here at IEM Sydney. But of course, that does come at the expense of GamerLegion. So let's get a few departing words, courtesy of Echo.
Unfortunately, this is where the journey ends for you and for your guys. You managed to get FaZe to all 3 maps, but the last one was Nuke. It's a map that you recently added to your roster. Would you say that maybe you didn't manage to take it just because of maybe of a lack of experience on this specific map?
I think a little bit. I think a lot of the rounds were really, really close. It's just some small mistakes. I mean, we're playing it for a few weeks and it's bound to happen.
I mean, obviously, right now it's like really hard to say like a lot of things because, you know, commotions, everything that's super fresh. But considering the fact that you only recently brought in Snacks, you know, like what, 17, 18 days only, would you say like that right now, like you already show like pretty good results and there's like a great potential?
I think so, yeah. I think a lot of time people doubt this team anyway, and everyone all the time like, why are GamerLegion winning and stuff like this? And I think that we're just kind of proving that we've got a really good core anyway, and bringing someone like Snacks in, it's going to boost us a lot, I think, with a lot of experience, and his calls are great. So I think it's exactly what this team needs, and I don't see us falling away anytime soon.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is the case of maybe like not yet a well-known name, you know, like not a brand, or like also like not well yet known players when it comes to most of the guys. But like, you know, you keep on popping, like your guys, like we saw in the beginning, you win against FaZe in like OTs and all of that. I mean, like, but you know, like what I want to say. What I want to know is what is the team gonna focus on right now?
I mean, we've got more events coming up, so I guess we're just going to go back, we're going to practice, we're going to improve map pool, and we're just going to go away and take from a lot from this because we've made a lot of mistakes. Obviously, our first games, first time to actually watch something back, and we'll come back stronger for sure.
And gonna polish that nuke?
Definitely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Rolling.
Yeah, of course, still a valiant effort coming out of GamerLegion when we're talking about the context of this tournament. Bringing Snacks in, integrating him as the in-game leader in an international roster, that's no small feat, so props them for making it this far.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I really didn't expect them to make it this far. I thought they'd be one of the teams to be eliminated early on, like, you know, like teams like Vertex, you know, unfortunately for them. But
wow, put them in the same boat as Vertex.
I mean, someone around there, man. They had to change an IGL. Snacks coming in. He's having to come an international team where he's been used to coming purely in Polish college for the majority of his career as well. But I'm really, really liked how they've really kind of reshuffled things around. You know, the calling's different, the map pool's different, and the results are showing. And hopefully, in the next couple of events, we should see more from them.
It's just been another heartbreaking event, really. Just one series away from the playoffs. It was the same case at Pro League, same case at Cologne, you know, but at least they're getting some wins under their belt and more opportunities at these kind of tournaments. So, yeah, they've shown us some good stuff so far, and it's about taking it to the next level in the future.
And got to look at the fact, I mean, look at how many the sort of players they lost, right? They lost Shuhei after their major run, you know, they lost Ima, and still able to be competitive, picking up plays which we didn't think would be coming back like Snacks. Pretty good.
I think they realized nationality is the key, Freya, right? They lost the Polish in-game leader, they brought Kazakhstani, and then that doesn't work, so we need a Polish one. They got a Romanian for a Romanian, so now it's all good.
Wow.
They're back. Next major, they're in the grand final again.
You should be the manager for GamerLegion. I'm actually learning a lot here today.
Yeah, probably the one thing I didn't do, so let's ruin another team.
Yeah. You know what, GamerLegion, you heard it here first. Yanko's up for hire if you want him. Let's check in with the bracket, because we are coming to the tail end of the group stage of the Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023. This is what has been going down on Group A side of things. Of course, we've got BetBoom and Mouse. That is currently still going on. Do you want to talk about that first map for a second? Because Mouse somehow managed to make a comeback.
This should have been a 2-0 for BetBoom. They should have already, you know, been in the semifinals. They kind of choked it a bit over there, but I want to take nothing away from Mouse, right? The fact they're able to bring it back. I think they were trailing 11-4 at one point, and Frozen pulls off this ridiculous 1 versus 4, and they take it to OT, I think a double OT. They get the win, and now they're even leading 10-9 here.
Yeah, of course, that's going down on the B stream. So if you've got dual monitors, that's exactly what that action is made for. Get both streams up at the same time. Yeah, I'm on the 3-monitor hype train now, actually.
How many do you have, Yanko?
2.
2?
3.
But one is very big.
Very, very big.
And size matters, Blair.
You know what else is big? What we got going on in Group B. Ents, G2 making it through. I think that kind of makes sense in terms of the order,
that should be a good game, honestly.
That should be a good game. It also guarantees, I hope, a banging quarterfinal, because the loser of this game has to play FaZe.
Ooh, okay.
Yummy.
Oh, I like that.
Another
I like
G2 FaZe game.
Classic.
The El Clasico.
This year, but yeah, always delivers, so why not?
You know what? We've got another banger of a game going down here, because one final spot for the playoffs. So I think we should get right to it. But first, we've got to go to a break. Complexity, Monte, for another time. We've got another rematch, this time playoffs. See you there.
Gamers, are you going outside this summer?
Yeah.
Me neither. That's why I'll be wearing the ESL Essentials collection while I safely tan behind my monitor.
Wow, I love it.
Well, you know what they say.
You love it, you wear it.
Made from 100% cotton, the ESL Essential Shorts exhibit a comfortable waistband, embroidery with the ESL logo.
Look at the flexibility on those bad boys.
Thanks.
I meant the shorts.
With a two-tone gray and white blend, the Zip hoodie is made of American fleece, so it's breathable yet warm. It's slime time!
Try out our new and improved colorful sweater in all sizes.
So what are you waiting for? Don't you dare change the channel! Pick up the phone and call now.
Call now and get your hands on the new ESL Warmly hand warmers. Side effects may include warmer hands, more frags, and better stats. For more information, visit shop.esl.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, the Australian outback, a beautiful place. A vast expanse covering more than 70% of the continent. And it's home to some pretty gnarly creatures too. Scorpions that'll sting ya, dingoes that'll stalk ya. And also, one of the most adorable creatures in the Down Under animal kingdom, the Roo. Too fucking cute. These guys generally look pretty chill, and they're friendly and sociable. They also spend a lot of their time simply hopping around. Don't be fooled though, this guy packs a walloping. Although not always in their peak aggressive form, you mess with his pack and he'll fuck you right up. We all remember what happened to Liquid. This is the Australian brown snake. Highly venomous. One of the most toxic in the entire world. He's not going to come to you. You'll find him lurking around the extremities and inside of these pesky crevices. But if you do ever enter his turf, he's going to become highly territorial. Don't be fooled by his size. He can do a lot of damage. One sting can be lethal. Look, You can see he's getting agitated again. He's getting all fucking annoyed and stuff. Don't worry, I know how to handle this magnificent beast, and he knows I mean him no harm. Settle down, sweetheart. Save all that aggression for the server.
Oh my goodness, you wouldn't believe it. You really wouldn't believe it unless I was here to tell you in person, and that is because it is the last day of the group stage. We do have some teams battling out for those last spots in the playoffs here in Intel Extreme Masters. You better believe it's Sydney as well. And as they say down here, how you going, mates?
Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, I've been practicing that one. I figured like
Crikey.
Crikey. Oi. Yeah, so Complexity Monte. This is a pretty big one for all things considered, Yanko.
Yeah, Trace is for the last spot in the playoffs, really. Whoever wins this plays the loser of the Mouse Bad Bull game, which still isn't over.
That is true, actually. We could probably look. I'll look at that. Why don't you go ahead and take it over, Blay?
All right, yeah, I'm excited. Complexity, the hopes of NA, they're looking pretty impressive. They did manage to face off against Monte initially as well in the opening game, where I think it was a bit of an upset in that best-of-1. And that honestly surprised me. Taking on Cloud9 as well earlier in the day, they seem to be punching pretty upwards.
Yeah, in a dominant fashion, the third map was super one-sided. And yeah, I think also we can see some of the things or how they've improved since they've added the Legion. I think a lot of it has come in terms of how they practice, how they communicate, right? Because Complexity was this team that was fairly sloppy, you know. They were making a good amount of mistakes. They tended to lose to themselves a lot of times. They couldn't handle really they let the frustrations get the better of them. So now they feel a little bit more calm. I think they can still do better in the frustration department, but at least, you know, the communication seems more clean. We hear it from them in interviews as well. The game is a little bit more polished, and I think he also did a great job of instilling confidence into his teammates, letting them know, hey, you are as good as these other tier 1 teams. We can beat these teams, and they've had some good results ever since they added.
Inspirational, Trace. Is
inspirational.
And he's also inspiring in the server as well. He's top fragging for his team, his highest rated player thus far as well. So yeah, Elige, that move, there were a couple of question marks in Elige moving to Complexity. Is that the right move for him? But if the results are delivering the way it is right now, maybe it is.
It's all kind of coming together over there a little bit.
Unlike Liquid.
Yeah, wow. Low blow right there, low-hanging fruit.
Not even here, of course.
Not even here. They're just catching strays. Poor Liquid. Wait, maybe not. Yeah, so for Monte Complexity, they have already played. We've already seen them play Anubis since we've been here. And in that right, you look at that matchup, what did we learn from it?
I don't know. I wasn't here. Blair, back to you.
Fair enough. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, I think it was a very big surprise coming up from Complexity, right? They had a solid CT side, in fact, 6 rounds right there. And Monte and Complexity, this is a map they both love to play. It's usually their first pick in a best-of-3 series, so they kind of shook hands in a best-of-1, decided to duke it out. And Complexity looked stellar, honestly. They're completely outplaying Monte and seemingly in almost every department. Even though the scoreline's 30-9, kind of closed right there, it really felt like Complexity were in full control. So in this best-of-3, it's going to come into play. Question is, is someone going to pick it? But I'm assuming it's going to be a decider.
Yeah, that would make the most sense to me, I think, just leaving that one back up to the decider, right? Because, yes, you do have that familiarity. I think that goes a little bit of a way, Yanko.
Yeah, I think so, too. Also, these two teams have played at Pro League as well in a best-of-3, right? And that's where Monte had the upper hand. I think when it comes to these two teams, they're not really many surprises in the veto, right? Unfortunately for Monte, whenever Overpass is open, it is going to be a map that's going to get picked against them. And you can see that in that series, Monte went for the Ancient Pit. They got Anubis as the decider. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get the exact same maps this time around. Earlier today, we did see Complexity, though, fall to Cloud9 on Ancient.
It may be in a different order this time around.
Could be. I mean, they played Ancient against G2 as well, if memory serves me right, and even there they had a very rough time. So for Monte, I'm just going for this pick. They've beaten them on that map. They've seen Complexity struggle on it as well. For Complexity, maybe a couple of options, but I'm assuming it might just be Overpass and Ancient coming out.
It might just be. And also, we might have that opportunity here from Elige, the Ellie Giggle himself. What's up, Elige?
So, Leash, this is going to be your second series of the day. We kind of saw a glimpse of the first one, but unfortunately it was on the B stream, and right now we're on the A. Can you maybe give us a short summary of what happened in the Cloud9 game?
Short summary is we played pretty good on Anubis, won that, was kind of close. We got owned on Ancient, and then we owned them on Inferno. That's pretty much the TLDR.
I mean, that's I think a pretty good summary. Yeah. Well, right now you're going to play against Monte, and you actually already got to play them as your opening series. You were unstoppable. Now it's going to be a best-of-3. Are you going to be unstoppable again?
Well, I mean, they're going to be playing Ancient again, so it's pretty much just up to us if we can just fix all our mistakes and not look as bad as we've looked in the last 2 games. We swear we're not that bad on Ancient, guys. We're not that bad. But the scores are deceptive. And, yeah, we haven't played Overpass actually yet, the whole tournament. Yeah, we haven't played the whole tournament yet. So it's going to be kind of interesting because they showed theirs, kind of same thing for C9 where they showed their Inferno, we didn't show ours. So they don't really have as much info as we do on them. And it's going to be Anubis decider if it gets to that, which is probably going to happen, and that'll be fun.
And considering that you already got to face them and you didn't really have a lot of time to make maybe new prep, are you going to just run on the things you kind of already learned before?
For Monte specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much going to be the same things. I mean, we obviously can't really make a bunch of new strats, but I mean, Overpass is a brand new map. They haven't seen anything from us. And then Ancient, it's pretty much just going to come down to us fixing the mistakes that they're going to try to exploit from the G2 game that they've seen and the C9 game that they just saw, because they definitely had time to watch both of those. And they also just beat us at EPL on Ancient too. So there's just a lot of things going for them on that map. And obviously we didn't have a lot of time to go for it, but I mean, the goal is to win our map pick, do as well as we can on Ancient, and then win the decider on Anubis.
All right then, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. So now that we all know the veto, let's just get that right out in front, Overpass, Ancient, Anubis.
It almost sounds like Elige's yeah, guys, listen, it's going to be Anubis. We're going to go to map number 3. That's the tone I'm getting from him.
Yeah, it is, but I think, with the MR12 and how things are going right now, you can win any map, even if it's not great for you, right? If you're able to win both pistols and convert, obviously, if your players are able to clutch you a round or 2 as well, that puts you in striking distance. So, sure, I appreciate him being realistic, but obviously they're not going to go into it expecting to lose the first map.
Of course not.
So, yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting game, and one that also you're going to have to show some stamina, mental fortitude, because for both of these teams, this is their second series of the day.
Yeah, and for Elige and Grim, just numbers speak for itself. I think they're feeling pretty comfortable, as some players are feeling much better in CS2, some not so necessarily.
Trace, what is jet lag like coming here from NA? Do you go forwards, you go back in time, forwards in time?
I'm pretty sure I was talking to my little cousin Chase last night, and I realized it was like negative 16 hours from here, 17, 18, something crazy
like
that. It was like
Wednesday for you, Monday for him.
Yo, let's put it into perspective that I flew on a Friday and landed on a Sunday. So that should really paint the picture.
Wait, how is it negative? Because Australia's like ahead of you.
Well, I mean, depends. Are we going left or right? Are we going clockwise or counterclockwise?
Yeah. Time is an illusion, Trace.
And a flat circle all at the same time. What
Yes,
about
sir.
Monte? There's nothing elusive about the idea of playing 2 best-of-3s in one day. It's not... Oh, you all right, Blay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Glad we didn't get that bit on camera. But nonetheless, the event performance here, you look at Monte, and it's one of those things where, yes, you have played earlier today. You did come out, and you did exactly what you wanted to do in that series. How do you keep that level elevated?
And look at the game against Fnatic. I mean, it was super convincing after that overpass game.
Which are not that great on anyway.
Yeah,
so.
and I think for Monte, we have to remember in their core, they are grinders.
Yeah.
Like they play a ton of CS, online CS, all of that stuff. So I think they will have the stamina necessary. And I think CS2 suits them, right? The way... In the fashion in which the game is played right now, where it's difficult to spray people down, get multi-kills on the CT side, it benefits sort of grouping up and just going for the trades on the T side, and that's their style. That's what fits them best, and they're not a team that has a lot of finesse, but they have a lot of brute force.
It's just brute force. It's almost like just watching a high-level CIS puck team just run at you, and everyone's hitting the shots, and it's not like one person just popping off, right? Bro, Krasnal has been fantastic thus far. Demka, Samdai Young as well chipping in as we have the vetoes, and surprise, surprise, there we go.
Imagine that. It was Overpass, Ancient, and Anubis the whole time.
Wild.
Shout out to Johnny Jabs one time for the insight. But yeah, we start on Overpass. I'm looking at Monte from earlier from their Overpass game, and it's Demka. Him and SDY really sticking off the page.
Yeah, and they had chances even. The problem was they messed up all the anti-force buy rounds, right? Like they managed to have they had an opportunity for a good start, but when that happened, their economy was in tatters, and the game eluded them.
Yeah,
so play who wins. Tell me now.
Ooh, that's a spice. So I'm going Monte out of my fantasy.
Monte winning is your fantasy.
Hells yeah.
Oh, because they're on your fantasy team. Okay, now I've got a clear picture.
Right.
Thank you.
All
Thank you very much. Well, I think that just about wraps it up for us, unless you want to pick a side there, Yanko. It's up to you.
No, thank you, Trace.
Perfect. I like that as well.
Are we going with anyone else?
No. Let's go ahead and jump into the game. I think it's complexity, and I know it's Monte. I know those two things for sure. And I know it's Overpass, Ancient, and Anubis. I know this one's brought to you by Sponge and the Machine on the last day of groups here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Sydney 2023. Take it away, gents.
With pleasure. Thank you very much, Trace, Blair, of course, YNK. Got Sponge hanging out with me, and we're heading on into this big old best of 3 complexity up against Monte.
And Halzerk has become a bit of a resident Australian with that mullet. He fits right in.
There's a lot of them around here.
Yes, indeed. Now, the fact this is a rematch, we love a rematch, especially when the last spot in the arena is on the line.
Shiny P2K there. Rocking and rolling with that one, and it seems like complexity. It's not the first time we've seen teams go for this kind of connector, group, and walk. And it's not gone well for Hauser. Good work from Demka with that crispy clean P2K. Got Chev and MC bringing you that observing goodness on the cams.
Well, that's forced an immediate reroute. The door open, but the path closed. As all of complexity will jot back towards B. Bro, next up to the plate.
It's quite a tight angle he's holding, perhaps more for info than headshots. Well, not for Grim. Incredibly quick and clean on that. And heading into Krasnal's domain, it's only Krasnal now with those dual Berettas. Grim's having a pistol round. He is alive, only just, but with 3 kills into the site, now the bomb's down.
Have to worry about this Waro flank. Samdai Young taking a peek, maybe trying to take some contact as Waro is making noise. SDY noted and finds the first. A chance now.
Yeah, real chance if Waro can activate. He is walking in, and SDY clotheslines Floppy. However, JT, he's been having impact throughout the tournament so far. Maybe he can start this series off. The answers are resounding no. Solid hold and recovery there, and it's SDY's sharp shooting that activates and enables Waro to find the final blow.
Yeah, Demka very happy with that. We know he's the engine for the team as far as the noise is concerned, so the bomb goes down, and we will likely see Complexity follow through with a Galil force buy. We know how powerful that can be for the T side, but great shooting from the likes of Demka and SDY. Waro's flank, as you mentioned, linchpin to get things done. P2K making a resurgence here, but as we Wow, Grim, he's not too happy with that, is he?
Everyone's on the P2K. Okay, well, that's a clear exaggeration, but it is
a lot
most
of
definitely.
people are on there. A lot more than in
Yeah.
CSGO, so it's interesting to see.
It is funny we don't have like the actual stats, whether our guns are different or if it is just, you know, the sound effects and the aesthetics.
I did see that somebody tweeted out to Sloth Squadron, you know, the man who would have the spreadsheets with all the different
he used to do that.
schematics available. I'm not even sure if he's able to get those details anymore, so hopefully one day.
Because it is just, otherwise it is just to do with how it feels, right? To
And
the
trusting, well, an entity.
Oh, that too. Second round, with that bomb down, you got those Galils and AK-47s. That's JT that stomachs just a sidearm.
Waro is going to get a face full of, well, information or potentially lead in a moment. Halzerk will take the initial contact.
How wide does Halzerk go before? Yeah, it looks like JT's going to edge in. So, wow, he's done a fantastic job with that one. He wins the duel. Opening pick for Cole on this force buy, and there could be a lot more to come. SDY, he opts for a more passive stance. He's actually going to throw out a smoke of his own.
We'll give him some room to work with on the side if they want to try and re-aggress in towards the bathrooms area. Galil will sound off. Org has been retrieved. Bomb on Grim was starting to transition back over towards A, but with approximately 36 seconds left on the clock, it looks like JT has other plans. Currently a retake setup on that B bomb site with the likes of Demka over towards Graffiti. Bro up in towards the heavens, and the fast rotation from the two A players right now. There is a smoke on Halzerk. That would be perfectly placed towards the heavens. Bro dropping down towards the pit. A bait and switch setup with Demka. There's the smoke lineup. A flash and the go.
Nade from Bro. Lands on JT. Nice work from him. Finds Floppy, but it still looks like Grim and Floppy have done enough to get that bomb down safe. A couple of seconds to spare on that, and Grim, sharp shooting, closes it down. Complexity take the round and take it cleanly, just to one casualty.
That grim look in the previous wiped off his face quite quickly, and that is a key round to win. So we will see the force buy back immediately from Monte, but we know with the loss bonus of only 1,400 and the CT side, things are going to be very bleak. And that is probably one of the biggest takeaways as far as the MR12 economy is concerned at the moment.
Yeah, no, these second rounds far from safe, are they?
I really like the way that was approached from Complexity, though. Take the bathroom control, have you come through the upper bathrooms. Halzerk takes that contact first, and or is at least intending to. So great job in the opening onto Waro's Org. And as you can see, look how limp this buy is. We're talking 5.7s, Deagles, and just a smattering of smokes.
And yet, I feel like I've seen multiple rounds won with this response in those force buy wars. This is not today for SDY. That's a great shot.
His head was just pinned to that back wall. Happened very quick and quiet with the silencer.
Already making a good bit of headway up long. Waro tucking into this corner on the long side. He's got Krasnal to perhaps set him up for success.
Has the bomb here, Alex.
Yeah, well, fortunately, he's not the one getting boosted up. That would have been a catastrophe, but boosted nonetheless. And there's the friction. Krasnal tags him. There's Halzerk for one, and he's not ready for Waro. And Waro's double deeg is dastardly. Now Demka gets the double, and just like that, this sidearm buy from Monte has put it all onto Grim.
Oh, I thought Elige had spotted two there. The bomb going wide, some fantastic shooting, and now Grim has to do his best to try and recover this. Demka starting to push behind. The first fight will be found. The bomb to be scooped, and 30 seconds remaining. Oh, he's not going to clear this.
No way. Demka got around just in time.
On the steps as well, baited in.
Back his turn. Beautiful response from Monte. 3 in the round as well from Demka. Good to see him in winning form.
That's a classic overcook and the pooch situation right there from Complexity. The initial traction comes in towards long. You're about to see those highlights. So some very good shooting from Waro again. But then they try and capitalize on the space, assuming there won't be more members over towards A, running into the waiting arms of Demka, and yes, that is very frustrating. So back and forth we go with the force buy wars, but you can see Complexity able to get something quite tidy together here. A Krieg, a couple of AKs, a Galil, and a MAC-10, and the smoke to force them in towards the playground. But look at this pack roll mentality.
Yeah, I guess this is a bonus in the sense that only having one lost player in the previous, they do have essentially a pretty threatening battle in the fourth.
Look how quick they've scampered. There's no noise over towards B, so maybe a red alert for Waro. Acknowledging it now.
Aware.
Krasnal's rotating back as well.
Oh, yeah, good work from Halzug. Long enough range with the Krieg. AK recovered. SDY and Kraz now looks perfect. Double spray on the orb. Chipped on down. Smoke will obscure his view. Alisia's taken truck. Full rotations have come through. It's going to require...
for the dice box.
Yeah, it's a bit late now. Opts for Alisia's truck position. Not quite on the mark, but bomb now ticking. Advantage Monte in the numbers department.
And a smoke for the bomb as well.
Kit on Kraz now. Flash good. Elige flashed off the line. Bro's come through. Bro hits his shot. So this looks like it's all Monte. Bro's double puts it all onto Floppy. Bomb half gone, short. Need to find that kit on Krasnal's corpse, and maybe not even necessary. Just like that, Bro. Using that AUG to great success. In fact, I think that was 5 AUG frags for Monte. Double on Krasnal, triple on Bro. The job's a good one.
Definitely in vogue at the moment. Just like we were discussing the P2K, the AUG getting a resurgence. The Krieg as well being purchased up a little bit more. And
started so well.
Yeah, it did. And that pace, this is definitely something that we have been discussing throughout IEM Sydney, first Tier 1 CS2 event of all time. But we've seen pacey and pack-rolly Counter-Strike, definitely simplified in that fashion. With the plant, Complexity don't want to justify another force buy. But if Ents was in the server, we'd see they've gone all in. It will just be meat cleavers, 5 of which the Deagle's $700 hand cannon. How many domes can they blow off? Speaking the doors, blown off and into the face of Warrow. Going to be run down to the support from Demka. Met with a timely fashion.
We heard in the interview from Elige talking about the rematch and the fact that perhaps Overpass, a bit of a black box. They haven't played it against Monte. They haven't played it at all in an official capacity, so they thought perhaps that would be something to celebrate and be in favor of Complexity. But right now, it looks like Monte, they've been in the lab themselves. Their CT setups, their awareness, it's all there.
Yeah, I think this is where we need to... Well, it's quite difficult. I'm not looking at all the stats and going, oh, yeah, this is the best CS2 player, or this is the way that maps are going to play out. This is very early stages, so I'm kind of taking it as it comes. But if we are to look at Overpass and use what we know from the CSGO days and MR15, if you can get yourself 3 or 4 gun rounds, well, actually 4 seems like an awful lot. If they, from the 1 round they have from the Force, if they can get themselves 3 gun rounds throughout the remainder of this half, 4 in total for Complexity, they should be very, very happy with that.
This is smoke. Aggressive stance from Krasnal. He's got SDY above him on the party position. Molotov off now. Clear of the smoke. Warrow knows someone was there. And Elige first to fall. Is he yet to frag? It's, yeah. Elige on the goose egg. Interesting CT smoke thrown out there. Floppy unable to do much other than wait.
Oh, lacking util and lacking space. Floppy to babysit the backyard. Grim currently assisting from Connector. A boost for Halzerg, but we only have 55 seconds remaining, so at a certain point, if no kills come in, JT will need to call up the regroup to the trajectory of that monster smoke. So redeploy that information. We'll head straight through the pipeline to JT, and well, up the pipeline. Looked like it was going to be Grim, but they're rerouting down the connector stairs, somewhere that they've had control. The door to swing open and the pounce towards B. Bro towards barrels. Demka towards CT. On the fast rotation point of Warrow, he'll be responding in with the AWP.
JT, first man on the scene. Bro, activate. Well played for the first. Quick response, but it's Demka and Warrow. They defend comfortably. I think he's saying, good job, guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that Bliat word
No, that's the only part I couldn't quite translate.
If anyone at home might want to let us know, you can find us on the Twitter sphere.
I think essentially, my guess would be, it's like it was used in that context as a dude. You
yeah,
know?
like, good job, bros.
Nice dude, nice bro.
Yeah.
Nice man.
That's what it felt like to me as well. Well, another one of these limped-in investments from Complexity, saving their pennies. Lost bonus well and truly in their favor, maxed out going into the next round of play. Should be able to buy everything they want and more, so Curious to see if the Halzerk AWP comes into play, likely considering he saved himself 2,800. Looking to do some damage because these last few rounds, Monte have done a decent job of keeping quite a few of their individuals alive. The lion's share. Swinging wide, taking fights, a little bit scrappy, but Bro will course correct. JT, first to fall in round number 7. But no real pace on this, and while this is a bit more classic of overpass, taking your time to spread across the map, waiting for the CTs to relinquish control or taking it back off them. Legion currently has the most forward presence over towards A, and that's enough to bring the rest of the team to join the party. This Halzerk flash would likely be the initiator. How well will it be placed? You've got Waro on the side towards Dice. You've got Sumdai Young on the jump spot worrying about Long. Now, the run and gun, that's going to be the key for complexity.
Waro spots him out. He's not going to be rushing to take that duel. They already have the man advantage. So with 25 seconds, we are going to need to see the commitment. Colt start to hit the go. And Floppy puts SDY down. Floppy with the double on the dig. It's a triple from Floppy.
What?
And just like that, the bomb's down the round. Soon to follow. Elige nearly had Demka there. Bro on the rotate thinks better of it. And they call the save. We're going to have to see that from Floppy's POV. Because
And that is wild from Floppy.
I mean, that was, in my mind, about to be a very comfortable Monte 6.
Maybe that one's going to warm Floppy up to this a little bit. The first, beautiful.
Yes.
The second and the third is just juicy. Great job from Floppy. You can't stop the flop. And as I was mentioning, Floppy not the biggest fan of CS2 in its current state. That might warm him up to the game a little bit. A highlight and a half as all you can do is smile.
Yeah, now you say that Bliart word again, but in a different context.
Yeah, a little bit more of a sour tone. And that started with a Bro opening onto JT. So a lot of space taken. And to be fair, it wasn't like Monte were playing the round incorrectly, right? They were playing passive. They weren't overextending. One of the worst things you can possibly do is play too aggressive and give away an opening pick. They get a rifle. That's just spectacular work from Ricky.
Ricky Barbie. So Complexity get one back. Now a full buy. Let's see if this interacts differently.
Well, they're boosting over the smoke, it seems like.
JT
Take a look at it.
Flak damage there.
Yeah, I think Halzerk and Elige boosted over the aggressive CT smoke. Grimslow, the singeing. Yeah, he definitely heard that, but SDY will just get the better of him.
Had him so low, and a quick headshot. Demka go in. It's Floppy again with the multi-kill, so tied it up to a 3-on-3.
Oh, straight back to B. Elige and Halzerk have given up the territory over towards A, immediately rotating back. But speaking of rotations, Waro in connector. So all three of Monte will be in place to respond to this. How aggressive do they want this defensive stance to be?
Do you really dare walk through that? I mean, they have got flashbangs, but chances are the crosshairs will be close and likely going to pull the trigger. Okay, Krasnal does take one. Elige cut down. Bro holds on to his sight. It's Halzerk in the clutch. Bomb on his back and time. Ooh, damn, the spread gives Bro the warning. And Monte given a 6th. Solid hold from the Bianca.
Yeah, and solid stuff from Bro. Not necessarily as flashy as an individual like Boros, but we've heard from the Monte camp they're like someone that's a bit more of a team player.
Yeah.
And Bro definitely seemed to be fitting that bill. He's topping the charts for Monte right now, but we can see the aggression from Monte. We see these fights coming in the early stages. Floppy doing his best to grab 2 back, but the gamble to stack over towards the B site. Well, it comes in, and it forces the first tactical timeout. TC, resident South African on the mic alongside of JT. That's the brain trust. Now, due to the, well, quote-unquote eco win, thanks to Floppy's Deagle, they will be able to supplement another purchase. Halzerk, does he want to try the AWP again? Yes, that is confirmed. So guns across the board. Remember, we're setting the bar at about 4 rounds in total for complexity on this T-Hall. Half is quickly getting away from them. 8 rounds played. 4 remaining. Ancient up next, Anubis as the third and deciding. And this is a very important series. The last spot in the arena for IEM Sydney up for grabs.
Yeah, and what an opportunity as well for revenge. Monte sent to the lower bracket in the first and opening round.
Again.
And Bro, in the feed, immediately spams the monster smoke, catches JT. That's a tough one to stomach as he throws and replaces the smoke with one of his own.
Just interestingly enough, Bro's found 2 opening exchanges, both of which have been onto JT so far. So just having to play out the majority of the round, a man down again, and it's your in-game leader. So sure, maybe you're not missing the firepower. I say that JT's actually had some large performances in CS2 thus far, but he can be the puppet master from the grave. And again, the aggression.
Oh. Grim felt so ready for that, and yet SDY just drive by. Good response. The Legion floppy get the job done, but look at the Krasnal flank.
Unrelenting.
You're not expecting it. You're not ready for another one immediately. And good find from Krasnal. So just the 2 of them now. Elysian, Halzerk up against the world, up against the ropes. Oh, commits to the spray. Elysian's gone. And with a tut of his tongue as another round comes in for the CT side. This is a solid defensive haul. We know T-side overpass can be a pain. But if you look at the rounds that Complexity have managed to convert so far, it is definitely been, it's been spotty.
A 4-spy and
the second
a
round.
Deagle round.
Yeah.
That's
so
it.
not a single gun round.
No, and that is quite condemning. But if you're a Complexity fan, maybe you're going to be positively surprised with this next purchase. Another limp in. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, maybe some pace to get in the face of Monte. Don't let them dictate. Quickly over towards B. All 5 ready to get things started.
Rose was flashing himself into a nice wide swing, but Elysian beating him to the punch, and it is just brute force. Straight up into the side, up the guts. Krasnal cut down by that recovered AK, and the round's done.
Yeah, let's get Happy back in the server. Maybe some of that French Tech 9.
Roof.
Be beautifully placed in a meta like this. But that's it, the pack roll, and that seems to be where Complexity have got their best work done as a unit. When it's been spread out, they've been picked apart individually. It's like every CT side wants to be heroic at the moment.
Sure, but yeah, I mean, you were observing when we were watching the games earlier today that a lot of the spacing is changing as well, and a lot of the grouping, a lot of people are liking to just travel as a pack. And the fact of the matter is, do you think there's a correlation when we're saying a lot of the time we're seeing some teams struggle on gun rounds but do great on these half buys? Do you not think that might be linked to the fact that you're more often going to be as a pack on those half buys?
Yeah, well, I think that's probably the way you should be approaching them a lot of the time. Right, Counter-Strike got to a point where it was quite puzzle-solving based off of the information you had or the expectation of what teams would be doing. I think a lot of that has gone out of the window. Teams definitely have approaches that they're a bit more preferential to, but I think it's more random in the sense that teams are going for more plays like we've just seen.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
there's more in-your-face Counter-Strike at the moment.
We saw it from Bro's POV. He was there as fast as he could be, and there was 3 on his screen as he rounds that corner. Elige gets it done.
Well, the guns are back out, so Monte will win this one.
Yeah. Practically call this one an 8.
There's an exchange towards long right now. Yeah, Elige just got the better of SDY. SDY solo push long all the way. Was trying to isolate that single fight due to their smoke in towards the playground. He gets that, so number advantage. That is a change for Complexity.
It's forced a rotation. It is literally just Bro. It's just one man on this B site. I think that's what Complexity are hoping for as they start to commit. Grim, floppy, charging in. Bro, the trajectory of the nade might make it very clear where he's going to be hiding out, but the smoke's great from Bro. Buys himself some time, hiding within it. Now he comes out of it. Nearly had one onto Floppy in literally 1 HP.
Save.
Yeah, you're going to have to. So those 2 frags. Elige catching the first, forcing the rotation off of the site, and you can't even blame Bro for not being able to hold on to the one-man hold.
I'd hope to see a little bit of a hunt here. Now, it can't be too overzealous, as you can see a bit more safety net positions being resided in by Monte right now in case they push and then they can consider this retake. But next round, we're only looking at a 1900 loss bonus. And when I say next round, it will be the final round of the half. So I'm surprised not to see more members from Complexity wanting to get stuck in and try and take away a few of these rifles. Halzerk has hung around. Unable to find anything, nobody peering in from the heavens, and he will be able to scamper out in time. So Krasnal, Demka, and Waro all holding on to their upgrades. Now they will not be able to drop an awful lot. maybe MAC-10s. We'll have to wait and see how they want to operate here for the final round of the first half. But those 4 rounds that we discussed Complexity needing have been secured.
Yeah, and this was their gun round as well. So there's a nice deviation from the norm. Not only with the first gun round, but the first consecutive pair of rounds for the boys. Complexity. Can they find themselves a 5th? That would certainly sweeten the deal. Considering the buy of their opponent, it's got some gaps. Just a mag 7 for SDY. Alzuk, he's looking to go for something quite pacey here. Orpa posts up on short side. Demka. Oh, gonna surely have an immediate trade, but Floppy catches him there. So good team play from Colt. Alzuk hitting a good one under the scrutiny there. And Grim and SDY having a bit of a standoff again towards the underpass, but he's not going to be ready for another, is he? That immediate. Krasnal second. Good work from Grim. Warro's AWP, the last hope, the last bastion of hope in this final round of the half.
Now here's the problem. The bomb is starting to transition back. Floppy would have heard a few of those steps. You need Elige to head towards A to investigate to find out if he's actually home or not. So util being thrown on both sides of the server. I think there's a dumpster smoke as well as a heaven smoke in play.
Oh, if he'd have timed that HE as JT cross short, could have been a good way to give himself a chance.
He's pinned now. Elige will have the flank. Smoke should be fading in the next 10 seconds or so. Ah, another one deployed.
Whoa, Warro. He gets away with that. Blows the smoke. Hits the shot. Elige knows where you are. Warro considering it. Oh my god, Warro. You can't clutch this. This would be... No! Oh, he actually pulls the trigger. Crazy. Crazy attempt from Monte's Orpa. A 7-5 half. Not bad. Not bad at all. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 7-5 scoreline. It's do or die, sink or swim, playoffs or elimination. Complexity. 5-round haul on the T side with 3 on the trot at the end of things. Really finding a bit of a solution there. It felt like Monte were in full control for a while. Full control, my friends. You know that reference?
Is it a May?
White Ra. That was like a StarCraft reference.
Oh, yeah.
Real rolling about the years there. But 5. Not bad for Cole. 7 for Monte.
Definitely starting to heat up now. I think for the majority of that first half, it felt like Monte should have had this handedly. But coming alive on some of the lighter buys, Complexity have made a half of things, and I would say have done more.
Interesting. Look, they're doing a delayed fight towards the connected position, but that's enough. Yeah, they feel like they've the jig is up. They've been spotted out. And Halzuk, this is what Demka's waiting for. He's counting on them pushing for the info. And no one's spaced next to Halzuk for the trade. So Demka gets a freebie. Great start.
Even trying to bait the ladder, seeing if there's any more aggression. So with the number advantage on the pistol, Monte looking to convert both. And that would be tidy. Demka will...
He's chilling, right?
Yeah, take back an awful lot of space. So he can activate late. There is a... Oh, I think sometimes Young's going to come down and clear it out completely. So between the two of them, they can secure connector while Waro is taking a bit of traction towards A. Contact has been found. The A defense of JT is on a high alert. He has the support of Floppy, and just rotating back now is Alish. With the smoke and the flash on Krasnal. Oh, Grim's taking some hefty damage here as well.
Yeah, not looking favorable at all for the North American side. Stay diligent here.
Demka's in towards
forces
B.
them back, and yeah, you're right. Demka's calling the B side wide open.
I want to say difficult retake. However, Monte were able to do it, but that was with a swift flank.
Yeah, no such thing here. Especially considering Grim's hanging on by a thread. So some heroics required from the 2. Make it 1 remaining member. It's all on Alish. He's a dead man too. And a solid pistol. Both going the way of the Warriors on Monte. And don't forget, this is Complexity's map pick.
That one is going to sting. I don't know if we'll see the CT side force. It seems unlikely. I'd be expecting to see Complexity go into the purchase on the follow-up. Demka and Waro with impact in both pistol rounds in this map, so that's tidy from the Ukrainian pair. And Krasnal having a bit of a giggle.
The contrast between Grim's reactions and Krasnal.
But you can tell Grim is tense, right? And obviously so. This is an important matchup. These teams have played each other an awful lot in the last couple of weeks. Not to mention the opening game, the best of 1 of IEM Sydney that went in the favor of Complexity. And then you add on top of that, this is the second series for both of these teams today. 2 best of 3s with a lot on the line.
Ooh, ships in the night. JT had kept pushing, but Moro's already making some progressions. 3-man stack towards alongside.
On his own with an AK. This is audacious.
It is, but Bro could lose his Galil here if he does get caught off guard by this. Now they'll push him, and perfect work from those USPs. SDY! Oh! He was looking the wrong way, but it works out. It's going to be 2 frags on the eco.
Bomb's coming back to B, and Floppy is still the unknown agent.
Yeah, but Waro's late flank is revealed. He takes down a lead with his knife out. Bomb going down. Floppy going to be here quicker than they're anticipating. Oh, not anymore. Krasnal gets a couple of shots fired in his direction and works it out.
Should save these Galils, I would imagine.
Oh, for sure. You'd think so, but it looks like Grim's got other plans. They want to give it a look in. Not going to be easy, but they've managed to find the first on the way in. It's Krasnal first onto Grim. Needs another. Good work. Shreds through his unarmored opponents and makes it 9 for Monte. Effective eco. Good couple of kills. But, yeah, those saved Galils could have been perhaps better utilized into the next.
Yeah, in the 3-on-3, they know that Waro's over towards A, hoping to capitalize on the man disadvantage on the site, but just great shooting from Krasnal. Very good stuff from the pole as he will get himself up to the double digits. And SDY, the only one yet to crack that on the side of Monte. JT having a rough go of things so far. Would love to see the in-game leader get activated as the in vogue aggressive CT smoke molly combo will come out to play.
He dropped his rifle, took the SMG, and now they're gone! Floppy with a magic trick makes Monte disappear.
Plans have been cancelled. Monte, you will not go any further, not past go, do not collect $200.
Did you play the house ruler with free parking? Where you put all the cash in the middle, free parking gets it if you land on it?
We may have. I know we definitely didn't trade for properties, which I know is also part of the Monopoly rules.
Yeah, people always say Monopoly takes too long, but it's probably because we've got all these house rules that really drag it out. Well, we'll see if they can have a monopoly of violence here. Can Complexity keep 5 alive in the first gun round? First opportunity for us to see their CT setups. And Floppy making it a whole lot easier on his teammates with a 3-man spray down on the pace change coming in from Monte. Do you think that's going to kind of maybe hinder their willingness to go for more aggressive all-ins?
I think, considering the circumstances of the round, it is interesting to see them go for a play like that, knowing that they would have had a bit of a util advantage. The reason I say that is with the type of buy that Complexity brought in, you're hoping for a bit more heads-up Counter-Strike where you don't need to play the util game and try and take space and flash back into angles and deny. So this is it. Floppy playing the anti-flash. They've got their standard nades down, the Monster Smoke and Molly combo. And even with the Extinguish, yeah, as you mentioned, Floppy does move everybody considering that monster push. And now, well, they're left with very little. This is the type of round where maybe you'd go with the Tech-9s in that type of a rush, and well, they're just going to have to hope for Angels themselves. Elige, a self-flash. Oh, he knows he's under pressure, but Halzerk is, and Elige, he might be following as well. Run down, caught out, and Grim's here with some quick trades. How many more can he find? He needs to back off.
He does. He seems quite stubborn. He's going to be very low after that bullet finds his head. Yeah, drops the molly, but packs his bags and gets out of there.
Well, if they can recover these rifles, everybody from Monte should have a gun.
Yeah, Moro going towards the underpass, down the ladder.
I guess with everybody spotted, might be considering a B push to take that space. Floppy investigates now from Divider. JT making sure nobody has been able to slink up long. And Grim, well, on this low HP, he's just left wanting, having to play somewhat of a retake position over towards Graffiti. But as we can see, Monte are not in a rush. Floppy wipes the smoke. Nobody progressing just yet. And with 50 seconds remaining, it looks like Warrow's gone the long way round, making sure that Grim has relinquished this control. And that third rifle should be available for him.
So about 30 seconds. Starting to edge their troops towards that A-bomb site.
It's all Floppy.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders. High impact in the previous. Can he continue that? Good timing. Warrow looking the wrong way. Does go wide for another. And it's all 3 from Floppy. There's more and more impact. We're saying his name an awful lot. Checking his frag total up to 15 off the back of that one.
I just want to check his stats so far for the event. I think for Complexity, he's probably been one of the bottom performers.
Looking good today.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, he has been. Very, like, minus 21 coming into this series. Like, well and truly at the bottom. It's Elige at the top, then Grim, then JT. Halzerk has just...
So he's been having the least amount of fun.
Yeah, and now he's having the most impact. That Deagle round...
There's 3 rounds which are just Floppy.
And that's a swing round that these... Oh, hold up. Well, they haven't fully forced.
Krasnal didn't get the memo, or it's deliberate. We're going for that hero Galil. And it's not lasted very long, just like that. Halzerk and Elige make light work of this one. Deagle headshot from SDY, but with 2 HP, the nade's got his name on it. And so, yeah, it's become a 1-round game rather rapidly. Considering both pistols go Monte's way.
And we know that Warrow is the in-game leader, even though he doesn't sit in the middle. We learned that over there at ESL Pro League. There was a mystery. I think when we were on the couch, everybody had a different story of what it could possibly be and what we'd learned during the lobby in the previous weeks and the previous events. And no, Krizen let us know that it is indeed Warrow calling the shots. I'm just curious not to see LMB take a timeout going into this gun round to try and set the record straight, so he must be happy with what Warrow is calling. 2 connector, 2 over towards A and contesting towards B. Well, will be Halzerk to fight Demka, who can't cross back with ease. 4 players towards this side of the map for Complexity. Definitely just heard that crunch of the nade. Another mystery.
So many of those.
Especially if we're testing at home. Oh, Floppy.
Yeah, I'll do it.
I bet he is a CS2 fan today. Well, Demka's through the monster, knowing he needs to make some space. This is a fight against J2, who has been struggling. Not anymore. Necessary.
Yeah. Well, that really, really hinders Monte's project in this round. Round 18. Now Zerk's patience. Oh, it would have been rewarded. Didn't quite hit the shot, though. Bro investigating. Expecting Halzerk to have fallen off after taking that shot. He's right in his assumption. So Complexity, they got 3 to receive on this site. SDY. Next one up. Should have a strong advantage on this angle here, Halzerk. Sees the shadow. Oh, but JT goes wide ahead of the curve. That's awkward. That's even worse. Complexity. Flattened. Grim tuts his tongue and starts to approach the site. Elige, though, a little bit of a deviation coming in from short side. Is Grim going to be able to anticipate Bro's position? He's locked in now. It's really looking like Monte have done enough here. But SDY now knows where Elige is. Grim is caught out by Bro. Solid work from him in a one-on-one. And Elige hits his shot. Big clutch for Elige. Just what Complexity needed. After those frags came through, a 3v5 saved by Elige.
You could see that from Bro. With where the bomb was planted, I think he wasn't certain exactly how far Elige had gotten away, trying to step out and play ahead of it. So a little bit sketched out in that one-on-one. Now this is how it all started. It was 2 easy kills. Well, maybe not easy, but 2 kills found for Complexity in the early stages. But then it was a 3-on-3 in the late stages towards B, and just much better shooting from Monte. They get in, yeah, and that is frustrating for SDY. He backed off, got caught in the back, and Bro just didn't have enough in the tank to secure that clutch. So with that plan, they will be able to get themselves out another buy. Not willing to brave the flames was Waro. SDY considering it. Halzerk's ult this time aggressive in the monster pipe, so he has been prevalent over towards B in the last 2. Starting with dual rifles, that's Elige and Grim over towards A. Elige patrolling the connector. Will have company shortly. That's smoke. So that's just being thrown into the back of Bro. You see this happening an awful lot as well at the moment in CS2. Nades getting lodged in your teammates. So that was meant to land front bathrooms. Just created this awkward smoke wall in combination with Elige's that he's thrown out to escape. So yeah, well highlighted by MC. Very awkward now. And they're rotating the bomb back towards B. Halzerk's still here.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, indecision. Spotted.
Exposed. He still manages to find one. So not too shabby, but still threatening. Floppy pulls back, lets them in. And the whole team is rotating through. So with Krasnal and Demka on that site, you should see a bomb plant go down. Complexity, they know they have the numbers here. Oof, Floppy feeling the wrath of that HE. So he's been chunked low. Demka's also walking with a limp. Bro, power position for this one. They're actually taking the time to erect the boost. Barrel spotted, headshot found. Bro can't get 2. Demka though, onto Floppy. JT the response. It's only Demka in the 1v2 and light on time and no head left. They'll get it and take the lead. Complexity. They're locking it down here on the CT side. That is a run. 5 consecutive rounds now for the North Americans.
And again, we just have to highlight the Floppy impact. That first gun round that they were able to pick up was the B rush coming through from the likes of Monte, where Floppy had the triple kill. So another impactful round. We discussed the 3K up on the A site where things almost got out of control, and we all know what that sound means. That timeout from LMBT has been called. Complexity, no. They are surging quickly forward to the map victory of their choice. Monte have selected Ancient as map number 2. How's your lip reading going?
It's in its early stages.
Okay, well, I didn't catch anything from LMBT just there. What are the changes as we move into the tail end of map number 1? They have been able to get out yet another bite. Krieg for SDY. The rest of which are going to be operating with AK-47s. Enough utility as well to help them get this basic map control. Just need to avoid the boo-boos. Aggression towards A once more.
Yeah, this is a brawl that Monte should be comfortable with. Warrow swinging around just in the nick of time. They get out of dodge. Actually, Elish flashed off. Moonwalking out of there, just tucks into the long toilets. Drops the smoke and, yeah, 5-on-5 still, despite the willingness to take these fights. Elish, ballsy to try and cross back. Wants to have a crossfire with JT. Bloody hell.
Yeah, that is a tense moment for sure. Well, they have been able to delay it now with the smokes. So, actually repositioning to come up close behind the divider. Elish, forward of the two, the nade to clear. Steps out, partially flashed. Needs to reconsider this aggressive option as this is a bit of a stalemate.
It's making it even more intense.
Yeah, well, it is an intense round, Alex.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, for 11, we're getting dangerously close. 2-13, and Monte, it's been a while between drinks.
We do say unlucky for some, don't we?
We certainly do.
Not in Counter-Strike.
Certainly not here in CS2.
Has to be A. 30 seconds need to go. Elish, first fight, doesn't go his way.
Yep.
Bomb's coming up long.
20 seconds. Grim just looked away. Just as Krasnal rounded the corner. It's collapsed on this A site. We're going to have a nice tied game. That was a peculiar round. Like, as you replay it in your mind, what was the break point?
I think if LMBT has noticed that Halzerk's AWP has been quite prevalent over towards this B site, saying, hey, we can take this space over towards A. They just had to wait out the util, so they weren't just going for one-on-ones or going through fights that would be favoring the CTs with their nades. So they just essentially waited out those smoke fades and then the go. Right, Elish taking that fight, that was the signal. They were able to push up long, and frustrated with that one is Elish. And Grim, you've got to reel it in. We know that this is an emotional team, but this is only map number 1, and you just had yourself a massive streak of rounds. We were talking 5 consecutive.
Yeah, take the rough with the smooth. And this one most definitely in that former category. 5 alive for your opponent. 10-10.
We need to point out how important of a save that was for the two members of Complexity, because now guns can be juggled and jostled across to give them a full buy. Otherwise, could have been a break point and a turning point in this map for Monte. So the coffers will start to be cleaned out for Complexity. As left over, you only have JT at the high end with 2.4. The loss bonus of 1,900 into the next. If they lose the site again and multiple members are still alive, expect to see another Complexity save. Otherwise, this map might be running away from them very quickly. Well, this is a big change. Or back over towards A on Halzerk. Elish aggressive long. Nobody patrolling the bathrooms and ready to go B. They're coming through.
Floppy tested, beheaded. Krasnal requesting access to the site by force. 2 of them down there. Molly's there, going to force the fight. Grim's burning. Sprayed down. It's too comfortable for Monte.
Save. And that happened very quick. I think the adjustment came in from Complexity, expecting it to be another one of these rifle A plays. They heavy out towards long, so they weren't going to be exploited by that yet again. In the previous round, Krasnal deleted them doing exactly that. And Halzerk has to hold on to this AWP. The bomb, only about 10 seconds gone, so his position now noted. Sumdai Young is already on the hunt, but he's going to head the wrong way. So Halzerk is the one who's really in the biggest point of danger. Elish should be fine. I don't expect him to get chased down. That's all action on the Norwegian to defend his honor and the big green. As previously mentioned, 1,900 as the loss bonus coming into the next. Might have to see them take... Wow, that's the question. Do you force with 2 saved guns? Do you take a save and then go for a buy in the next? Because you're unlikely... Well, actually, JT, if he saves again, should be able to have out an AWP. I mentioned the cache that... Well, that looks so awkward, doesn't it? Both of them smoked, mollied, flashed, and just sitting like a couple of sore thumbs in the middle of the open there. So easy work, light work for Monte.
Yeah, really cool take.
And yeah, I want to say good performances from the likes of Bro and Krasnal. 17 for Bro, 16 for Krasnal. Got 14 for Demka, Warrow on 13. And a timeout to be called this time, the second from the counter-terrorist, aka Complexity. So they have gone for the buy. There has been enough to make the drops happen. JT getting out an M4. Famous in the hands of Floppy. Still the util to work with. However, not a defuse. No, actually, I tell a lie. There is one defuse kit in play on Floppy. Oh, and off the back of the timeout, LMBT will call his own. So
he hadn't finished.
No, wanting to set the tone. Maybe expecting an adjustment out of TC and Co. So I wish I could say what he was, see what he was saying, but what will the adjustment be?
I mean, this is the swing moment. This is the determining round.
These bumps come in. Well, they know that the AWP of Halzerk has been saved. Do they expect it to head back over towards the B-bomb site? Do they expect a more standard play of him as the AWP at A? I wouldn't expect pace to be the answer from Monte, considering the circumstances of the purchases for both teams.
Okay, they start with a 3-man A setup.
Looks like it was a lurk smoke meant to be thrown deeper out Monster, but that has gone way too deep, so shouldn't be any worries as Floppy will cop a bullet, but towards long we might have some action.
Yeah, this setup's really hinging on Halzerk hitting his first shot. Just Waro, yeah, it's a clean kill. Elige
immediately responding to B, I would assume. Oh.
Unnecessary, and damn, Krasnal, these are individual duels, and Complexity have won both of them, so it's a 3 versus 5. It did nearly get out of hand before.
But currently a 2 versus 3 on B.
That's true too. JT's been quiet. He's got Floppy with him, top of the scoreboard. And that smoke's not going to last forever. Still a full minute in the round. No info on this short wrap.
Halzerk's here.
Just in time. Oh, perfectly timed. He hits the shot. Demka one back. But limited options heading towards that monster tunnel, heading towards Floppy, jumping, banging his head off the tube. Didn't quite manage to find the frag. Demka does.
Would need to be the ace.
Yeah, it would be one hell of an ace.
Smoke's picked up. This is nice. Something to work with. Bit of buffer walking through, and oh, Elige with the premonition.
Uses that reload as an opportunity, and he catches Elige sticking out. Demka, what are you cooking? Nade's great, but he lives on. He lives on. One headshot could do it. Oh, narrow miss. As Grim secures it, and so do Complexity. That was off 2 timeouts from the 2 different coaches into a Complexity win.
And a lot of casualties taken for Complexity, so Demka's damage actually may be more than enough to keep Monte in this. Here was the opener from Halzerk. Or on that swing towards the rock. An easy one for Grim because Krasnal looked like he was lost. But then the damage that came in from Demka was great because it means that the buy right now is going to have some omissions as far as Complexity are concerned. An MP9 out for play in the hands of JT. The rest with rifles.
Yeah, Demka seemed quite happy with
same
the damage
setup,
he's done.
same setup.
Maybe a different result. Let's see what happens. Halzerk hits it. Elige was flashed. Halzerk's re-peeking. He's nailed another. Some strong shooting from Halzerk as he's racked him up. Takes down 3. Jobs are good and get out of there. Mission accomplished. Grim happy to take the duel Demka provides. Cut down though, and that advantage now grows smaller.
That could be a massive mistake from Grim. In fact, he's given that one over.
Yeah,
sure, it's a 2-on-3, but Halzerk's low.
And it's forced Floppy to rotate through.
And remember, JT only has an MP9.
Can do nothing but watch.
At least it's not his fingernails.
He knows he might have to be talking to Grim after about that very round, about that very fight.
Well, Floppy has been great.
Some info off that HE. Just clean from Floppy. Stands his ground. Takes down Demka, and there it is. 12 in the bag. TC, a little sigh of relief there. Final round of regulation. What do Monte have for us?
Okay, well, the mic comes down. The timeout has been called. A discussion from LMBT now into round number 24, but this is stubborn from Halzerk. Stays on his perch and just continues to re-peek. Finds himself 3, and the 4th and final onto Krasnal, catching him on those swings. Halzerk's dialed in.
It does feel like, yeah, if he's in the right part of the map when Monte are coming, he is finding impact throughout this CT side. So great to see the Norwegian on. Most definitely a win condition for Complexity against teams like this.
Feels now that they've lost track of the AWP, so this discussion point again, does Halzerk go back over towards the B bomb site where he's picking towards short, he was picking towards Monster where they weren't smoking? Does the bluff called right now from Monte that they try and accelerate towards B? We saw them go for the disperse the smoke on Monster, in towards the site, overwhelm. That worked for them previously and might be the call now to try and take things to overtime.
Oh, I love this call. They're expecting one thing, they're expecting B site abuse early, but little do they know. It's only Halzerk here. He's gone for a forward nade to try and puff up his chest, act like more. A solo AWPer wouldn't be throwing nades like that, right? He'd be holding a line.
Yeah, but they're going to have to use a little bit of utility to take this space. Flashes, run boosts, the whole kit and caboodle, as you can see, 2. They do not want to give away 3 kills towards Halzerk on the flower pot yet again. That information flowing. Halzerk calls out the information, but they're pushing to Demka. Floppy's going to find the opener.
Big find from Floppy. Elysian Grim, nice speedy rotations. They're already here. They got that information, have used it to put the pieces in the right place, and now an advantage, an opportunity to close out their map pick. They know where the AWP is. Halzerk fires off his first shot. SDY will throw out that smoke. It's behind Grim.
Yeah, that
doesn't do anything.
No, if it was meant to replicate like a front sight lurk smoke, you can just see how low down it is. Halzerk can see completely over it. Grim is ahead of it, and they are heading back into Floppy's domain, but there's just 2 players here for Complexity. They need to be careful.
Flashes over, pushes there. It's a 3-on-3 now, thanks to Bro finding Floppy. But he's already done his hard graft. 2 kills from him. It's up to the rest. Oh, Krasnal puts a leash on his ass. It's awkward now. Monte recovering this one. Krasnal hitting some big shots on the way into this B site. He's comfortable, and it looks like overtime looms. Unless Grim's got a clutch in him, there's no way they'll let this one go. He only gets the 1. Krasnal, the 4K, and overtime on its way.
Felt like Team Counter-Strike went out the window in the dying moments there for Complexity. The fact that it was a 3-on-3 on the site, and then that first shot from Krasnal up towards the heavens was massive, but then Halzerk, when the bomb was getting planted, try and isolate another kill, didn't wait for Grim to play in. JT flashed forward that of Floppy. He gets 1. JT gives away the life, but some great shooting from Krasnal. He's had some fantastic impact himself. And that's the moment where just the poise, just a moment of reflection for Halzerk before he gave away his life. Could have been the difference maker, but that's done now, and we are into overtime. 12.5K, MR3, and, well, essentially an MR15 regulation. What adjustments will be made?
Off of the rip, it's a charging Waro.
JT can't catch a break.
No, not at all. He was willing to stand and take that duel, just wasn't expecting an AWPer to be rocketing into his screen in the first 10 seconds of the round.
I feel it's very important for Complexity to try and grab themselves at least 2 rounds on this CT side of Overpass. We know the woes that they experienced in that first half of play. It was down to Deagle rounds from Floppy, forced by rounds. It was scrappy. That's what was able to bring them back into the half before they started to post the gun rounds. A shot from Halzerk, a glance at the teammates' monitor to try and secure any information possible.
Yeah, maybe just to see if he hit the shot.
Now this is a gamble call. Halzerk has read.
Oh, Floppy! What an adjustment! He was
having a game, isn't he? Having a game.
He was not supposed to win that.
Alesia's connector.
They're just walking in. They're on the warpath right now. Demka. Frontman. Strolling in, but it's Halzerk's AWP again in the right place. Have you got one in you? The answer's no. A missed shot from the AWP. Gets awkward now. It's Monte. They're looking for this first in overtime. It's only SDY, though, as a flurry of frags. They favor Cole. And there's 13. The first secured by Complexity.
And doesn't matter that JT went down first at all. The fact that they were able to recover that, the gamble that they had taken, the fact that they just called the bluff of Monte there, said, hey, yeah, we'll give up, hey? We think you're going to head over towards the B site, and this is just great from Floppy, continuing this fine form.
Yeah, looking fantastic. Interesting to see them use their 1 overtime timeout. You said 1, right? 1 per overtime or per half?
As far as I understand from Mr. Michał Slavinsky, 1 per set of overtime.
Okay, that makes sense. So, but the fact that just losing that first round, LMBT's like, right, lads, let me jump on that mic real quick. Knows what he wants.
The funny thing is, LMVT is the loveliest of guys. Whenever he's outside of this kind of environment, super smiley. Hey, Chad, nice to see you. Love being in your country. Right now, super serious, and understandably so. This is a match with all to play for. The arena awaits Friday, the quarterfinals for one of these two teams. Who's going to make it? That's the question, and Complexity are just fighting for their life on their own map right now. Fast pace over towards A. Sumdai Young, joined by Bro and Waro. Fast start towards Long. How's it going to pick in? Having to take these fights. Wow. Again, an opener for the AWP.
Yeah, good work from him. And he's managed to get away as well. Little does he know, not occupied with party, so can slink back into the A site. Grim will cheat over as well. Elige investigating through connector. Now we saw Complexity recover the 4v5. Can Monte do the same? Underhands the smoke, and actually moving up on it is Krasnal. So Elige going to get caught off guard. That was a chance for the multi-kill, but Grim will trade. Advantage maintained. Still a full 60 seconds of play, but Sumdai Young and Demka, they're just holding walk and holding W, moving in on that A site. Ooh, caught a whiff, did Halzerk. Through a decoy.
Not spreading.
Grim. He's going to take that first fight. Great work from Halzerk. He continues. Still very much up for debate. Resmoke from SDY. Plant from Waro. Not an easy one to get back into.
There is a flash for Halzerk, so do they want to wait for the smokes? They have defuse kits to try and make this one possible. Because see Halzerk lining this up now. Both riflers heading over towards Bank. SDY tucked in towards the dumpster, and Waro with that AWP.
Bank fade. Shot hit. Waro onto JT. Response from Floppy. All onto SDY, and he's made a meal of the spray. Halzerk. He closes it down with the pistol. He's having a fantastic performance here in the start of the series, and it's a must-win series. Such high stakes, as you've already outlined. Playoffs on the line. And they have managed to keep a cool head on their shoulders into overtime.
Now this is what I think is necessary for Complexity going into the second half if, well, the American fans at home would like to see their team win. Now we can flip it on its head. If you're a Monte fan, they need to salvage at least one.
Yeah.
On their CT side, they were also off to a great start. SDY, frustrated not being able to get that, but seems like he's kept his cool. And the camera angles that we can do in CS2, that is a thing of beauty.
Oof. So is that flashbang. Look at Grim just full flashbang dancing all the way back into Con.
Elige? They haven't heard him? Oh, must stop now.
But he still manages to adjust onto the first. The second would be crazy. But elsewhere, Krasnal's been taken down. Grim will get away. Jobs are good and can back away. Concedes a lot of space to Monte, sure.
They have opted to re-aggress long together. So JT and Grim pairing up. Strength in numbers.
So I like this reaction out of Complexity, not completely conceding space. They're aware that there is a potential for that walk onto the A site. Oh,
Halzerk has been great on the AWP.
He's everywhere.
He's been fantastic.
Everywhere. Waro can't believe it. Long is still occupied. Grim's the one to find him.
Oh, yeah, because the AWP just shot you thinking, oh, I should be able to take the duel up. Long, now I can literally have a walk in the park.
Absolutely not. So that 1T round not looking particularly likely now. Just Demka having a wander. And JT holding this angle. He's been having a real tough go at things. Can't catch a break.
Surely he gets this one.
This one's his. This one is his. I'm sure of it. And so's he. 15 in the bag. And swapping on sides. We will have to see 1T round at the bare minimum.
I wonder, just buy Mac 10s in the first and rush B.
Right. I mean,
you know, do something completely out of the box.
Especially considering how often that pack roll has been rewarded. Why not? When you've got 3 opportunities to take your map pick and all the cash you could desire, not going to be. They'll get everything they could think of.
I thought there'd be a bit of a basement bargain sale on Orgs right now to see plenty of them come out, but no. Even considering Krasnal's proficiency on the weapon, has still opted to go with the silenced M4. 3-man A start. Sumdai Young aggressive. Has support for this. Pushed up towards the fountain. It is just a leash here behind the tree. Man, look at SDY just silently encroaching towards this smoke. Oh, we know someone's behind. It's all going to come down to timing. A leash.
Playing the fade. Didn't see him. Overlooked it. Still a just-in-time Elish. That's mad. That is a mad one. Now Krasnal up against Grim, and again Krasnal still in top form. Woro's AWP as well, connected onto Elish, so...
Well, Woro's continuing to push with the AWP. He really wants to lock this down. No way back through Spawn with the bomb. Halzerk lining up flashes, so he's not even ready for this. Flash forward. Bro takes the fight. Acknowledgement towards the B site now, and here comes Woro. Leg shot.
Oh, he had the head on his screen. Adjusts to the leg. Hits it. Bro's found a multi-kill in the meantime. On that approach. What a perfect distraction. Everyone in the team comms is screaming, there's an AWP behind us. You turn around and there's a rifle behind you.
Look how quick he got there,
yeah.
right? Such speed there out of Woro, and if you reflect back to the pistol round in the very first round of the game, that's exactly where he was able to find his impact. So Woro, the rogue, an assassin, causing strife and setting Bro up. And now, well, it's TC's call as Halzerk taking the cups off the headphones there. Stronger than he thinks.
Yeah, these 30 seconds fly by, just 10 left for TC.
I think SDY is fed up with the rifles. We've seen him miss a couple of shots that I think he thinks he should be hitting. So a secondary AWP equipped for this CT side defense. A full investment out of complexity, but it doesn't look like they're going to operate with anything fast, right? If they went full rifles or maybe had an SMG in the mix. Now, if they try and do that next round, that's where it becomes extremely obvious that type of play is going to come through. In overtime, I'd love to go with something fast out the gates, especially with that 3-0 fashion, knowing you just need to hit that uppercut to knock Monte on their ass and put yourself one map up in the series as we move into Ancient.
Yeah, well, the element of surprise, not yet on the periodic table, but most definitely valuable here in CS2. And a whole lot of that going on. SDY fires off an AWP shot. Floppy activates on short side, takes that control for the boys.
It's a double A AWP setup. It's like we have Simple and Guardian in the server. Isn't it crazy? SDY not holding an angle with an AWP. Maybe waiting for Warrior to take next contact. That is curious. Smoke lines up here from Demka. Pressure now towards B. Double nades to the barrels, finds nothing.
Just a tag onto JT in the last bullet of that spray. Oh, well timed on the nade, JT.
Warrow's rotating.
Hamstrung into this one. Bro finds Floppy. Monte completely locking complexity out of this attempt. You can see that they are starting to maneuver towards the other side of the map. Alicia's probing long.
Also telegraphed though, doesn't it? Well, they haven't come in yet. There's 35 seconds left. They have no space over towards A. There's been no pressure whatsoever. We haven't seen anything long. There's been no pressure bathroom, no utility whatsoever. They just have to run in somewhat dry.
Yeah, the light on time. SDY getting run at though. But there's two of them. There's two bloody AWPs. Woro hits his shot onto Grim. And it's SDY's AWP as well, right alongside. One back from Elish, very low time. There's three of them on the truck. One crazy spray could come down, but JT's trying to get the bomb in. And they just have to charge at him. Elish, he's actually covered him well enough. And through the smoke, another. Maybe JT can come up clutch. He's known to have a clutch in him. The captain of Cole. Looking for Woro upon the fade, finds it, and now just what's needed! Complexity close! What a way to finish!
JT quiet throughout that entire map, but impact when it's needed from the in-game leader. Put that one in your back pocket, 16-13, complexity, one map up in the progression series to the playoffs.
Well done. That was a hell of a game, Yanko. I think they call that a barn burner nowadays.
What an ending to that game, Black Complexity. First, they have to get it all the way into overtime on their map pick, and then eventually, when it's looking like Monte is going to bring it all the way back into double OT, Elysian JT.
2v4, man.
Elysian JT step up. 2v4 was 2v5? I think it might have been 2v5 even. But yeah, in any case, it was a very difficult round for them to close out, but they step up and get it done.
I mean, JT and Clutch is an overpass. Name a more iconic duo, Trace.
Oh, he's got a couple in his repertoire, doesn't he?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. So you look at Complexity right here getting tested and Monte putting up quite the fight. So yes, I am double mic'd up, but that's only because that was double of a close series, right, Yanko?
Double the fun, Trace.
Yeah.
Always.
Huh.
Yeah.
So for the side of Monte, what do we see for saving graces? Double ops?
No, I feel like they did a pretty good job overall, but when it comes to these sort of crunch moments, somehow, Complexity is just able to dig deep and pull it off. Floppy especially, he's been having a very, very quiet tournament by the standards we've seen from him recently, especially in Blast Showdown, etc., and he really stepped up to the plate. A lot of huge multi-kill rounds, a lot of huge impact rounds coming out from the young gun.
That's real true, which is why we have a Air Force Aim High player of the map. Can you believe it? I'm pretty sure you can't stop the flop, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be that player if I had to guess. Isn't that right, gents?
It definitely should be indeed the Aim High player to watch, absolutely. But another player I do want to point out was Halsdork in the latter stages of regulation. The guy was everywhere with the op, man. He was towards long, towards B short, and at one point you could see Monte start to second-guess themselves, wondering where the hell is that Norwegian going to be with the AWP.
Yeah, he found 8 opening kills in this game as well, did a great job at that. And, for Floppy, just a lot of impactful multi-kills, really. I think if you go over towards that first half here, you will see this one with the Deagle was huge, right? Like getting a triple kill here, 3 headshots. Then on the CT side, a couple of good ones as well, good sequences. There was one towards Monster too, and yeah, his team definitely needed him. He helped out a lot and was one of the key players on Overpass.
The driving forces, right? I mean, we talk about a Complexity that was pushed around a little bit here. They were put to a test, isn't that right, Bly?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the numbers speak for itself as well. And it's good to see Floppy actually kind of feeling himself here. He did keep on complaining about the sound really affecting him, and you could see that being an issue for him in a few of the, I don't know if it was just the sound, but he was struggling quite a bit in some of the earlier games. But here, really delivering, and hopefully if he does continue this particular form on Ancient, especially towards a Jaguar position, things might look good for Complexity.
Yeah, that's what they can hope happens, Yanko.
Yeah, for sure. And they also had, I think in the first half, we see again, I'm just picking out these round trades that are like sort of, it's confirmation bias and it's this narrative I'm trying to push that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right now, really like just grouping up, sort of keeping it simple is the way to go on the T side, right? And it looked like Monte was possibly going to shut out Complexity in that first half. Then a monster rush comes in round number 10, and it blows the whole half open.
I'm pretty sure we have round 10. We could probably run that for you all at home just to see what you're talking about. We did see examples of this with Navi even before they exited the tournament, where they went for the pack mentality. They went to Rome together.
Yeah, so you can see the score is 7-2. It's a half by 4 Complexity. They're leaving money in the bank, right? Some utility, pistols, small armor, and this is where Monte is trying to sort of get close, right, to prevent this, but I don't know if these guys didn't have a good spawn or, they just got surprised by the pace from Complexity, but that was just a clean round for them, really, and this was... Monte didn't win a single round from this point on in the first half, went from being 7-2 against the half by to 7-5 for Complexity, and seeing how the game went into OT, right, this really enabled Complexity to stay in this map.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the CT side, like how almost every team, they're playing aggressively. We've seen this, we've heard it from every other team as well. On the CT side, you just have to be aggressive, just take those fights into just holding angles. And I think Complexity did a very good job just kind of basically fighting fire at fire, right, just throwing themselves at the wall, so to speak.
Everyone loves a good bit of fire. Well, I guess Pyromaniacs love it a little more than everyone else. But what I do know is the fact that Hekku is running around here somewhere, and she's caught up or perhaps even heard some rumblings as to what's going on within the team camps in between these maps.
I had an opportunity to ask LMBT if they were actually expecting for Complexity to pick Overpass, and he's like, yes, of course. So even though like they were expecting, and it went to OT, unfortunately they didn't manage to take the map, but now it's gonna be Ancient, and we remember what Elish said about Ancient. He said that like, well, I hope we fixed those mistakes, so let's see if they did it.
Well, I hope he said it in that same tone, too. Well, I hope we fix those mistakes, guys. And, well, here we go again.
Cheerio.
Yeah, cheerio, for real. Yeah, so let's talk about Ancient. Let's talk about what to expect here, Blay.
Yeah, Ancient, you know, obviously is the pick coming in from Monte, so I'm assuming, I'd actually like to see, I'm assuming, of course, Complexity is going to be starting on the CT side, obviously, and one thing we've seen so far from a lot of these teams are, on the T side especially, you know, faster B plays coming out, fast A fakes from spawn coming out, and Monte, the way they're playing their T side is just back mentality, as pointed out as well, Yanko. So it's going to be a very fast first half at the very least.
Yeah, and I think at this point, if you're Complexity, maybe a way in is the manner in which Overpass ended. Like, it's very hard, even though you know you're the underdog on the map. Like, for Monte, Overpass is a weakness. But when you're so close to taking it, and then you lose it, you know, in a 4v2 at the very end, right, that can translate over to Ancient. That frustration can still lay around for a little bit. So maybe Complexity can take advantage of that and get off to a strong start.
I mean, we did see that in the bed boom loss they had against Mouse as well. Like, Nafany was just mauling at Siren. But that being said, I feel like for Monte, they just seem way more composed, way more, I don't know, just like focused together. So hopefully that doesn't affect them. Let's see.
Yeah, it does look like that CT-sided start there for Complexity. So just to kind of, you know, cover our loose ends. Gentlemen, does the series end here?
I don't think so. I think we see Anubis.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a full day of 3 mappers, Trace.
I think so, too. And if Johnny Jabs told us anything pre-game, it was that there is a chance.
Don't believe in them when it comes to Ancient. Have zero faith in us. It's going to come down to Anubis.
That is essentially, I mean, yeah, kind of.
He essentially literally just said that. Like, he's like, Anubis, that's what it's going to be, guys.
It's the counter jinx.
Okay, yeah, I like what you've done there. Also like what you're doing at home. If you're watching us, perhaps it's your first time, perhaps you've been here every single time, perhaps you never left your computer from ESL Pro League, but at the Intel Extreme Masters, which is a hashtag, right, IEM, go ahead and let us know how you're watching. Tell us everything that you think, or let us know what you think. Moreover, let us know who you think is going to win. We've got Monte Complexity on the other side. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.
He's pushing smoke, bro. Let's go trying so hard. Jesus Christ, man.
Summer is over.
He's so blind. One close.
It's time to try hard. Join the first CS2 League season.
Market door one. Cat dead. Let's go.
Win your share of $214,000 on your path to ESL Pro League.
I feel like the games are a bit too long. Like, I think BO5s are actually more viable now because the games aren't going to be as long.
Honestly, I think it's not that bad. We shouldn't ever play best of ones. We should always play best of threes at least. And of course, finals, best of fives. I think like underdogs will have more chances, and that makes more fun as well, I would say.
For me, it's really short, and I think there were times, for example, when you played MR15 and you need some time to get into game, and I think maybe the first 5 or 4 rounds can go on the from the other team, and I think it can happen. But now it is just such a large percentage of the max round that it shouldn't happen anymore, you know, and it goes with the economy, right? Like they need to swap, I think, the economy if you play MR12.
If you lose both pistols, and then if it's gonna be the same like in CSGO, lose both pistol force, you lose forces, and then you have to equal the third round. That's 6 rounds out of 12, so half of the game already. So that's not good. Like MR12 and economy will like they need to come together, because MR12 with bad economy, it's gonna be so bad for us.
I think that you shouldn't ever have to save twice in this economy, like with having MR12.
I think the MR12 though is nice. I don't know if they can do anything to the economy. I think I like it so far.
Hard to say. I mean, they could definitely do something with the economy, but I think you just gotta win rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I also like best of threes more than best of ones. I think best of ones just like pretty short, kinda.
One round can change everything.
So maybe I would put 6.
Yeah, same. I wanted to say 6.
I would have won a lot more finals if it was number 12, so I'm gonna leave it on 8 on my scoreboard.
I'll do a 6 again, just because I think the economy needs some tweaking.
Yeah, that's the only thing that needs to change for me as well as the economy.
I would say overall it's probably like a 9 out of 10 for me. If they can just fix that one part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that we should be double saving at all, and it should feel pretty good.
I'll give it a 9, like John said.
Yeah, 9.
For me, it's very nice when they play a lot rounds. I can see more ideas. For me, it's better to watch MR15, not 12.
So you don't agree with me, huh? I don't know. I will go with
I'll put 7.
I will go 8.
I vote for. It's a low for me.
I say like, yeah, 7, 7.5 probably.
Well, howdy, folks. We're preparing ourselves to head on into Ancient, and it's a big one for the Intel Extreme Masters Sydney 2023. On one side of the stage, we have Monte, and on the other, we have Complexity, and both in pursuit of seeing the big stage, the arena, the Aware Something Theatre.
Don't look at me. I know I'm Australian. I'm not from Sydney, and this thing didn't exist when I lived in the country. So a new building.
That's right, the Aware Super Theatre.
Okay, all right.
Of course, I knew there was another word in there.
I just call it the arena.
Well, I'm calling it the Aware Super Theatre. Get your awares in the chat for that one. And that's what these guys are chasing. Complexity. They've managed to convert their map pick. This is the territory of Monte, and so starting on the T side they are. And we're off to the pistol, off to the races.
It is funny on these T pistols how much seems like info gathering for the Ts these days.
Yeah, yeah, and mollies are showing up way more than they used to.
Oh, look at this fake. It's drawn Grim out. This is...
Oh! He nearly gets the adjustment on the
he spotted the bomb, though.
Yeah, that's for sure. The jig is up, but the fight is taken. You can see Bro, he's cleared 2 out of the B site. They know the bomb was with Waro.
Oh, this is funky.
Yeah, real unusual scenes here. How's like, you don't need to take these fights, but he's willing to, and now they slink into Donut loudly.
Oh, they're fighting together.
Floppy's
following him.
SDY has to either take this fight or let that bomb get run down.
Out of bullets!
Oh, he ran out of bullets. It wasn't the headshot he hoped for, and that is the end of that. That's how you see him already ripping the headphones off of his ears in frustration.
That's the Howzat classic at this point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially considering... He did not like that.
No, not at all. The banter. That is a bit of fun right there. Well, the pistol rounds, that seems to be a bit of a Monte specialty.
Yo, okay, so Ancient. Happy to see a CT second round force.
I wonder if the Demka banter kind of coaxed them into it.
Right, that's I'm up. 3 out mid, expecting like util, knowing that they already have that first round under the board. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that would used to fill LAN halls, and
yeah,
you know, 10 years down the line, it's still doing it.
Bring it back, baby.
That is the perfect weapon for the job of anyone dead. Brave the entrance of Cave. Wow, yeah, that 1-2 punch, no thank you. Krasnal, he'll just be containing at this point. You can see how his responsibility is for the ramp push. And as I say that, they are actually starting to maneuver into the setup. If JT's precise, both of these guys could go down. That's damage. There's the second. Ooh, and a headshot on the MP9. Floppy puts Walro on just 1 HP. These little bursts from Grim and doesn't overcommit to it. Elige overlooks the potential clear. Walro with just that 1 HP, and so, yeah, the potency of this one starts to peter out.
It's interesting to see Monte going for a cave clear as well. I suppose not expecting so much of a force spy.
Yeah.
Maybe more of a clean eco. Scout right in the face will be removed. Bro continues his clean shooting and will push all the way up, securing this B bomb site. Grim, they know where he was, jousting earlier in the round with that MP9. And this has fallen extremely flat for Complexity. So this is unusual. We are seeing most teams operating with the save into the second, and that tends to be on both halves unless the Ts are able to get the plant. And at that point, they can constitute the force buy with the Galils. Arguments that that type of a second round is even stronger for the Ts than the CTs after the pistol conversion. So Grim will hold on to this for dear life. He's being hunted, and well, the low HP of Warro could just blow him over. That's $600. You'll take that, thank you very much. As Demka, Sumda Young, and Bro are all surging in his direction. Bomb about to detonate, so he just has to hold on for a few seconds longer, and is aware that he is the hunted. Oh, and that nade felt like it could have done it. Grim will get to hold on to the MP9, so at least something for Complexity to operate with going into round number 3. We'll have to wait until round number 4 before we see the rifles come out. This is actually a dream start. So, oof. Yeah, you can see
that's what Mac
the
did
foot
to his
pinning.
Foot. Yeah.
It does look a little bit funky. But I suppose more accurate than just floating on boxes.
For sure, most def. Yeah, frustrating.
They're fighting mid. There's a red smoke in. Grim's close to the MP9. They have gone for a deep elbow smoke of their own. So mid control has been garnered.
The whole squad surging into middle. It is just the, well, MP9 and a little more. Some Desert Eagles as well on top in case Grim gets some handiwork done. Potential for a conversion, but SDY
flashing and fighting.
They want to have a look at the fight ahead of the pack. That's good work from Halzuk to bait to facilitate Grim, but Bro with a 3K. Using that Galil to great effect before he'd eventually run down. Now they are just charging straight into the A site.
I think more damage could be nice here for Complexity, so they are going the long way round. They've been cut off by Warro. Yeah, they weren't expecting him. So that damage that I was prefacing, not to be the case. 2 is all they'll get. And a 3-0 start for Monte. This couldn't go better.
Yeah, let's see what that first gun round has in store for us now. So that was Bro locking it down. So far, so good from him. 6 frags in total. Warro the same.
No insta window. Might even be something fast over towards A. There is a quick... it's been missed. CT smoke missed. Was to be thrown out to try and pressure A for Demka, but it hasn't landed.
Yeah, Demka could get caught out by this. He is. Grim hits the shot. Krasnal up the ramp. Woof, JT's going to be mad unless Halzuk can lock it down. It's a lot of responsibility, but he does rise to the occasion, and Bro just crab walks into the AWPer, not ready for Floppy. And so a 1 versus 2. What's the man to do? They're going to double peek him. Yeah, and that's beautiful work from Complexity. They will leave with the round. Halzuk's AWP.
I wonder what happened there, because there was a smoke I was following getting thrown that just landed up in the trees, but there was still a CT smoke that had landed, so maybe that was meant to be a fast donut smoke. I know that there are variations that you can throw from spawn now that teams have been fiddling with, so maybe that was the case to really apply a lot of this A pressure. A good response time. And again, Halzuk with the AWP, it doesn't feel like he's missing a beat. He's looking quite comfortable considering the circumstances. First round for Complexity now. Red smoke lands. Util towards mid. Elige ahead of it will call the coast clear. Floppy aggressive in cave. JT and Halzuk towards B. And no space taken immediately out of Monte. They have stayed outside the B doors for now. Brew will lead the pack to try and take some of this space. But you can see they're in no rush to fight for that mid control. Allow the initial wave of utilities to subside.
JT, he's willing to give it a go. Actually just running down that ramp, and Floppy aggro as well, but it's Demka all the way back from the B doors. Catches JT. And
Full
so that
rotation.
advantage is theirs.
Yeah, SDY is the only one who can explore elsewhere. You can see him starting to walk back over towards main as the cavalry has arrived over towards B. So loving this complexity. They've stayed extremely active on the CT sides. As mentioned in the previous map, a lot of the CT sides in CS2 looking extremely heroic-esque. Just active, 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 and about to be pants. Halzo looking the wrong way. Rim's dead too.
Yeah.
Just tracking the shadow. Great stuff from Bro.
And SDY scored a clear, so it's all fine and dandy for Monte. Returning to their winning ways. I like that slowdown. You can see what it resulted in, that re-clear out of cave. You had your back turned to mid. A miss smoke finds itself out of the map.
The staggered approach favouring Monte a little bit more there, right? When that aggressive push comes in from complexity, sure, it catches them off guard for the first, but immediately able to respond. Alige gets something for his troubles. Now, we do have Anubis as the third map. That is the map where, well, the event started for both of these teams against one another, falling in the favour of complexity. So, Cole, if they lose Ancient, I think they'll be feeling confident getting to Anubis. But if you're Monte, you'd love to seek some revenge on what I would consider a home map for both of these teams. So we do have the best possible third map to separate them. Alige calling some shots here of what he would like to get up to on the CT side, so asking for a little bit of utility. They do have the deep elbow smoke. Now, that should cover it off. Aggressive main, Floppy 5-7. Good weapon for the job.
Especially if Alige can finish off what he can't get done. Actually, Alige gets the opening and he's pre-fire in the shadows. 5-7 does nothing. Alige doesn't have the chance to reload, and yeah, it's only Halzuk's USP with a
only
dink. Bloody hell. That might be enough, you know. They force him wide with the molly, but he gets out of dodge. Ooh, grim. Grim indeed. He's been tagged up. He's been body bagged up. SDY, he just takes the fights. JT's dig, he's not half bad on that one-shot headshot, but this time he just hits the legs of Demka. Molly's going to limit his options, bounces off of his face as he's caught on the jump across.
Very winnable round, but again, just this overzealous nature in a lot of these chaotic moments. I get it. A lot of teams are trying to capitalize just by swinging in and taking these duels, but just a moment to take a breath. They had advantages there, some big ones. Halzuk did great. He got back. They had a number of advantages. Sure, they didn't have the weapons, but if the reroute had come in from Monte, let's say they had left A main, let's say they had dropped back elsewhere, the bomb goes down, weapons can be picked up, and a real opportunity for complexity to try and win back on that light investment. But this is the full investment. Halzuk into the AWP. Triple mid. Full control taken. SDY selling presence. He's going to come through. And flashed. Grim just recovers in time.
Ooh, okay, well, mid control is theirs. Halzuk using that opportunity to peek into the cross and miss shot. Bro advancing. Woo, Floppy. He takes Waro down. Nearly has Demka as well, but a bit of a wide open runway into B. They've smoke caved rapidly. He commits to the spray. They get that bomb down. This is still shaping up. Could be a Monte round. They smoke themselves, but just spotted on the jump across. Bro is in hunt. And he's short. What? He's right next to you. Oh, awkward for Bro. Alige gets 2 and Demka, last man standing. Good luck. Have fun. Low HP in their own cave smoke. You're not going to expect that. Floppy, the first of the 3. Smoke on the bomb. Flashes high. Halza. Ooh. With Demka's cross just narrowly shy of the head, it could have come down to the 1v1.
Now look, if you were talking about a moment to throw some trash talk back over the fence, Halzuk, that would be the moment. Putting that AWP bullet straight between the eyes. But I think because they're 3 rounds behind, he will keep quiet for now. I love that from Bro. I loved all of it. The fact that he waits as well for the smoke to plume, knowing that that cave fight is probably his biggest issue. It's really good aggression coming out of complexity through the gates, but Bro, yeah, just getting lost in the smokes. Could have had a multi-kill, could have been a magnificent play out of the young Dane, but unfortunately unable to stick the landing.
Yeah, but they've got the confidence, haven't they? There's no doubt in spades taking that play, trusting his initiative, trusting his gut.
I really liked everything he did there, right? That smoke, then he rerouted through the pillar, pushed through, took the gap, knew that they needed to make a play in the number disadvantage. It could have been great. Absolutely stunning play, almost, but will fall against them as JT, as we reflect on the scoreboard, is having another rough go of things out the gates. Only 1 kill to his name, 7 deaths, but 3 assists. Now in the new Counter-Strike, you are getting assists for a whole lot less damage, so take that as you will. Timeout called, a discussion had, and cash already starting to get quite low. But if Monte can win this one back, Complexity are in a world of hurt, and Monte can run away with this half. So important gun round ahead, and could just be a B rush.
Could just be a B rush.
They missed the cave smoke, or did they just hope for a lane smoke? I guess just a lane smoke.
Malzerk posts up, fires a shot. They boosted Waro up, but he's not too interested in it.
Yeah, so they didn't like getting harassed from middle, so they've...
Oh, Floppy. So blind, just gets Bro down as his vision's restored, and a missed shot from Halzerk. That leads to his demise. It's Kraz now down. Good work from JT. Quick flank. Grim and Elige both coming in from that ramp side.
Got some pace to them.
Yeah, this is actually going to be very potent if JT can kind of puff up his chest a bit here.
Well, whose job is it to consider the flank for Monte?
Right now, it was Demka for a moment. They're so worried about the other side of things, and that's a clean one from Grim. You don't want to be locked into cave.
They just threw a smoke in
They
each
have
other.
another. They have another. Oh, and Grim doesn't need it. He'll take the jewel, takes down Waro, fake on that. They know where you are, and they'll double peek yet to secure it. Was 3, now just 2 rounds separating these teams.
And we just called out JT, or at least I did, for the lack of frags, and he immediately gets a big one, right? It stops them in their tracks. They're not able to take the space. Now, that's going to be very frustrating because they did have a player over towards Cave, Monte, so they didn't expect that flank to come in so quickly. The fact that they literally hightailed it all the way through T-spawn, and both of them come up the ramp with that pace, that's the difference maker in the round, as well as that JT kill. So Demka, yeah, he is watching it, but not expecting them at that speed. Great trading, and Complexity continue the winning ways. Now, our plant allows some investments. We've seen Krasnal go for this hero Galil before, and we'll see it again. Just so difficult in CS2. Ancient to be able to contest mid fast, and Hauser just stands and delivers. That Galil in the dirt already. Might have a second, and does.
He loves that duel.
Loves the re-peek too.
Yeah, he's not scared of any of those 1Ds, is he?
This type of investment, it can't be in vain for Monte. They need to try and find a little bit of damage here. Demka has been able to scavenge the Galil off the ground. A kill feels mandatory just to make sure they keep this Complexity economy somewhat humble.
Demka.
They can isolate Floppy. He's on his own.
Using that Galil Krasnal purchased, as you discussed, has to be something here for Monte, and, well, not from Demka. Floppy, nice headshots, contains the cave push. It's all onto SDY with that dig, and they keep it clean. Great finish from Floppy. TC happy with that one. 1-round game. Considering the way this started, Complexity have managed to dig their heels in nicely. A 3 consecutive run.
I think it could have been a little bit of overspend there from Monte, to be completely honest with you. Most of them invested in something, and right now, they don't really have enough to go around. We might see another similar style of investment here, with a loss bonus starting to build off of the 3 consecutive rounds for Complexity. They've actually opted... Oh, nope, a very late buy. We can see we're already blocking mid on the Complexity side of the server. With the X-ray, all 5 members were buying late. So Waro has made the call. 3 Galils, an AK, and a MAC-10, but just late on all of their timings. This should be a slow round.
Yeah, and it's a default spread. If not perhaps an extra player leaning towards the A side of the map with the bomb behind Krasnal on B. And oh wow, JT, you went walking down the ramp and gets a rude shock as Bros Galil sprays him down.
The quiet has actually been the problem for Complexity. When Monte haven't just thrust themselves forward immediately, Complexity think the coast is clear and want to continue with this proactive CT approach, setting the tone and walking into their demise. So a trade back will be required. At this point, well, with a lot of time passing, it's no longer a trade, it's just a kill back.
Yeah, smoke on red. Halzerk this time donut, so he's been catching him on B. Oh, and he's not going to catch him on mid. Misses his shot. SDY nails his.
Save.
Has to be. No one here on 8. The bomb will be going down. And that late buy hasn't cost Monte anything. If anything, they get the perfect round, not a point of damage done.
Hopefully that's a good learning for Monte to maybe take some pace out of the rounds. Allow them to fester first 15 or so seconds and then wait and see what Complexity do, because they're so quick to act, not even react.
Yeah, I mean, straight down the stairs. Down the stairs? Down the ramp.
Yeah, it's wheelchair access.
Yeah, exactly. Accessibility is important.
Especially if you want to visit the ancient temples.
Yeah, for the tours. So you see it from that angle, you can just see JT's head crossing into the fight. He plays with he plays with the toggle, like the recline, like active.
Yeah, the perma.
Do you have that?
No, I want
straight, rigid back.
Yeah, precisely. I don't want my chair to have any give.
No, thank you.
I think they're just calling maybe an insta window smoke. So Warrow's in the spawn to do so. Krasnal as well. SDY and Bro are not. That means Demka should be able to get one out if they wanted to go for the insta window. But as we just discussed, the pace should probably have something taken out of it. Halzerk's deployed his towards elbow to block Sumda Young's mid jaunt. Elysian Grim to lock that down, and we'll get it with ease. So they're going to be aggressive.
Well, more pace. Complexity have handled this well in the past, and again, it's them opening up the account quickly. That's a nasty death for Floppy. Wasn't ready for Krasnal so quick.
Pressure on B.
Yeah, they were ready to occupy deep into cave, and only one man here from Complexity. Elysia as well, though. He'll be quick on the potential flank. Grim's even considering joining him. That smoke's not going to last forever.
Halzerk's in the shadow way, main.
He's nailed the shot as well.
That couldn't be easier. That's so telegraphed. It's unfortunate for them. Oh, how did that happen?
Well, he just walked on through the short smoke.
I was so glued on the A fight. They're in towards B. The bomb's down, and we have a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Krasnal with that forward position catches him off guard. Elysia clearing through cave now. So some sound made towards CT. The crossfire's strong here. SDY, oh, spotted him. Nice find from Elysia. Response from Krasnal. Need this one from Grim. Can he come up clutch?
Molly long, diffuse.
Could be good. He picked up a smoke. Get it down. Light on time. Surely Bro's got the lineup here. He does nail it. Gets away through the flames and pulls the 7th out of the hat for Monte.
Oh, didn't quite get to that AWP, did Bro, but he has enough money to drop one if Warrow signals for it. Felt like everything but the pressure getting to Grim in that moment. Good trade back from Krasnal, and this is even better.
He's having a good game as Krasnal. I think that overpass T side, we got to see some of him, his very best work in terms of taking space on that B side, taking heads.
Well, final round of the half here. Hodgepodge 5 for Complexity. They have cobbled this one together. Monte with quite the commanding lead.
Yeah, and quite the direct approach for this final round. He boosts Warrow up, hold long side as they just walk on in. Barrage of nades landing. Floppy, good control of the MP9. Gets 2, nearly 3. Demka brought low. That's perfect for the Mag 7. Softened up for a couple of pumps. JT, he's got Grim, and Grim's the one to do it. So there's Complexity's 5th. Just 2 rounds separating them. It's Monte's pick. Cole with 1 up in the series, and it's playoffs or bust.
While we wait for the workshop to be flooded with fresh content for CS2, we're going to give you a look into what some of our community creators have been cooking up with all the new tools. The first map we will look at is DE_Biome, a map that was added to CSGO matchmaking back in 2018, now getting its own Source 2 upgrade. Designed inside a greenhouse with a lot of lush flora dotted around the map, we can certainly see JD40 taking advantage of the better lighting and more vibrant aesthetic of CS2. If I remember correctly, I even had a clean highlight back in the day, but no one will want to see that. Definitely don't show that. Oh, would you look at that? Pretty clean, honestly. Next, we have DE_brewery, a wingman map that, as you guessed it, is based in a brewery. For this one, we will show you some before and afters, as this really shows what is possible when porting CSGO maps to a CS2 one. I think this is going to spark a lot of mappers' passion to go in and fully utilize these new tools and upgrade their older maps. The difference in the level of detail they can add in a much easier way is very, very apparent with this one. The map shows off nicely the use of the new metallic reflections you can achieve, turning these bland walkways into something that pops a lot more. This, along with the new lighting and vibrance, is really what we will see focused on going forward. Recognize this? It is of course FY Pool Day, a Counter-Strike classic. A small A map ideal for chaotic fights all based around a bright pool area. When talking to Lep Lul Boldeslappen, who is remaking this map, says he has been working hard and it thinks it can bring joy and nostalgia to many CS players. Joy is one word for it. Depends if you're on the right side of the chaos. A great map to hop in a server with some friends and an all-time classic.
Got one final seat at the playoffs. And it has been a shouting match, both in the server and outside of it. Monte, well, we're on their turf, and they've got 7 rounds in that first half.
Able to keep smiles on their faces for now. Sure, they have the lead and technically heading on to the easier side, but CS2, we are still learning the lay of the land. Can Complexity bring it back, get it done in 2, and secure that quarterfinal berth against BetBoom? Yeah, you heard me right. Now for this new team, Locken and Aloden.
And Cloud9 eliminated.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye-bye-bye.
JT, let's see if we can make this pistol sexy.
Oh. This is what they're waiting for. That's the sound cue. It's an easy freebie. Krasnal starts as he means to go on. Demka. He hits some shots. They are committing to the A site, but the whole squad's on its way.
Hey, Floppy, you plant, we'll take Donut.
Yeah, they've got that, but Temple's going to be an awkward fight. And if Krasnal clears out Donut on his own, Grim doesn't allow that with a nice click of his mouse, but it's Demka's quick double. And just like that, a perfect pistol.
All 4 pistols so far in this series in the favor of Monte. And again, Demka with impact in yet another one. That shot he hit on a leash must have been gargantuan. He just came straight out Brokey and bopped him. Felt like they had post-plant positions for days. This was juicy from Krasnal. Bit of a specialist on the dual Berettas. A couple of easy fights, and that shot right there, Leash, not even looking the right way. So Pansters, they ripped off the heads. They get themselves 8. And, well, as we know, prefaced in that first half, the plant allows the Ts to come in with quite a tiny looking fight.
I would disagree that it's stronger than the CTs when you look at this. 4 M4s in the mix.
A bit of util to boot, so they have locked out mid. Floppy slowed by the HE and in towards the fight. Does force Krasnal back for now.
Yeah, this is what we got for us. Ooh, SDY's not got ahead, and that's a great pick. JT's dig.
And only the 3rd kill.
Yeah, necessary one from JT. They're re-aggressing, and Floppy, he'll get 1. It's Bro attempt at the spray transfer, but Elish gets there first. So, huge opportunity for them to convert here the second round. In the absence of the pistol, this would do nicely. JT's got the bomb, and they've got the B site for free. Missed shot from Halzog's scout. Don't really need to repeat that. You've got the man advantage.
Elish didn't need to fight either, but he did take the risk in his tucked-in cave. Halzog not expecting another on the flank, 2-on-2.
You know where they are. You know where they're both coming from, and Elish's push rewarded. He'll catch Demka on the way in. Clears out Jag, and they know Warro's working up the ramp. They can just play this bomb now, and yeah, Warro's aware of it. There's just no hope to get back into this one. Fakes the recede.
Yeah, he's not going to have time, is he?
Yeah, I think he's just hoping he can maybe catch one on the way out, but he knows that this one's done.
JT, as I mentioned, only his 3rd kill, but an extremely impactful one. The opening kill to bring Cloud9 back. Cloud9? Excuse me. Nathany on the brain.
Yeah.
North America down the drain. Well, maybe not anymore. Thumbs up for Complexity. That's who we were talking about. I'm sure they're in blue. They've got a star. So that is a massive opening kill from the in-game leader.
And they are dirt poor now, Chad. I mean, real peanuts in the bank account.
You're not talking about their salaries, are you?
No, not that. Just the fact that you put all your schmeckles into that second round and you've been rumbled. Forced into dire straits now. Everyone pretty much investing fully. Not going to be happy with that one. Losing the second round does make you feel that way. And wow, a direct approach from Cole. Just run in.
Not clear in the corners.
Didn't even worry about Cubby. And Bro managed
Still
to
not
get one.
cleared.
What's going on? Krasnal, he's already taken one down. Sure, Floppy, you can take down Demka. And they're not rushing the plant. This is interesting. So sometimes young Waro and Krasnal, they're approaching B. They're picking up weaponry. They've got Kev behind it. This is certainly up for debate. But Krasnal's already starting to get a feeling that they have vacated the premises.
What the hell? And there's still 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
They've done a full world tour of Ancient.
The pace of CS2 and the way that these teams are approaching is insane.
That's for sure. Okay, then. I don't even know if you... Yeah, this is such a dream save.
Can we have that one back again?
Just run it back.
Give us the replay on that. Because this is just going to be a... Oh, now 20-second save or so. What the hell was this? Okay, so they're running into site.
Killed Bro. Floppy caught the aggression on A.
And then they just kept on pushing
and then
through.
ran all the way past it. I think, well, with Krasnal getting the frag cave,
yeah,
they just knew, like, right, is it worth us giving them all of this? They're probably already rotating through. And they cleared out CT, went all the way to A.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, and it's worked wonders. From a 7-5 half, we now look at an 8-7 as the dust settles. And with 3 saved rifles, it's going to be competitive into our next.
Just having a quick look. Looks like Floppy's lining up the insta window here, so they're going to try and apply a bit more pressure towards mid. Let's see if they actually want to brave it. It hasn't been too popular. He's missed the insta window, so there is a gap to work with for Waro. Not too worried about middle Izzy at all.
Yeah, so a lot more information than Complexity will be expecting their opponents to have. Deep CT smoke. This is very vogue as well at the moment, is it not? Throwing this one down. Cleared out now with the HE.
Yeah, I always wonder if they intentionally put it in between or if they just missed the doors. Some people don't land the trajectory quite perfectly.
Well, it still gets you kind of concerned on the T side default spread. Alzerk tasked with holding
They're
that.
about to re-clear mid together. 2 donut, 2 top mid.
Yeah, but we've got a whole lot of Complexity ready to take these fights as well, but a clean one from SDY. Grim's next up. He's being swung. Waro chasing him down. A great double dig from Demka somewhere, somehow. He just hits the shots on towards the 2 players on the ledge position. Alzerk, regardless, is going to be planning the bomb. He's so surrounded. There's no way out here for Alzerk. Sure, you've done some damage. You've lost your teammate. This would be one hell of a clutch. And not to be. Krasnal gets it. This is sort of unique flavor, this Ancient, for sure.
Well, this is the thing. There are parts of this that are very similar to what we'd expect to see in CSGO, and then there are things that are quite odd. I don't think I've ever seen Waro laugh quite like that before. But Demka, yeah, they are some gnarly shots to hit. When that mid-rear aggress came in, you could see Fight Club ensuing over towards the center corridor. But that one was only really with the saved gun. So they come out, they isolate the first fight. Elige falls. Grim tries to come up for the trade. Here's the Demka double. Jiggling away with the... Yeah, that laugh right there.
Such a genuine laugh. I love that.
He's having a good time.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, Red Smoke has landed this time round. We'll be playing ahead of it. Demka pushing heavily forward, dodging the flashes over towards Tetris. Mid, cold clear, and he's even going to get the jump up. Not so much of a heavy presence from Complexity over towards B. They are attempting with this buy to boost over the smoke. Now, Elige will give it up. Tries to take a pot shot over the cusp.
Just relentless movement, isn't there? Like every time I glance at my minimap, something's different. There's 2 people grouping up, pushing something.
It's not just pack roll rushing. It's just the communication feels like it's on steroids for them to constantly be moving around like this. And it's not unusual to see, but it is unusual to see from everybody all the time.
Yeah, that's it. Everybody, everywhere, all at once.
The sequel.
Demka, double. Bro helps himself to Floppy, and giving it a go was Grim, but it's all for naught. Lovely work. A triple in the end from Demka. Bro does the rest.
I feel that might even be the map. Just seeing how powerful it is when you get that full mid control in B lane. You see that death corridor, right? You're all able to help each other. And one of the things in Counter-Strike is you kind of want to be tethered to your teammate, not in the sense that you have to watch the same thing, but you need to be able to support them if they take that fight. So up that B lane, cover B doors, you can swing around, same thing with mid, and you can see those multiple positions. One on the low, one on the high, one deep towards it. They just had everything covered. So fantastic work from Monte, forcing complexity down to an eco and 11. Well, that feels like a certainty now.
Yeah, it's as much as locked in here. Krasnal feeds himself to 3 before he runs out of bullets and is overcome by the Glock. Halzak dead on the retrieval. Perfect play from Bro. Well aware of what their options were. They are keeping the vibe, man.
I'm really starting to like more and more of what I'm seeing from the likes of Krasnal and Bro, and I understand that was against a full eco, but just in a lot of these situations when they need to get that double, they're always very handy with it. Doesn't feel like they're giving away too many free kills. And TC under the pump now. This will only be his first timeout called so far in this second map of play. JT, again, just really struggling with the team.
Dude, didn't he have like an incredible first day? It felt like he was hitting everything. I remember watching that Anubis.
Yeah, the first ace.
Yeah, that Anubis game, it felt like he was winning them clutches. He was winning every duel he took. Thought we were going to see a different story arc for JT here in Sydney. Seems short-lived. A live karaoke there from Demka, as opposed to that pre-recorded karaoke we all do.
There we go, and lip sync.
Yeah, right. Trace has already scouted a place, Chad. Watch out.
Taken back-to-back timeouts, and LMVT's come over, and I'm not sure, maybe the vibe's a little bit too high.
You're having too much fun, young man.
We want to win this map, and then Anubis, and then we can have some fun.
And then we go to the playoffs of IEM Sydney.
You like stages? We got one of them right around the corner. We're having a lot of fun here as well.
Yes, we are. Okay, well, because the timeouts have finally elapsed. Back to back. Whoa, a lot of nades in the sky. And SDY needs to find a response. Spams the smoke, spams the boards. Grim lucky to be alive. Oh my god, what's going on here? Elise got brought so low, so did Grim, but...
If they run into B, Warrow's already here, Alex.
It could go wrong. It could go wrong, and there is only one man left. And the bomb...
They don't know about him.
Going down.
Alex, they don't know about him. I'm worried.
Yeah, that was the only, or one of the two healthy members. They'll double peek him. Nice shot from Warrow, finished off by Grim, and so... Complexity, they get their third T round on the board.
It's just such scrappy Counter-Strike though, isn't it? Like it's
crazy.
Just smoke off ledge and W and just fight, and everybody just hold down mouse 1 and the W key until everybody's dead. That's essentially what both teams just did. Yeah. Just clash, 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 just bouncing off of one another. High intensity. It's all over in the first, what, 15, 20 seconds of the round.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen Counter-Strike at this rapid level over the last couple of years. It's certainly got that CS2 new game smell.
We're back into it.
And here we go. Already. Elish onto SDY. There's Demka again. Need to start casting it like a horse commentary, you know?
Let's just grab the kill feed.
Just racing.
Look, Elish, I know where you are. I'm coming at you.
And Demka's down. Elish has taken full control of Donut. That's going to force Krasnal to respect and rotate. But hold on. They're re-aggressing mid. And Elish was ready for it. He does a little bit of damage to Bro. Half health for him.
That's one of the B defenders, but they haven't quickly taken the space. Still worried about maybe Krasnal lying in wait. His rotation point is on the way back.
Oh, he got there in time. The smoke confirms his suspicions. Spam through the smoke. They'll slip on in to get that bomb down, but long control integral. Flash and go. Krasnal happy to take the first. Floppy to trade. 2-on-2 on the retake. Bro coming in from ramp. He's having a fantastic Ancient is bro. 22 frags and counting. And 2 smoke grenades available for this retake, and they've both opted to go cave. So Halzuk wrapping around. This is huge from Halzuk. Proactive play. So it all initially hinges on Floppy. Now that smoke is there. If he can, spam. Keep eyes on him. Make him feel like that smoke has done enough. Halzuk has to catch this one right. Just right, because Warrope still long side, and they've smoked off ramp as well. Uh-oh, he's holding it. He's going to be holding it. Warrior doesn't have a kit, going for a 10-second defuse, but covered by Bro. Floppy wins the round, and Cole, they're not out of Ancient yet.
Well, that is a massive round to win, but there is still a lot of money available here for yet another buy to come out of the Monte side of the server. I wonder if Complexity are going to be ready for this. They have so much cash to splash right now. There's Orgs coming out, M4, should be plenty of util behind this. But again, you just had Johnny Jabs out mid. The fact that he's just running through smokes to take on Demka and Donut, like it is high intensity CS. It is definitely go, go, go. And yeah, they're getting fired up now. And this is the thing, Rhythmic CS, when it's fast, it is really, you get pumped up because you're really, the adrenaline is just all the time.
Yeah, no time to capitulate or think too much. It's going to have to be a lot of instinct. And of course, all those reps you've been putting in, paying dividends.
Well, this would be for the 3rd consecutive round for Complexity on this T-Hall. And that might be enough to break Monte, assuming they're under no saves. This is a bit more of a standard hold. Felt more like a 3-1-1. But all of this B pressure is forced to rejigger the setup. Warrow over towards red. Demka now back towards A. The other 3 still hovering around B. A pillar molly at the ready from Floppy. Let's see if he's got his lineups. He does.
You'd be crazy to push.
It's a fake. It's a fake.
They pushed him. Flashed through.
They're going donut to A. Demka's the only one here.
Yeah, they called it clear, so they are going to be on their way, but there's a heavy investment of resources, so it is only Demka for now. Incendiary to delay, but they're going to disrespect that, and down he goes. Warrow, Org this time, puts his eye to the scope, puts Elige out of the round. Flash is good, but STY still holds mouse 1, still gets 1. Halzuk desperately trying to punch in the code, but he's losing teammates left and right, and there it goes. 12 in the bag. LMBT will be happy with that one, and so will Monte. 1 away from forcing us to Anubis.
Yeah, and as we were just discussing how much money available for the likes of Monte, the same cannot be said for Complexity. A loss bonus had bottomed out, and they are going to have to try and contend for this final round of play in map number 2 with Peanuts. Again, just great responses from both of these teams. A really important trade there from Warrow, and they just keep coming. You think it's a bit of a clown car. The door opens, honk, honk, here we come. And the roar from Demka, something we've come to know and love. Oh, and they were setting up for a B executed. This one's done.
Yeah, most definitely Warrow. He brings the fight to them. Bro gets himself another. Oh, hang on. Floppy's got 2 on the Tech 9. They can't help him. They have to get past Warrow and Demka, both taking this fight on the cross. The bomb's in. It is a 2-on-2. Halzuk scavenges away. A rifle brings the fight on the swing. Needs the smoke. SDY. No info on that. Smoked off, but pushing. Halzuk dead. Expecting Floppy long. This is a good read of the situation from SDY, and Floppy says, not yet. No Anubis yet.
Get a heart rate monitor out here for these teams.
It's intense. It is highly, highly intense.
Are we trying to break the record for quickest round possible or something?
Yeah, man. I mean, this high-octane Counter-Strike from the second out of freeze time. Whew,
now
catch my breath.
Now they've done enough to
Now
break
their
them.
money's gone. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and now they have to take an eco. Okay, another overtime.
A full 24. Got to get used to saying that.
Yeah, got to put it to Valve. Yeah, we'll make it MR12. Lol, just joking. Close games are still going to be close. Water is wet.
Yeah, and I don't know how often we've seen rounds actually go down to those last couple of seconds before the plant comes in. You know,
or given praise to Valve lately.
And that is a Zeus. Zeus skins when?
Maybe when the full release comes out.
Yeah, on full release probably.
Elige is actually somewhat susceptible. I know he's waltzed across to Tetris, but if he does jump up and try and go for the clear on both ways, Krasner will have to consider it at some point. He might be sticking out in the open like a bit of a tit here.
Or he just full commits.
Gets the Zeus kill, picks up the AK, kills Elige.
Complexity, punch them on hers. in unison.
Graham cries.
No, says Floppy.
Ah, sneaky beaky, bro.
He's behind the whole squad. And double dink is great work. Good control. Good poise. And Demka builds upon it onto JT. Leash, damage control, and down they go. And so the final round of regulation upon us. And have all of the guns they need.
Still a little bit touch and go for this final buy. Now they have to invest, obviously, but for the cash to go around, Waro will require an AWP drop. He's been able to facilitate with an M4 of his own, so maybe, just maybe, it will look slightly better than initially anticipated. Managing their pennies well on the Monte side, and they would love to get it done in regulation before things get too stressful. They will call a timeout. Now, when it has been this in-your-face, biffy Counter-Strike, utility does tend to play a part in that. When you look at what is available now for Monte going into the final round, smoke, sure, nades there, incendiaries, I
was just trying to work out. Okay, Hazak hadn't bought nades as to what, because he's got 1,800 left over. It's the last round. Why is that Galil in the mix?
Yeah, maybe did he buy it?
Yeah,
because if it's been dropped for him,
explains it.
He won't be able to resell it.
Yeah.
Looks like Halzek's lining up a cave smoke.
Okay, so what's the? I mean, this is such an important call, right? The pressure on a IGL when you are trying to fight your way back into a game. They start 4B here on the CT side. Bro, happy to push the ramp. More than happy. What? Hello? Yeah, JT does a full comic book double take. And he's only gone and got a second as well. With Floppy's help, they are in. You would imagine. We've just killed 2B. Your suspicions would be that it probably only one more, but there's two, Demka and Kraz now. So Halzak perhaps going to sniff around the A site to see what he can find.
That cave smoke was insane. That wasn't a normal cave smoke. That landed deep cave from spawn.
Oh.
It must have gone through this skylight.
Yeah. I saw Rez experimenting with HEs into the little...
Yeah, into this cubby. You could do it with a molly in CSGO.
Bruh.
But that must have gone through the skylight. Okay, well, Nard out here will have you covered. They've stacked A. They've stacked A with all three. The bomb's coming.
It's a really good gamble.
They're going to see the shadow. They could win it here.
Oh, Demka's in a power
Bomb's
position
committed.
now. This could be a horrible way to be forced into a third map after a hard-fought comeback into Ancient. They've won 4 of the last 5, but now with Krasnal and Demka here, Complexity committed to the A site. Waro racks up another, a 2-on-2. Overtime hangs in the balance, the bomb's on the floor, Floppy disconnected, Grim in the site, and he hits his shot. But Waro doesn't, and we are off to overtime. Complexity not bowing out of Ancient just yet. Walking into the Lion's Den, but ripping limb from limb the Lions in the site.
What a roll of the dice. That came up Monte. There it is, that smoke. Look at this. That's from spawn landing deep cave. You're going to feel a whole lot of B pressure applied.
Like immediately. Obviously, they can be in front of it, but...
Essentially, an insta. He just moved straight towards that pillar, lobbed it in. They're taking the fights. Oh, wow. Okay.
Grim holding his nerve here, needed that shot right there. And then Waro, yeah, a little bit of luck on Floppy's side there. The missed orb shot, you can see the nerves.
Of course, though, you just went into the stack. Yeah, you know you'd been booked. Oh, an LMBT. It was such a great call, but we're back underway. No time to wipe your tears away.
Jesus, we're here.
Everyone's dead.
Okay, welcome to the first 10 seconds of the first round of overtime. Kraz now brings the fight to JT. JT ready, pre-fire and everything, understandably so, given what we've seen over the first 24.
So only 6 kills for JT. Let's see if he can call his way to victory. Reaggress, of course, bro. Staying active, position given up now. And at this point, do you just expect everybody from Monte to be on this site?
Probably. You know Waro likes to lead A, and you've just lost bro. Just keeps just swinging and swanging. There we go. TC will be giving that one a little golf clap as Complexity do take the first round of their T side on OT.
Well, let's just find out if the mental right now has been broken of Monte. A good first half from them. It was the T half on their map choice. Managed 7 rounds. Complexity had to fight hard to get 5 of their own. And then battling back through pace. Forget about the Thunder from down under. It's just been lightning pace in the Southern Hemisphere. And yeah, these frustrations are mounting. I think Elige, he could be the talisman, the difference maker for Complexity since he's joined this team. Complexity have gone up a gear. His
100.
Experience, well, they have nothing like it he is just adding buckets and spades. And this team seems to just be going up a gear right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, from strength to strength. Pro League was a real turning point for them.
This would be huge. Taking down Monte in this best of 3, locking themselves in for a playoffs. Complexity, North America's hope.
Yeah. And Bro onto Floppy, one of those 3 to make up the North American core. Leading is Elige at the front. Fires off a pot shot towards SDY's position. Waro looking to contain their investigations, but Grim, good pre-aim, and the adjustment into Krasnal is naughty. Only Bro on this B site. You know he's the B anchor. You know he'll be here. But where? He's taking a forward position, catches them off guard for the first. Elige, knee-jerk trade. Spotted one, didn't he, onto SDY. The second now noted as well, so JT winning that duel all but confirms it. This will be 14 for Complexity.
I think Complexity have done it. Yeah, just when you consider
that fumble on the A side last round regulation.
But, and I understand they were in such a number disadvantaged situation, but the fact they were all there, it caught them off guard. It caught them by surprise. It was their opportunity to get it done. That would have been one of the greatest gambles we've seen at Sydney for sure. Just a great call. They walked right into the trap, but they could not convert. And now Sumdai Young having to save this A4.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you talked about mental. You're praising Complexities for sure. Their composure to recover. But on the other side of the coin, I think, yeah, Monte, these 2 rounds of overtime have just kind of flown by, you know, in the blink of an eye.
The whole game's gone so quick, hasn't it? And it's so difficult to sit and regret these moments because of the pace, even the adjustments. You heard Snappy talking about it. He feels in the shorter game that it's harder to make these adjustments and it will tend to come in OT. Right. But we're in OT now, and just with the sheer pace, it's hard to know what's going to get thrown your way. But this T side has been fantastic out of Complexity. And you reflect back to Pro League Season 18, Monte got the better of Complexity there in a best of 3. Ancient going in their favor, overpass to Cole, but it was Anubis where the difference was made. And Anubis is where Complexity thrust Monte down to the lower bracket to start off this event in the best of 1s. They might be doing it again.
Looking to avoid Anubis completely. Complexity just 2 rounds away from the IEM Sydney playoffs.
Faking B, but Temka's in main. The bomb's going to be in main.
Let's see how good their clears are, because Waro's was supporting this, and perfect from Waro. Surely, Halzak, yeah, he's anticipated it, but he's lost the bomb. Demka goes forward. This last round of their CT side, and it looks good for at least 1. Getting themselves off a 12.
Well, main is locked off for some time.
Yeah, and look at the map. You can see these 2 just jogging over to give him support.
They have a lot of time. The thing is, they don't necessarily have to rush this, but apparently that's the name of the game on this T half. All about pace, not even giving Floppy a chance to work, to try and come in with the flank. And speaking of flank, JT, he's about to be dead meat.
It's funny because, yeah, Floppy's going into the B site, looking for Bro. Bro could not be further. And now JT knows the jig is up.
Another great map from Floppy. 2 back-to-back, and like mentioned, he was the worst performer for Complexity up until this point.
Yeah, and turning it on when it really matters, right? Playoffs or elimination. And there's 1 from Monte on their defense, so they've set the bar. Attainable for Complexity in 2, no doubt.
Well, Bro's also had a great game, 31 kills for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly, you know, proving to be up to the challenge. When you're tasked with filling a superstar like Boros, you know, filling his shoes upon his departure, it's, I would imagine, an increased amount of pressure just knowing what the person who was previously in your seat was capable of. But I think he's approached it with his own, or he's been helped with LMBT, just saying you don't have to be him. Be you. Be
we
the
actually
best you.
didn't want him.
Yeah.
So
you.
We'll take you.
Yeah.
B's completely cleared out. Cole just pushed all the way down the ramp, cleared it out. They have the information. They need to hightail it over because the air execute's coming.
Halzak readies his aim. He's staring at smokes, just a timing shot and just shy of the mark. They swing in, it's Grim. Ooh, does well. 1.5. Nice from JT to try and continue to kick up a fuss. Now they need the smoke, and Halzak posted up, doesn't see anything. Krasnal, he's responsible for donut. He just looked away, but it's smoked, and Elige won't try and disrespect it, so actually pivoting for a full A main flank. Does that mean Floppy and Halzak have to pause too?
Yeah, definitely so. If Elige can't go, they can't either.
Lots of that utility. This is that direct approach. He just leaves so much utility for the post plant. Now clearing through Temple. Smoke is cleared. Oh, Floppy. He catches SDY on his smoke spam, so they've got the leg up in this round. Monte holding their breath as it all falls to Kraz now. First of the clutch, can't get away. It's Elige to secure it. 15 in the bag. 1 round away from the playoffs. 1 round away from walking into the Aware Super Theater. And for Monte, 2 required in succession to continue play and to continue the dream of a 3rd map.
We've had our conclusion over there on the B stream as well with the seeding match between G2 and ENT, so we know how all of our playoff matches are going to look going into the quarterfinals. If Complexity are able to pick up this final round, get it done here in overtime in back-to-back maps, they will be taking on BetBoom in the quarterfinal. ENT falling to G2 will be taking on FaZe. That puts G2 and Mouse directly through to the semifinals for Saturday. This time out, a tense one. Monte. They know they can bring this back, and they know they can do it if they can just get to Anubis. 2 more rounds required to take this to double OT, and then we dance again. It's been tense throughout, but the mental of just the way that Complexity were able to bludgeon Monte to death in their face, consistently aggressive. Pace has been the name of the game here on Ancient. This has been a biff, a brawl, and Complexity just 5 kills away from getting it done.
Whip out the double orb. Why not? Alzak, chunked down by that HE. Floppy avoids Krasnals. Keep your hands on the mouse and keyboard, mate. Friction's coming. It's Krasnal onto the first. Jag clear. Space taken. Grim being hunted by SDY as well. They are moving, albeit silently.
This will be quick. JT might not expect this so fast. Oh, not at all.
Damn. Red Room's being occupied as we speak. SDY the one to do so. Elige calling A main quiet. There's 2 of them there. God, that's very exposed. This is not going to be easy for Complexity. The smokes are coming in. The flashes too. JT's screen white as snow. SDY's got their rotate locked off. Waro, oh,
timing.
Just looked away. It couldn't have been worse for Waro. As now they find the equalizer, and there's more from Halzak, a re-aggressive his own design. Just as they smoke cave, it works in favor of Halzak, but this SDY flank could be the difference maker.
No!
How? How does Halzak hit that one? He can't quite believe it. A full reaction shot. SDY, he had the position, he had the flank, and now Monte watching through their fingers as they hope and pray. Demka and Krasnal have got anything left to say. Halzak shuts him up. And Halzak closes. Complexity are off to the playoffs. Floppy turning up when they needed him most. Securing it in overtime.
Oh, what a hard-fought battle that was from Cole. Absolutely devastating. Keyboard already unplugged for Krasnal here. That mental tested with the pure pace that Complexity threw their way. Monte broke.
LMBT reflecting upon that one. I'm sure it's going to be a difficult team talk, a quiet bus ride home to the hotel, where Monte will be packing their bags. Close, but no cigar. A lower bracket run from Monte as well. You have to acknowledge it was Complexity in the opening round that sent them down, condemned them to that lower bracket. They first dispatched of the hometown heroes, Greyhound, then Fnatic were no match for Monte, but Complexity, they handle it with style, with class, and in 2.
Yeah, some big victories for them as well. The opening victory versus Monte, a loss to G2, but a 2-1 over Cloud9. And then, well, this battle against Monte will be one to remember. Overpass finished off with a JT clutch and a Halzak.
Yeah.
Absolute monster frag onto some Die Young. That he can't quite believe. We're going to pack this one up, throw it to the desk, and close it down for the day. That's the group stages done and dusted.
Wow, what a show of force from Complexity. And of course, you think about that, had to go all the way to the wire, all the rounds, all the time necessary, but they do get it done. And we do have Elige joining us on this desk to kind of talk about the game itself. But most importantly, Elige, congratulations.
Thank you.
And secondly, how did this change, or how did this team change after you guys lost to G2 the other day?
I mean, overall, I think that on Ancient against G2, we didn't have enough good mid-round plans. I think that we were just giving away a lot of entries, And I mean, obviously C9 like was also getting a ton of entries against us. So that's been like the main goal, is making sure that we're not having these untradeable deaths. And that's pretty much the main goal, because we got 5 more rounds than we did before. And so it's a low bar, but yeah.
Can you now admit to us that all that pre-game talk in the interview was just you trying to counter jinx yourself?
I always try to counter jinx. Always.
That's
there we go.
It's a proven method, I think. You know, you say the opposite of what you want, and then it kind of happens. Nonetheless, yeah. So for your team, though, obviously this is a big day for you guys. It's a lot of smiles going on over here. Tell me for yourself, Elish, because you've seen a lot of Counter-Strike in your day.
Yeah, I mean, it feels really awesome being able to get to, you know, the playoffs of the tournament that made the Grand Slam possible in 2019. Woo! I mean, I'm feeling it, But I mean, I think that we're still like a little bit away from being like a top 3 contenders. But obviously, we're having so much going for us every single tournament. We're learning a lot every tournament. You know, you could see the progress that we've had in all these games, and I think that we've been doing great.
Talk to me a bit about Floppy, right? Because he did say in a couple of interviews, and even in your wins as well, he was struggling a little bit, so to speak. But today he was just popping off. Like, what changed today?
You just kind of joke around with them, just make fun of them getting like op entry and stuff. Just, you know, they do the same op pick like 4 times, so you kind of just got to mess with them.
Just kind of poke the bear almost, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ricky is like a really hard worker, and you know, he was obviously like annoyed about like how bad the game went yesterday against C9, and you know, we just went through the game, make sure that we're fixing the mistakes, and I think that we went over things that was specifically helping him for his spot to make him feel more comfortable, and you know, he popped off today.
Yeah, I think also for complexity, this is the first playoff in an arena sort of a game. It's only you and Grim that really have that sort of a experience, an experience on the lineup. So, what is it that you're going to tell to the guys before the quarterfinal?
I mean, the main thing for us is just to make sure we're keeping composed, because whenever we're getting upset at ourselves, like the team doesn't really get mad at each other, which is a really positive thing. But, you know, getting mad at yourself, it can be a fire for some people, but it can also be a detriment. And I think on our team, it's more of a detriment. So we have to make sure that we're not getting in our heads whenever we're having like those types of like unfortunate situations happening. Just keep making sure our comms are strong, because when we're having strong communication and we're making plans and we're staying active, that's when we're playing great. When we're just sitting back inside and letting the teams do whatever they want, then we're getting 13-3'd by C9. Like that's how it looks.
Yeah, I also want to ask you, now that you played some officials in CS2, first of all, how does the game feel for you on LAN compared to online? And also with MR12, right? Do you have a feeling that it's okay for the most part, too short, fine, but the economy needs to change? Where do you stand on all of that?
Well, in terms of online versus on LAN, I think that online feels much, much worse. It's very noticeable that like the network, like the lag compensation just isn't like working as intended right now. I still think that they need to fix some values on that. But I think they'll figure that out. They eventually got it for CSGO, so that's one thing. And then the second thing for MR12, I don't know. I feel like they really need to make a fix after this tournament, preferably if they can make the at least minimum loss bonus to 19, because I just think that you should never have to double save right now in this economy. It just doesn't feel good. In this economy, it doesn't feel good.
And even in Counter-Strike, not just the real world.
I have a question more about Ancient, right? Just watching that game, that was just a rush simulator coming in. You think, and obviously because of the spawns and everything, and it's so much harder to take mid control as a T side. Do you think that's going to be the case for Ancient for the foreseeable future until Valve maybe changes something?
I don't know. I feel like it's really similar to how Ancient was when it first came out, where it's just very difficult to play on mid, just because you can instant smoke elbow. Yeah. I think any team that doesn't know the instant smoke elbows are just shooting themselves in the foot, because it's much easier to play against those teams. And I think the only things that they could really do is just up the building and make it not possible, and then maybe there's going to be some chance for the T's. But it's still possible to go fast. Like, you can go fast. And that's more of a mind game thing, where you start pressuring like the sides, you pressure A or B, and then they're like, okay, well, let's only put one guy towards mid, throw one nade set, and then as soon as you catch him like stacking towards the sides, then you just kill him mid and rush him down.
So, John, can I call you John?
Yeah, of course.
Haha, y'all can't call him John. We can though. Hey, no, but for real, let's get a message out there to the Complexity fans. Maybe even Jason Lake. Maybe even go down the whole roster if you want to. You want to go ahead and sign yourself off here?
Yeah, let's go, guys. Let's go, Jason. We are Complexity on Twitter. Hashtag. Follow me on Twitter, by the way. And and thank you everyone so much for supporting us. I know all the NA guys. If you're watching this, it's probably super early or really late, depending on your sleep schedule. Yeah. So I appreciate all the support. It's been awesome. Ever since I joined Complexity, I feel like people are really rooting for us to win and like hoping for our story to complete, and I'm happy to be along the ride for it.
Yeah, and it's enjoyable for us to watch. Elige, thank you so much for your time. We're good out of here. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's Elige. That would be Complexity moving on into the playoffs and Monte going home. So let's hear from them.
MBT, like your team was so close to making a comeback and no overpass, but like it felt like you were lacking just a little bit here, like on Ancient. I meant Ancient. It was so close. What exactly do you think like was like were you lacking? Like how did they manage to make a comeback?
I mean, we didn't trust ourselves at some moments. That happens sometimes, but I don't believe in luck, and I think that luck smiles to strongest, so I wish them best in a playoff. It was honestly an even match, and yeah, we just lost it today. Yeah. Sometimes we have to lose, so that's how it is.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. We did see Complexity play on Ancient, actually, I believe, like against Cloud9, and like they got demolished. Did they change anything in this like few hours?
Not really. Like we had our moments, we had to close this match basically, and we had 2 opportunities to do so in end of City half. It didn't happen because we made mistakes, but that's like simple game. Everyone knows it, right? Who makes more mistakes, he'll lose. So simple as that. They did less today. They adapted only once during second half, and that was like really good for them. But they like this thing won them only 1 round. Let's call it this way, right? And not the whole half. But in general, yeah, just props to them for being. For having a stronger stamina, I would say as well, because 2 best of 3s are there are pretty rough, but everyone is in the same conditions, so that's how it is.
Yeah, it's definitely like a hard day, 2 best of 3s, maybe a potential jet lag, which was overall like also like adapting to the new game. What is the plan for the team now?
We go back home. Yeah, that's pretty long flight and travel, but we will have, let's say, a few days off before. I guess we have like 3 online tournaments starting at the same time. So it's like no time to chill so much. We get some experience here from this tournament. It was very nice to play a first CS2 tournament on LAN because you learned a lot like instantly and having insane boost from the start. So we'll just keep working on that and let's see where we're going to end.
Keep on grinding and going up the ranks.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, commiserations for the Monte side. There's a display of force there, and he said it right there, that they were pretty evenly matched, it felt like.
Yeah, I really like LMBT. You can tell he's been around for a long time, right? He understands that sometimes things just don't go your way, and also luck can account for some small portion of the game, but really it comes down to preparation, believing in your game, believing in your teammates, and yeah, that's just the way to go. Monte has been slowly improving ever since they broke out in the sort of a tier 1, tier 2 scene, right? And I think as time goes by, we can expect them to get better even more.
To keep progressing, right? Like to keep growing and flourishing as a team, right? But it ain't going to be in Sydney, I'll tell you that much. It's over for them in Sydney. That is Monte being eliminated by Complexity. Complexity going on into those playoffs, and us taking a look at the brackets that I happen to be telling you about off the top of my head. So perhaps we fly them bad boys in there. Group A, Bled, take it away.
Yeah, Bedboom and Mouse, we had a hell of a game right there. Mouse with a standing situation, qualifying straight into the semi-finals, and FaZe having to run the lower bracket gauntlet, make it through as well.
Vitality, Navi, albeit with a stand-in, GamerLegion in the end with the revenge game, and yeah, Mouse, I think also a testament to how good that team is in general, being able to even with a stand-in come out of the top
it's kind of crazy.
Of their group, right? And as we move on to Group B, we'll see that G2 on that B stream was able to take down Ants 2-0. G2 hasn't dropped the map in this tournament so far, and as we've just seen, Complexity and Monte, Complexity booking that final spot in the playoffs. Ants will have to go through the quarterfinals and through FaZe Clan. Trace.
How about that? FaZe Clan versus Ants in the first round of the playoffs. We got BetBoom, a team that really came out of the darkness and found themselves now netting up against Complexity in the playoffs.
I think with G2, you know, getting that win potentially sets them up for a on paper slightly easier bracket side of the bracket.
I think undoubtedly, right? They're the most experienced team on that side. I think Grand Final is a must for them, and we shouldn't forget, I mean, the Grand Slam is still very much in play. G2, a team that won Cologne, you know, you need to win either Cologne or Katowice and 3 other tournaments. That's the fastest way to get to it. So they could find themselves in a good position, really, with this tournament coming into next year. When it comes to that, on the other side, I love the Ants FaZe Clan matchup because Ants are undoubtedly the better team at the moment, but if there's one thing where they still need to prove themselves just a little bit more, it's those stage games. And FaZe Clan, what they have
they're born for it. Well,
it's the experience, right? And I think that's where they're going to play better. So I'm really excited to see how that one unfolds.
But the edge here is that FaZe were on edge here, pretty much on notice from day one. You know, so I mean, there is a reality here. They can't be beaten. They can't be stopped.
And also not to forget, you know, Mao's waiting in the wings on that side of the bracket. And for G2, it's Complexity, Bet Boom. Let's see that game. That should also be a really interesting game.
Let's see what Bet Boom brings to the arena while also
here comes
simultaneously.
The boom.
Oh, is that a POD song? Yeah, okay. Here comes the boom.
Yeah.
Ready or not.
Yeah.
It's Complexity Bet Boom team going on at 16:30 Friday. Of course, just kind of getting myself out of the melody of POD. Ents versus FaZe, we were just bigging that one up. That'll just be Friday. We can take a look at Saturday as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we can. TBD versus G2 and Mouse versus TBD. So this TBD team is all over the place.
Pretty good, actually. Playing 2 games at the same time. I mean, the same day as well.
Yeah, respect. Big respect. Y'all done here? You got anything else you want to say?
I'm done.
I'm cool.
All right, cool. Well, I'm cool, too. I think we go ahead and call it a group stage and a day at that. So thank you very much for watching. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, the year being 2023, the city being Sydney. We go to an extended break, and by that I mean we'll be back on Friday with the playoffs. Yanko, hit it. Playoffs. There it is. We'll see you then. Good night, everybody.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobe. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm one you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground today. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. You're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite. Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop building up. I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper. Things they say, they're never getting my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollick's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Want to access statistics from all of your CS2 games? Simply search your Steam account to access a detailed breakdown of all your matches. Find your best maps, check when players are banned for cheating, and access other in-depth statistics from matchmaking and basic games. Gain access to your entire CS2 playing history with csstats.gg.